I present to you a world where, with power and money, you can do anything. But someone who has nothing appears and beats everyone, beats men, beats women, beats those who hit women too. Let's go.
ありがとう。
The Valhalla Academy is one of the top 3 hunter institutes in the world. Every year, many hunters try to enter this institute, but with a success rate of 1 in 500, few succeed. And even among those who do, only 150 students can graduate. You can see that the level of difficulty is just like real life, right? On the first day of class, there's already a bunch of people training. And anything goes. People with nothing in their hands against people with swords. Watching them is the senior combat instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. After a while, someone named Yu Min-jun arrives to see the candidate from his family, who deserves all our attention. Yu So-hyun from the Yu Shin family, one of the 5 most prestigious families in Korea. Everyone who crosses her path is defeated due to her talent with mana and the sword. She is a promising talent, but she doesn't draw much attention from the instructor until it is mentioned that her family has communicated with a constellation guardian from the Yu Shin family. This grabs the instructor's attention. In this world, there are 5 chosen ones to be the constellation guardians, where it is normal for hunters to receive blessings and protection from the guardians or make a contract for it. Each of these 5 guardians has a different power. The Yu Shin family has the god of the sword, Jang San family, the god of spirits, Jin Choi family, the god of martial arts, Oseon family, the god of fists, Jeon family, the god of the bow. Yu Yan, having communicated with a guardian, is a great genius with incredible potential. Passing the academy test will be easy, they say. This is so important that the whole world is watching through cameras. The fight of the 17-year-old super talent will be against Kim Joo-ha, also 17 years old. The instructors are even surprised at how calm the boy was knowing who he was facing. Confident in an easy victory, the fight begins. Our girl draws her sword, but there's no sign of the boy. She decides to attack. Her swordsmanship was incredible, as well as her control of mana, and the attack was precise. Guys, believe it or not, he just punched her in the chest and won the fight. Our protagonist was even disappointed with the fight. And now we see the real truth 300 years in the past. 3 centuries ago, something had happened at the Tower of Destruction. 2 men were fighting valiantly. The owner, the King of Destruction, Brace, remarked that it had been a great battle, leaving the martial leader, Kim Hye-in-oh, greatly weakened. Brace wore strange blue glasses and had enormous white hair. Kim Hye-in-oh agreed that the fight had been excellent. The MC let out a slight chuckle. Kim Hye-in-oh became very alert when a panel appeared in front of him. It announced that the Tower of Destruction and its ruler, Brace, had been defeated, halting the world's annihilation. The enormous structure began to crack loudly. Kim Hye-in-oh realized the building was collapsing after he had defeated his enemy. He groaned in pain, lamenting that this was supposed to be his moment to live in complete peace. Since childhood, he had endured heavy labor as a hunter to survive, and all the money, fame, and life he had dreamed of were crumbling before him. He knew he should have brought his disciples along, but he reconsidered this thought, because that guy had been the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and everyone could have ended up dying right there. He bids farewell to the world with his hand on his wound, and soon begins to degrade right there. Suddenly, the boy opens his eyes. Kim Hye-in-oh had reincarnated into the body of a young man named Kim Joo-hyuk 300 years after the tower's collapse, and the current time of his reincarnation was satisfactory. Even though his physical condition was weak, all his knowledge had remained. He thought that simply adapting to the new body, he could live in peace until the translucent window appeared again, informing him that in 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would reappear, giving him that time to prepare. He was angry because that guy had already been defeated. He thought he should have burned Brace's body but couldn't just stand there regretting it for no reason. In that era, the conditions to conquer the tower should be easier, and this time he was determined to live and enjoy life. Something appeared on the panel, leaving him confused again. It mentioned finding lost weapons and memories in the Valhalla Constellation Room on the 3rd underground floor. He realized everything he needed to do at that moment. It would be the 4th day in Valhalla, where the top 10 rankings would be decided. Those who were summoned had to head to the stadium. Kim Joo-hyuk got up excited to go there. All participants had to take their positions. The spectators were quite excited, watching everything. This was the same moment when the senior instructor thought there were too many people compared to last time. He observed everything from above. The newcomer, Kim Joo-hyuk, was ready to battle. The match would begin in 30 seconds, and his opponent was already in front of him. The eldest son of the Osin family, Osi-hyuk, aged 17, was there. He wasn't very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. However, he had a talent of the others. It was his impressive and strong physique. He could do what others couldn't without mana, and even with little training, he grew significantly stronger. He was born with a top-tier physique that required no effort and was considered a genius for that reason. He stared fearlessly at his opponent with an extremely angry expression. The two were standing in front of each other. Kim Joo-hyuk showed the middle finger and insulted his opponent. This left Oh Si-hyuk furious and enraged. He charged at him, calling him trash. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that with the body he was reincarnated into, he wouldn't win in close combat and didn't know much about his opponent, with strength being the main issue so far. Even though the enemy had superior physical strength, it didn't mean he would win. Oh Si-hyuk tried to deliver a powerful punch to our protagonist. He dodged because he had martial arts to enhance his physique, and something very important as well. He swept the blonde bully's legs and brought him crashing to the ground. Oh Si-hyuk was left confused and unsure of what had just happened. Kim Joo-hyuk gave a slight wink with his right eye and revealed his ability to observe his opponent, landing a precise blow to his opponent's body, who rolled his eyes, blood coming from his mouth, falling unconscious and severely weakened. Kim Joo-hyuk won the battle, saying that if those two abilities weren't in harmony, this outcome would have been impossible. Even though this body was weaker than before and shouldn't have any problems hunting monsters and being a hunter as he once was, he headed to the exit after annihilating his enemy, leaving everyone who watched the battle perplexed. They commented on how Oh Si-hyuk was knocked out and brought down by such a simple attack. A man in the back thought deeply about all of this in silence. He was the head of the Osun family, the king of fists, Oh Chol-shin, very angry at the opinion of those ignorant enough to call the attack simple. Even though his son had only trained his physique, ignoring martial arts, he should have easily dodged that blow, but this time, it was something he couldn't evade. Stigako let his temper get the better of him and just charged at Kim Joo-hyuk. He had even used magic, which he rarely used, to try and end it quickly, but Kim Joo-hyuk tilted his head slightly to dodge. Since he was certain a strike was accurate, he shifted his entire center of gravity forward, making Oh Si-hyuk fly in despair, surprised by the missed punch. His opponent's hand was extended and open at that moment to counterattack. This meant that Kim Joo-hyuk moved faster than Si-hyuk at maximum speed, proving he already had a plan for the battle, and that alone was already a monstrous talent. Oh Chol-shin, after processing all of this, remained silent and deep in thought. Unfortunately, many people also recognized the value of that rookie, and not all of them were ignorant. Oh Chol-shin thought of the name Kim Joo-hyuk and resolved to ensure the boy would join the family no matter the cost. The stadium lights were turning on. Many fans of Choi Aren-nuna were there, cheering enthusiastically. The boy was quite impressed by those lunatics who had already served in the military, yet were clamoring for a 17-year-old girl calling her Nuna. That would be the final ranked match. Kim Joo-hyuk was set to fight Choi Ah-ren, the second daughter of the Choi-jin family. At the start of the match, she immediately drew her sword from its sheath, preparing to strike for the first time. Kim Joo-hyuk faced her with a calm, serene expression. The two stood still for a moment, neither moving nor speaking. He quickly assumed she was waiting for his first move, and the fact that she was at least trying to read the situation made her better than his previous opponents. He chuckled lightly, pondering what he should do at that moment. Then he started walking toward his Q opponent, who was on guard. He observed her with a frightening expression, his hands in his pockets. She stared back, fearless and unafraid. She gripped her sword with great strength and determination, releasing flashes of lightning. Everyone was impressed because the girl had mastered the Choi-jin family's elemental exchange ability at just 17 years old. She charged at her opponent with all her courage and determination. The boy took a slight step forward, giving her the opportunity to strike. She immediately delivered a blow with her sword, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning with immense power. But she was left baffled because her enemy had disappeared from in front of her so quickly. Suddenly, he remarked that if she revealed her attack's target with her eyes, it would be easy to dodge. He was standing calmly beside her. She was utterly confused by this, and out of nowhere, she was struck directly on her body. Her eyes widened, showing a mix of pain and agony, like she felt relieved to have defended the blow. Kim Joo-hyuk stared at her without saying a word. Choi A-rin quickly grabbed her impressive sword, flying backward with it in her hands. Kim Joo-hyuk was impressed because the girl had managed to block his blow with her sword, which was why he hadn't felt the impact on a human body, but rather on an object. She thought it was incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a fist touched her sword. Choi A-rin stared at her opponent before her, who challenged her to dodge the next attack. Then he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the girl flying far away with a desperate expression. She landed on the ground, sprawled, and left there. The boy thought there was something odd about that attack. It seemed like his posture was slightly off. But in the end, it didn't matter because the victory was secured regardless. The panel displayed the top 10 admissions to Valhalla, and Kim Joo-hyuk ranked first. He was walking nearby, adjusting his shoulder. Suddenly, many voices left him surprised and confused. A crowd had gathered, begging for his attention and acceptance into a group. Annoyed, he shouted at everyone to shut up, wrapping up this chapter. On the news page, a headline was that Kim Joo-hyuk was on the verge of madness, described as a crazy psychopath. 92 comments criticized him, claiming he was likely a bad person due to his reprehensible actions. For a rookie, the boy was seen as very arrogant and over the top. The comments continued discussing his potential and negative behavior. Meanwhile, in the grand towering buildings of Valhalla, the freshmen were being warmly welcomed. Kim Joo-hyuk thought all the introductory information about Valhalla's history was boring and tedious. Then he noticed a boy behind him. The boy averted his gaze with a nervous and shy expression. Kim Joo-hyuk figured he had attracted a lot of attention the previous day. But there was still an unresolved issue, that claim about weapons and memories that the panel had ordered some time ago. On his way, Kim Joo-hyuk thought he only needed to get in and out, which seemed like an easy task. Yet he noticed something nearby. The opening ceremony had already ended by then. The virtual combat simulation room was just ahead. The former chief instructor of Valhalla from the Trojan Guild, Kim Lee-goon, wondered why the class distribution was arranged that way. Ahead was Yu So-yeon from the Yushin family, and beside her stood Areen from the Trojan clan. In the middle was Oh Si-hyuk from the Oh-sin group. They had said the classes would be distributed randomly, but 3 of the 5 geniuses from the families were in the same room. And there was something else interesting. The guy glanced at Kim Joo-hyuk and noticed that he was also in that class, completely condemning the man's year. He tried to calm himself to assert control over the situation right away. He introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet the young ones, and that he was the person in charge of the class as well as their instructor. First, he pressed a button on the podium he was standing at. All the girls panicked at what happened next. Suddenly, they all appeared in a vast field. Everyone began questioning where they were as they had been in a completely different place seconds ago. Kim Lee-goon grasped the hilt of his sword and thought about showing a bit of bloodlust right there. Suddenly, several demonic beings, hideous and terrifying, appeared filled with rage and wielding various weapons. Everyone began screaming and panicking at the sight of it all. Oh Si-hyuk thought those were orcs and goblins, and there were at least 100 of them. Suddenly, the ugly green monster started moving toward him. One tried to strike him with its sharp clawed hand, and another tried to leap toward the boy, but it was stopped by the protective barrier. Kim Lee-goon thought everything was going according to plan, because the barrier was working perfectly. He then called Kim Joo-hyuk closer. The latter approached the podium and was promptly asked by the instructor if he could handle all those monsters entirely on his own without any help. These were the monsters surrounding the barrier. The boy thought silently about his answer. Kim Lee-goon reasoned that he was now certain of the boy's diminished ego, which was natural since most had only ever seen monsters in books and comics. He told Kim Joo-hyuk to stop pretending to consider it and just say no so the lesson could proceed. The boy gave a slight smirk. This made the instructor angry because the boy was laughing, and soon he discovered that Kim Joo-hyuk could, in fact, handle the monsters alone. He thought the boy was bluffing and told him to try since he was so confident and certain about it. Kim Joo-hyuk questioned him, saying that such a thing couldn't be done on the first day without some kind of reward for the mission. After saying that, the boy was really speaking his language and was quickly asked what he wanted to bet on at that moment. He replied that if he handled all the monsters, the instructor would fulfill all his wishes as long as they were within his power. The boy placed his hand on his chin, thinking, and said that although it wasn't a big deal, he would accept the deal. The instructor tried to intimidate the boy, who simply asked for the sword quickly. Because it would be impossible to fight bare-handed without any weapon to assist, he immediately placed his hand on his sword and handed it over for the boy to use. Kim Joo-hyuk observed the weapon with a delighted and excited expression. He placed it on his back, looking at the enormous challenge ahead. The instructor watched everything with a downcast expression. All the young people were also watching, thoroughly entertained. Kim Joo-hyuk firmly gripped the weapon and began to fight bravely and fiercely against the monstrous beings, concluding this chapter in a furious and angry expression, continuing to bravely eliminate all his opponents. One of them tried to strike him cowardly from behind, but the boy quickly gripped his weapon firmly and blocked the potential strike without a moment's hesitation. He thought he wasn't doing too badly, considering it had been 300 years since his last action with the blade. Back then, due to the monsters, humans couldn't fulfill their roles and all types of weapons were used to kill them. But even so, the sword sword remained a very familiar tool. He attentively observed two things as he had noticed something strange. There was a monster trying to attack him mercilessly and cowardly from behind. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly dodged the cowardly strike, and everything was just as he had imagined, following a very simple pattern. It was just a very well-made NPC monster simulation. Everyone inside the capsule watched him thoroughly impressed. Kim Lee-gun thought it was impossible as he had only lent the boy a mere, almost useless sword. It had no magical power or fast fencing capabilities, yet the boy was cutting through everything with incredible ease and mastery. It was as if the sword was absorbing all those monstrous beings. The girl was stunned, and the boy reflected on all that madness. She observed him through the protective capsule, standing completely still. She remained silent, not uttering a single word, with an expression of amazement and perplexity. Kim Joo-hyuk stated that he wanted to go to the Constellation Room since he had defeated all those weak enemies. He left the area and headed toward the protective barrier. He then asked if the instructor would fulfill his promise, making him visibly angry and irritated. The sun was already setting amidst those towering buildings. Kim Lee-gun wrapped up his class and advised the tired students to rest in their dormitories without lingering in the area. The boy was slumped in a chair in the classroom, thinking the class was too long and wanting to grab his belongings to leave as quickly as possible. He also thought about how he never wanted to teach students and hadn't even gone to school himself before. And while the class had been boring most of the time, he had managed to gather a lot of important information, especially regarding topics related to the history of constellations. In his previous life, there was no such thing speaking of it. Constellation was the term used to describe the transformation of those who amassed great fortunes into deities, often connected with hunters. Valhalla in Korea was the third largest academy in the world, containing various constellation relics. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that everything about slaying monsters and swordsmanship seemed useless, and that he should head to the dormitory to focus on practicing martial arts, as his body was quite weak. But suddenly, he noticed something unusual. It was the white-haired girl approaching from behind. Meanwhile, in the professor's office, a man sipping coffee commented that his friend had been through a lot. Kim Lee-gun admitted that, to be honest, it was more embarrassing than truly painful, and questioned whether that boy was really a high school student to Lee Sang-cheol, who was astonished to learn that the boy had killed 120 monsters in the simulation room without having ever seen one in real life. What Kim Lee-gun was saying was absolutely true. From what the senior instructor observed, Kim Joo-hyuk seemed ordinary, but carried something in his past. Kim Lee-gun was impressed to discover that the boy was an orphan from a small orphanage in a highly dangerous area. And by no means was he lying, as Lee Sang-cheol had conducted his own research on the matter. Furthermore, a fraud wouldn't attempt to enter Valhalla by causing a scene at the opening ceremony. Lee Sang-cheol asked if the boy had requested to enter the Constellation Room, receiving an affirmative response from Kim Lee-gun. The senior instructor said he would let the boy go to the first floor of the basement, according to the director's instructions, making his friend very grateful for it. And since he had brought him there, he should take responsibility. Besides, he didn't know much about the completely restricted area on the 5th floor, but there should be no problem with a quick visit to the first. Kim Lee-gun expressed concern about what might happen in the next year, leaving his friend confused. His class had 3 students from the 5 families, and it wasn't easy to manage even one of them, which the senior instructor fully understood. He didn't try to comfort him, but mentioned there was an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class, leaving him quite surprised. Rockdale Ventric belonged to the Direct Ventric group. Kim Lee-gun had heard that the boy had been expelled from the British Academy for causing trouble. He took a deep breath, still somewhat worried, and said that after hearing that he felt his situation was better than the neighboring class. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the girl with a dubious expression. She also stared back at him without saying a word. He broke the silence, asking what had happened. The girl asked him to teach her all those swordsmanship techniques concluding this chapter. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't quite understand all of it. The girl was very eager to learn the swordsmanship he had demonstrated earlier, but he responded negatively, and she questioned his decision. He replied that it was simply because he didn't want to teach, and since the girl had nothing more to say, he would leave. She looked into his eyes and asked, "Please." He answered again that he simply didn't want to teach her. Insulting her, he called her deaf and told her to stop following him immediately because Kim Joo-hyuk had no intention of teaching her. He walked away from the spot immediately, leaving the girl there alone, looking sad and disappointed. The next day, in the grand buildings of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting in his classroom chair, very quiet and deep in thought at that moment. He looks at his hands and realizes his body was better than he thought. Yet he couldn't do much since he had no magical power, and it was hard to control his mana. This problem could be resolved if he found that thing, and for that, he would prepare a little magic. Suddenly, someone approached him speaking. It was a blonde show-off bully. He was Rokdil Ventrik, accompanied by his assistant, Yuria de Felix. He walked over to Kim Joo-hyuk's desk. Kim immediately asked for his identity. Rokdil Ventrik thought the boy was uneducated since he didn't know his family. He quickly introduced himself and said he didn't want to waste time. He asked if Kim Joo-hyuk was interested in becoming strong. He invited him to join the main Ventrik family. In most families, the affiliated lineages had more difficulty gaining power and wealth compared to the main branch. However, the Ventrik family had a beak mask, a constellation guardian, making it different from others. Typically, an S-class soldier or higher would protect the organization, directly selecting a star member and granting them power and protection. But for the Ventrik family, they chose to sign an agreement with a non-constellation individual to avoid contractual misunderstandings. Due to this unique decision, the organization held significant power in Europe, and joining it would grant immense influence. With this authority, Rokdil Ventrik, supported by his family, had become excessively arrogant. Something had happened not too long ago. Due to an incident at the British Academy, he had been expelled, but he wouldn't cry over spilled milk. At the door of that place, alongside his assistant, he declared he always got what he wanted. And even though he had been expelled before, being from the Ventrik family meant they would always find a way to put him back on track. After all, that person would enjoy it too much. Returning to the present, he tried to talk to Kim Joo-hyuk. He thought he could have the boy, who had been the center of attention at the entrance ceremony, on his side. So he offered the boy a proposal to take him to the Ventrik family's constellation if he accepted, but he was arrogantly declined. He stood there, stunned and not knowing what to do at that moment. His assistant also made a strange face. He became furious. But Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't naive and realized he wasn't truly interested and had just won to Rokdil Ventrik angrily called the boy a rude, disgusting brat. Suddenly, an authority figure arrived, ordering everyone back to their seats and calling out the show-off. This made him even angrier because the man addressed him by his full name. The man was the senior instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. He emphasized Valhalla's rules, reminding everyone that this wasn't the academy. The show-off thought about that man, knowing he was a combat instructor. He gritted his teeth in rage and fury, returning to his seat quietly with his servant. He declared he would encounter Kim Joo-hyuk again someday. Kim watched everything with his red eyes without saying a single word. Later that day, a school ended. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about how he hadn't learned anything related to the Constellation Hall during the lessons and had instead gotten involved with an idiot that morning. He pondered many things about the Guild Scouts, students, and instructors who wanted to recruit him despite his criticism of them. Once again, someone approached him from behind. It was the persistent girl asking him to teach her fencing again. He became annoyed, realizing it still wasn't enough for her either. Back in the Grand Valhalla dormitory, in the highest class hall inside, someone was seething with anger, smashing chandeliers with uncontrollable fury. It was the annoying and arrogant Rokdil Ventrik. He was infuriated by the orphaned Kim Joo-hyuk, who had humiliated him. He demanded that Yuria immediately call Dazara, as he needed someone to deal with a certain person, ending the chapter. Rokdil Ventrik continued to simmer with rage. He once again called his poor assistant by name. She stayed quiet and still as he spoke. He grabbed her hair forcefully and demanding she respond immediately. He then asked if she still believed herself to be the eldest daughter of the palace family. He threatened to throw the poor girl out of the group, prompting her to beg him out too. He swiftly threw her to the ground with all his strength. Once more, he ordered her to call Dazara as there was someone for him to deal with. It also instructed her to inform a second-year member of the Rise family that he wanted to see him. The terrified, helpless blonde assistant replied affirmatively. At the Valhalla dormitory, specifically in Kim Joo-hyuk's room, he was meditating with bright blue magic radiating from his body. He was deeply focused on what he was doing. Suddenly, he coughed, releasing a lot of smoke, realizing once again that his body was truly useless and couldn't summon any magic with it. He entered a deep silence, lost in thought. He began recalling his return to the dormitory that afternoon, when the girl had appeared behind him once again and approached him for the second time. They had already reached the dormitory door, and she kept following him. She repeated her request like a parrot, being so irritating and almost begged for action to be taken. He then proposed 10 million won per lesson. The girl lived deeply saddened and disappointed again, and since she probably couldn't afford it, he had decided to leave. Suddenly, she asked for his phone, leaving him utterly confused and unsure of what what was going on. He asked why she was doing that. She was adding her number so it would be easier to transfer the payment, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk even more astonished. Out of nowhere, he received a notification on his phone. It was a transfer of 100 million won, and now he was supposed to teach her his impressive and masterful techniques. He said he wouldn't do it and would decline the transaction. Returning to the present, he reflected on how shocked he had been earlier. How could a high school student have 100 million won? If he were to teach her, he wouldn't have to reveal all of his secrets. But the sheer amount of money was overwhelming. He figured he could use it for what he needed, so it didn't matter, even if his mana was as limited as a beggar's. He stood up, ready for his mission, taking his first steps toward victory. He was going to find the secret vault at that moment, even amidst complete darkness. He walked through dense vegetation. He thought about how he had checked beforehand, but most vaults hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, only 4 might remain, and it was likely that just 3 were left. One thing was certain, they would be in the Valhalla Mountains, and he would search without giving up. He began to channel all of his blue magic. The vault's location could be determined by sensing the marble, which responded to his abilities and could be detected even with minimal effort. A bright circle appeared on the ground. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk had found something. He approached the glowing neon blue circle and started digging with his iron shovel, once again realizing how weak his body was. He thought that if he had known about this hardship, he would have buried it in a shallower, more accessible place. And if it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, there would have been no need for any of this. The world had been on the brink of destruction, and there was no safe place for his riches, so he had built great vaults and stored everything there. With great faith, he believed the contents inside would be safe and intact, as sun was already rising over the towering buildings of Valhalla. And at last, Kim Joo-hyuk found what he was searching for, the long-sought vaults of treasure. The location of the lock was a mystery, but he quickly found it. A regular key wouldn't fit in that lock, so he crafted a line of magic, shaping it into a special key. It fit perfectly into the keyhole, and he celebrated his achievement. The door began to open slowly, using all the strength he had in his frail body. At last, he managed to enter the vault, landing on his feet in front of countless golden treasures. With a wide smile of joy and excitement, he even asked how his riches were doing, concluding this chapter. He stared silently at all that money with a thoughtful expression. Now that he didn't have to worry about money, he could search for what he needed in peace. Suddenly, he was startled by something he saw. The storage stones were right before him. To maintain the vaults, he had imbued them with a bit of magic, and the day to use them had finally arrived. He picked up a magic stone in his hand. It began to emit a bright blue light. This was expected of a storage stone, as its magical power should overflow in exactly that way. He stopped extracting the magic and said he would first take care of the remaining storage stones, deciding to transport the lighter jewels before the heavy gold bars. The day was beautiful in Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk was once again sleeping in his chair like a zombie. He thought he must be a cursed lunatic for planning to build a vault in the future, as his muscles were already aching just from dating a little. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of him again, asking him to teach her swordsmanship techniques. It really seemed like she wasn't going to let it go. He reasoned based on his information why she had chosen him to teach her swordsmanship, and soon asked Erin Choi about her persistence, since she could learn everything from her family. She replied that she had never seen anyone handle a sword better than Kim Joo-hyuk. He then questioned her about her father, as he was the head of the Trojan family, and probably better with a sword than him. Just as she was about to talk about her father, the instructor called Kim Joo-hyuk to the teacher's lounge, leaving him very confused about it. But it was all related to the things he had asked about last time, and since he really wanted to know, he quickly got up without hesitation. He rose from his chair and left, leaving the girl standing right there. She asked for permission to speak. She remained silent for a moment with a slightly sad expression. Kim Joo-hyuk told her that the next day at 6 in the morning, she should meet him at the local training field. She was stunned by the information she had just received. The boy asked if she didn't want that opportunity. She had a moment of realization and replied that she would definitely be there. Meanwhile, in the nearby teacher's lounge, the instructor sat in front of the boy, and since he had a class in a few minutes, he spoke quickly and without delay. First, Kim Joo-hyuk's access to the Constellation building had been approved, and he only needed to go to the building's basement. However, he was not authorized to enter any floor below the basement. He replied affirmatively and promptly asked when he could do it. He found out he could go that same night and confirmed he would do so. Kim Min-goon was very surprised as he thought the boy would make a scene about not being authorized to go below the first basement floor. Finally, the two parted ways to attend to their respective duties. The boy left the room immediately after that. Megan had already fallen in Valhalla. This was the place they sought. It was the treasure of Valhalla Academy in the Constellation Hall. The boy observed everything around him. There were 2 guards dressed in black standing and keeping watch. As he carefully observed everything, one of them was speaking into a radio with someone. Kim Joo-hyuk remarked that the security was stronger compared to the main gate and was told that this demonstrated the importance of the Constellation building. He thought not only about the guards, but also about the exterior walls. They were covered with all kinds of magic, completely surrounded except for the entrance. Kim Joo-hyuk wanted to ask his professor for clarification. He then questioned how someone could descend to the second basement floor and whether it would be illegal. Kim Lim-goon quickly replied that it wouldn't make someone a criminal, but would get them expelled from there. Moreover, they'd go insane before leaving the school, leaving the boy slightly confused about it. Kim Lim-goon then explained that on the second floor, the magical power of the constellations flowed without restriction, and anyone who touched the magic would have their mind shattered. The boy quickly grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the instructor wondered why the boy had asked about this before entering the building, as it seemed like he truly wanted to go down there. But he soon dismissed the thought, reasoning that the top entry candidate wouldn't do such a thing since staying at the academy was much better. Kim Lim-goon informed him that he had only 30 minutes. The boy replied affirmatively, saying he'd be back soon. Suddenly, the panel appeared, displaying and ordering the same things as before. He observed it carefully right there. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't care about being expelled since he had come to Valhalla solely because of that place, and he had to go to the third basement first. He wondered why there were so many endless stairs in that building. As he descended them quickly, suddenly he saw something ahead of him. That place looked like a massive prison. He was sure the Constellation Hall was on the first basement floor. All of it didn't seem that important, leaving him uncertain about going deeper. Suddenly, the panel appeared again, informing him that the requirements were met, and that he was being transported to the hall, leaving him uncertain about what was happening and where this place might be. Suddenly, he began disappearing from there along with the panel. Someone possibly familiar greeted him in the new location. It was the infamous enemy, Brace. He looked at Brace, utterly surprised and wearing a terrified expression. Brace remarked that after 300 years, this was their reunion. Suddenly, in the middle of his speech, he received a strong punch to the face. Kim Joo-hyuk had delivered a direct blow to his enemy, and he was quite pleased to see that cursed figure. Brace asked his enemy to calm down, but he received another punch to the face. He tried to pacify the situation for a proper conversation, but yet again he was struck because Kim Joo-hyuk only wanted his death. All his attempts to stop the fight were useless. He was already on the ground, weakened and defenseless, and Kim Joo-hyuk was growing tired of fighting. He then remarked that he wasn't the kind of person who used fists, but this case was different because Brace had destroyed his future. On top of that, Brace had ruined his wealth, honor, and all the time he had invested in his disciples. Brace then asked if Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't curious to know what kind of place this was. Kim Joo-hyuk admitted he was curious because there didn't seem to be anything peculiar about it. Brace explained that this was an imaginary world, a space within a relic, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk enthused. What Kim Joo-hyuk was seeing, according to Brace, was purely imagination because his body had ceased to exist 300 years ago. He wanted to say that he had always been within that relic. The boy was deeply shocked as this revealed something significant. Brace gave a slight smirk at that moment and declared that he had become a constellation, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk speechless for a moment. Then, in anger, he delivered another strong punch to Brace's face. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Lim-doon had been waiting for the boy for quite some time. Suddenly, something appeared before him. It was Kim Joo-hyuk being searched by the local guards. Lim-doon questioned if the boy had done anything strange, but Kim Joo-hyuk said he had only looked around. He added that he hadn't gone any deeper because he didn't want to lose his head. The instructor then ordered him to go home, and Kim Joo-hyuk agreed. He soon left the place. On his way back to the dormitory, he recalled a reunion with his terrible enemy from the past. He didn't care that Brace had become a constellation. He only wanted an answer. About what that transparent notification panel was, Brace claimed to know nothing about it, and immediately received another punch to the face because Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't joking around. Brace explained that after being killed, he had been trapped in that thing for 300 years without any power. Kim Joo-hyuk calmed down after hearing this, opening his hand, discovering that Brace had also received that same notification. The information stated that Brace was to contact the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk to retrieve his memories. And because of that, a suspicious figure had emerged, making him question the reason for becoming the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk was shocked and uncertain about who this man was and what he was doing. Brace then admitted he didn't know, as part of his memory was missing and wouldn't return all at once. He then asked what Kim Joo-hyuk's notification said. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that the notifications instructed him to find a weapon and memories, but he couldn't read the lower part as it was censored by some symbols. He also didn't recall losing memories because he still remembered the brace suggested that perhaps not everything had come to his mind yet, since he had already found the weapon, and the rest would come naturally. Kim Joo-hyuk was puzzled about the weapon. Brace explained that this space was the realm of the 4 village swords, which had become sacred relics, and that he had become a constellation because he had used one of them. Kim Joo-hyuk called him a curse, being once again filled with rage. Back in the present moment, Kim Joo-hyuk reflected on how his village sword had become a relic and housed a constellation, leaving him deeply confused. He wanted to destroy everything and leave it behind, but there was one issue. Kim Joo-hyuk grasped a blue magical sword with his hand. He began thinking about Brace, who had once been called the King of Destruction, and how the new mission on the panel was only achievable with the village weapon. Suddenly someone arrived, asking for his identification. They were a group of bullies and show-offs. The leader of the group was the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lyric Sunrise, who said the seniors were away on a trip and demanded the introduce himself. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what kind of senior and bully accepts freshmen. The show-offs commented on the boy's behavior and his lack of manners for not saying hello. One of them said he wanted to beat the boy up and receive the leader's approval. He approached Kim Joo-hyuk, holding something in his hand, but as he started talking about the differences between first and second years, he took a massive kick straight to the chest. Kim Joo-hyuk told the thugs to come at him and stop talking so much, ending the chapter. The short-haired show-off groaned in pain and agony from the kick he had taken. Kim Joo-hyuk leaped, preparing another precise strike, and delivered another blow, this time to his talkative enemy's face. The boy flew far, utterly destroyed and severely battered. He landed on his backside, causing a loud thud in the area. Finally, he hit a wall, stopping abruptly. The blonde boy thought Kim Joo-hyuk was insane and reckless. His eyes widened as he stared at him in fear. He noticed that the boy, who moments ago had no weapon, now wielded a sword. Kim Joo-hyuk commented that the perfect grip felt incredible, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. He quickly ordered the thugs to attack because if they delayed, they'd be crushed. 3 hours earlier, Rockdale Ventrick told the blonde boy he only needed to do something very simple. It was just to deal with one weak, useless student. And in return, a reward benefiting the Sunrise family would be given immediately. He provided the identification of the first-year student he wanted targeted. It didn't matter if the boy used weapons, as the mess would be easily cleaned up regardless. Finally, he asked if the boy would accept the blonde boy said he understood everything and accepted it. He left, slamming the door hard and quickly without hesitation. Thinking that the boy's first-place rank didn't matter because he was a first-year novice and couldn't compete with someone from the second year. The difference in rank between people was inevitable due to the first year's contracts with the constellations. Valhalla students had to visit the constellation room in the second semester of their first year to form a contract and become second years. Once they became contractors, they could invoke and use the power of the constellation, and in the blonde boy's mind, Kim Joo-hyuk didn't have an active guardian. He thought it would be easy to crush the boy. That's what he believed, but there was a problem with all of this. At that moment, the boy was already moving his sword, striking down yet another show-off. One of them cursed him, holding a sharp, blood-red knife. But suddenly, he heard something approaching him. It was the rookie's sword mercilessly annihilating him without hesitation. Out of nowhere, Kim Joo-hyuk heard something heading in his direction. It was another thug trying to attack him cowardly, the boy throwing his sharp, pointed sword, but it struck only the dirt floor. The attacker stood there, confused as he had missed his powerful, strong strike, and Kim Joo-hyuk was already beside and mocking him relentlessly. He promptly landed a precise sword strike to the thug's filthy, ugly face. The attacker flew far from the spot, leaving his friends stunned at what they were witnessing. And finally, after flying through the air, he landed headfirst on the ground brutally and harshly. The blonde boy was shocked as the rookie was taking down the second years one by one without even breaking a sweat. Before becoming contractors, second years should have better skills than first years, but these had proven to be useless and weak. The blonde boy wondered about the strange, unprecedented swordsmanship technique. It seemed like the boy was just moving around with moderate strength, but those hit could barely stand. Kim Joo-hyuk then faced the remaining opponents and said he would crush anyone wasting time during the fight. The blonde boy thought everyone there was deciding whether to attack or run away immediately. He told his team not to be afraid because the boy was just a weak, useless rookie. Kim Joo-hyuk remarked that the bully leader had a lot of nerve. This comment made the blonde boy furious and enraged, and he charged at him without hesitation. But suddenly, he felt something touch him. It was Kim Joo-hyuk's sharp sword striking his body. He mocked him for standing still even knowing he would be hit, and finally delivered a strong and precise blow to his opponent. Using all the strength he had in his body, the blonde boy wondered when the rookie had managed to get so close, and then collapsed to unconscious. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately opened his palm and slapped the boy's face several times to wake him up. He also asked who they were and why they wanted to fight him without any apparent reason. The blonde boy explained that they were all senior veterans. Kim Joo-hyuk thought this wasn't normal and suspected there must be someone behind this pointless fight. The pale boy with earrings admitted it was just to break the nose of the rookie ranked first and nothing more. Kim Joo-hyuk mocked them, speaking about their supposed loyalty as bullies, and as he was leaving, he was called back by the arrogant little boy. The boy warned him that if people found out about the incident, the rookie would be expelled immediately, but Kim Joo-hyuk didn't care, saying everyone would know about this embarrassing and shameful defeat for the losers. Several second-year students had attempted to beat up a freshman, but ended up losing miserably, which would be humiliating if it got out. So the blonde boy should think carefully if he wanted any chance of joining a guild. Kim Joo-hyuk left after saying that, leaving everyone on the ground beaten and humiliated. The clock struck 8:28. Rockdale Ventrick anxiously waited for a call with great anticipation. Suddenly, Merrick Sunrise called him, leaving him excited. He immediately asked the boy if the beating had been delivered as promised, but the boy simply revealed the contractor's name at that moment and informed him that he was withdrawing from the job and relinquishing the responsibility, ending this chapter. The chapter begins with Rockdale Ventrick being stunned by the boy's words. The blonde boy advised him to stay away from anything related to Kim Joo-hyuk from now on. He reflected on what had gone wrong with that cursed boy because just hours ago he had been confident. He suggested filing a report with the administration, because if there were any visible bruises left, there would likely be enough evidence to proceed. If the blonde boy did what Rockdale Ventrick requested, he would be rewarded and sponsored by the family. But the boy thought that even with sponsorship from such a powerful group, they wouldn't be able to recover their lost honor. He then hung up on Rockdale Ventrick, leaving him furious and enraged. He cursed the boy and smashed his phone to the ground. His assistant simply watched the scene, standing still and silent. He then called for Yuria, who responded affirmatively. She had already carried out Rockdale Ventrick's orders, but since Desira was far away, it would take a long time for him to arrive. This made him even angrier because the boy was so distant. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country of Mexico, more specifically at the Aripia Academy, several boys lay sprawled on the ground. A brute was looking at his high-tech phone amidst all the chaos. He was the fearsome Desira Ventrick and noticed that his brother wanted him to go to Korea because he would have to deal with someone named Kim Joo-hyuk, and the reward was already prepared, leaving him excited to hear this. He thought there was no one he could turn to for money after being kicked out, and now a great turnaround had happened in his life. The next day, at 6 p.m. in Valhalla's Grand Training Hall, Kim Joo-hyuk was impressed by the size of the enormous space and was already excited, ready to run tirelessly with great determination. Suddenly, someone arrived and questioned his presence there. He discovered it was Barge in the sealed sword, leaving him surprised. Kim Joo-hyuk was only impressed because he thought the boy had escaped somehow and would need to beat him up and put him back, but since that wasn't the case, everything was fine between them. Kim Joo-hyuk planted his feet firmly on the ground and began stretching, while asking questions to his fearsome enemy. He talked about the sword that had become an artifact and was currently being kept at Valhalla, as well as how they had left the Constellation Room with it. Kim Joo-hyuk was concerned because Brace had swapped the weapon for a slightly identical replica. He was questioned about how he had learned to do that and replied that even after losing all his power, he could still create such forgeries. Kim Joo-hyuk discovered that Brace didn't know why he had such strange abilities. Suddenly, the gray-haired girl arrived at the scene. While Kim Joo-hyuk was still stretching his body, he was surprised by the girl's presence. She then asked about the swordsmanship lessons, but the boy wasn't going to teach her at that moment. Instead, they would start by improving her stamina. The cute girl looked very confused upon hearing this. Still, she was determined to learn, willing to do whatever was necessary. Kim Joo-hyuk had told her to start stretching immediately, and she responded affirmatively. Although it was basic, the girl needed to improve her stamina to better absorb mana and control it more easily. The current training method was quite strange since it prioritized one thing over another equally important aspect. Koi Aran, despite possessing a lot of mana, only had the stamina of a student wielding a simple sword. She informed him that she had finished stretching. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately said they would begin real training at that very moment. The two then started doing a lot of push-ups, and they also did squats of great determination. Additionally, they performed upper body exercises. Koya-ran ended up utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, physically destroyed and gasping for air, but she was astonished to learn that this was just the beginning of the crazy and intense preparation. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to stop being lazy and get up immediately because they still had to run 20 long kilometers around the area. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's first year, Class A, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered about the girl's physical condition and commented that she had a body with great development potential. She was next to him, apparently tired, with dark circles under her eyes and a physically worn-out expression. The class teacher then called for silence from everyone present. The superior class instructor and supervisor of dimensional monsters, Lilia, informed them that they would have a simple written exam that day. Even though she had briefly explained it on the first day, she had asked all students to study. So that day, she would test their knowledge of how to deal with each individual monster. The exam began shortly after. Everyone seemed deep in thought as they worked on it. Even Koya-ran appeared to be struggling with the test. Kim Joo-hyuk stared at her as if she were his most feared enemy. Suddenly, the teacher checked the time on her very advanced and stylish watch. She then announced the end of the time limit, instructing everyone on how to return the test papers. That test wouldn't count toward the general individual ranking, but would measure their skills for the next class. Once all the tests were submitted, she informed the class that next week they would begin the first official lesson in the virtual combat communication room. She then bid farewell to everyone as she quickly left the room. Kim Joo-hyuk remained silent after hearing all this with a thoughtful expression. Brace began questioning him about the method he used for the tests, leaving him astonished to learn that Brace had been watching everything. The enemy said he had nothing to do in there and was asked about his thoughts on the protagonist. He explained that, to be exact, you could only hear the boy's imaginations related to him. Kim Joo-hyuk said he had simply written the answers as he knew them, and his enemy replied that he understood. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher was quite annoyed with Kim Joo-hyuk because he dared to call those useless phrases answers. Kim Ling-gun was walking nearby with a cup in his hand. Suddenly, he heard some strange noises around him. There was the teacher, extremely upset and furious at the moment. He approached and asked if those were the tests from his class, receiving an affirmative response. She explained her method for preparing the next lesson and highlighted that there was valuable information within the seemingly simple test. She noted that, as expected from Class A, which consisted of prodigious children from the best families, everyone had done very well, leaving Kim Ling-gun surprised. He then said he would be on his way, and the teacher responded affirmatively. He continued sipping his mysterious drink from the white cup. Suddenly, he was startled by a loud scream, causing him to spill the entire contents of the cup. That was the moment the furious upon looking at Kim Joo-hyuk's test. He approached her and asked if the prodigious boy hadn't tried hard enough. He discovered that the boy had been mocking the class in such a way, leaving him astonished and shocked. Lilia stated that this couldn't be ignored, and that she would show all the answers in the next class, because it wasn't that easy to deal with monsters in such a manner. A week later, during a virtual combat simulation at Valhalla, Lilia announced that she had graded the tests from the previous class, and although most students did very well, there was a caveat. She ordered Kim Joo-hyuk to step forward. Without hesitation, he did as instructed. The two stood facing each other. Lilia handed the boy his test sheet. It was marked with numerous red corrections. The teacher then revealed that Kim Joo-hyuk had received a 0, and it seemed he hadn't taken the tests seriously. He disagreed, insisting he had put effort into it. She had a few questions for him. The first was his answer to the question about the most effective method to handle a stone goblin. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that the solution was to strike it in the stomach. The second question asked what to do if 8 wild goblins were charging at someone. Kim Joo-hyuk answered that the solution was to send each one to hell, starting with the closest. The teacher couldn't believe he was serious with those answers, and he hadn't even tried to disguise his lack of effort. The best way to kill a stone goblin wasn't with a sword, as it wouldn't be powerful enough. Lilia doubted Kim Joo-hyuk could even manage it. He contradicted his teacher, saying he would finish the fight with a single strike. This left her irritated with his nonsense and boundless ego, but she understood his confidence, and since Kim Joo-hyuk was so sure of his answer, she decided to give him a unique opportunity. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the area. A monster roared, trying to intimidate everyone. It stood in front of the prodigy boy and the protagonist. The teacher then informed him that if he could kill the stone goblin exactly as he had explained, she would immediately change his test grade. Kim Joo-hyuk said he understood. He placed his test on the control table for the time being. He then selected a single sword from among all the weapons and charged towards the stone goblin without hesitation. The goblin stared at him with a horrifying, grotesque expression. The teacher already knew he had killed 120 goblins before, so she was confident in his talent. But there was a catch. Against this stone goblin, a random sword alone wouldn't suffice. Suddenly, the goblin began to scream in pain and agony. The boy had already started landing precise blows. The teacher was astonished at what she was witnessing. The goblin groaned desperately, with a gaping wound in its body and a deep crack in its head. Kim Ju-hyuk then began channeling mana into the fight. He discarded the simple sword, throwing it far away. He finished the battle easily, without any real excitement. With a single strike to the goblin's stomach, the fight was over. A little girl was impressed because, without any magic, he had killed a stone goblin with just one sword. The burly blonde boy watched in complete silence, utterly shocked. Even Choi Arin was visibly amazed. Lilia let out a deep sigh and asked how the boy had managed to do that. He explained that he had simply struck the goblin in the stomach, leaving the teacher puzzled. She felt that to kill a stone goblin with just a sword, one would need to be at least an A-class contractor, which made logical sense under these circumstances. Yet the boy had done it with just a weapon. He then asked if his answer had been correct, but Lilia replied in the negative, saying it had just been one question, and there were more to come. The boy was perplexed because it seemed like everything would happen again. Suddenly, the ground began to open. He was amazed at what he saw. It was a vast, dark tunnel stretching endlessly. Kim Ju-hyuk immediately asked his teacher what it was about. She told him to focus and look ahead. A faint step was heard. A few monsters appeared from the darkness of the tunnel. She thought it was challenging to control goblins with rage issues because using the wrong technique could trigger their scream ability, attracting more goblins from the area. Typically, one would fight them with magic and kill them all at once or simply flee. And although the boy could only see 3 goblins in front of him, 5 more would appear with every mistake he made. Even if he could use his sword, it would be difficult, and Lilia had heard that his speed with it was quite slow. He then began his series of strikes, hitting the enemy squarely in the forehead, making the others furious and enraged. The green goblin remained alert during the battle, but was soon struck in its cursed mouth and fell brutally to its knees. The teacher was impressed by all of it while the boy boasted, because he had also answered the second question correctly. On another day at the training center in Valhalla, Kim Ju-hyuk and Choi Arin were training on the treadmill, running at an incredibly fast pace. The running numbers were off the charts. Soon, the gray-haired girl collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Once again, she was gasping for air. Kim Ju-hyuk looked at her without saying a single word, with an almost amused expression. He then asked if she didn't train in her clan, as she was struggling with such a simple exercise. She replied that she didn't push herself in that way. He retorted by asking how Choi Arin would fight against those strong and horrifying monsters. She responded once again, saying she could use her magical power by borrowing strength from the constellations. Kim Ju-hyuk thought everything was as expected, since instead of training their own stamina, they focused on magical power, because they relied on the constellations. By not improving their physical abilities, it was fine as long as they trained enough to borrow power from a constellation, but the risks were immense. There was a chance of being caught in the middle of a labyrinth or dungeon with a magic restricting spell. Additionally, their mana could be completely depleted after prolonged battles, not to mention that constellation members might refuse to lend their power. After thinking about all this, Kim Ju-hyuk called the cute girl. He asked if she thought those stamina exercises were worth anything to her. Choi Ah-rin immediately answered affirmatively, because he had told her he would teach her swordsmanship if she did them. He was stunned by that kind of response, because it was basically the reason he had her do it. She was quite confused upon hearing all of this, but they brushed it off and wrapped up the day's training as they needed to head to the academy soon. She didn't understand why he wasn't going. Kim Ju-hyuk explained that he was going to do one more set of physical exercises. He asked if she wanted to join in too, but he reconsidered and dropped the question. Choi Ah-rin quickly bid farewell and left the place, leaving Kim Ju-hyuk alone, holding a giant weight. Brace immediately asked if Choi Ah-rin was the girl's real name, to which his enemy replied affirmatively. The villain was astonished that she had endured the training without even complaining. Kim Ju-hyuk explained that he had only decided to train her in swordsmanship because she had pestered him so much. He also responded to another of Brace's questions, saying he had never revealed the truth to her, but he suspected she already knew. Both of them found it interesting that the girl had grasped his strength just by observing, which was why Kim Ju-hyuk would teach her some skills. Suddenly, the boy heard something around him. It was a muscular man bench pressing right there, with enormous heavy weights. The guy was drenched in sweat and groaning from the effort. Out of nowhere, he also noticed Kim Ju-hyuk's presence. The two stared at each other briefly, without saying a word. Kim Joo-hyuk then asked how long the man had been there. The man explained that he had been around since the beginning, as it was customary for him to train after class. He quickly excused himself and left the area. Kim Joo-hyuk began contemplating the martial skeletal structure and skills of Si-hyuk-ho. Brace immediately questioned why the boy was interested in that muscular man. He explained that Si-hyuk was destined to be smarter than those who only train in magical power. Kim Joo-hyuk asked Brace what those cursed constellations did, to which Brace replied that he wasn't entirely sure. The boy mocked his enemy for only being able to say that. Brace explained that even as a constellation himself, he had been isolated there for 300 years, knowing nothing about the others. He also mentioned that Kim Joo-hyuk could probably learn more about them if he completed the new mission in the Systems tab. This left Kim Joo-hyuk deep in thought about the subject. The panel suddenly appeared with some information and precautions to be taken. It mentioned the center of the Great Valhalla Forest, home to Madagascar, leaving the boy pensive. It was a place he had heard about in class, and was the final survival location they had visited during the first semester. He thought that if it weren't for that cursed mission, he would just leave after recovering his belongings, but it seemed like he needed to be stealthy for now. Brace immediately questioned the boy's thoughts, which he quickly justified by recalling the fight that had happened, and said that if he hadn't done what he did, his head would have been crushed, just like Brace's had been. Kim Joo-hyuk also thought that, in any case, until he completed the mission, he couldn't leave, so the secrets of reincarnation would reveal themselves automatically. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom and London, more specifically at the Ventric Mansion, the place had many old-fashioned details, with eerie paintings covering all the walls. An enormous table with a man and a woman seated at it came into view. The woman immediately began her inquiries. She was Adelia Ventric, the vice head of the household, demanding to know what had happened. The man reported that the labyrinth near Reading had been solved. Adelia congratulated him on this and asked if there was anything else to report at the moment. He mentioned that he was considering recruiting a few competent men he had encountered along the way, particularly a survivor from the robber clan. The leader questioned him further, to which he replied that the man was very strong and the others were A-class contractors. Adelia agreed to grant them the Ventric's blessing, instructing him to conduct capability tests for them, to which the man affirmed. She then asked again if that was all for the day. Suddenly she learned that the man had a report regarding Rockdill Ventric. He mentioned hearing about a recent incident. He informed her that Desira had been summoned to South Korea. This left Adelia furious, her expression filled with rage. Desira Ventric was the black sheep of his family, the worst delinquent to exist. He had committed numerous heinous acts using the family's name, including killing 5 people at the British Academy at the age of 19, simply because of an argument. At 20, he was completely disowned by the Ventric family. Adelia reflected on how he had been hiding for many years and was now going to meet Rockdill. She then ordered surveillance to be placed under Rockdill's name, to which she received a firm affirmation. The man was also instructed to inform the arrogant young boy, because if he was caught doing anything suspicious, you would be removed from the family immediately. The man affirmed this once again, saying the report was complete, and excused himself promptly, leaving Adelia alone in the enormous room. She remained silent, her expression contemplative, thinking about all those cursed fools using powers they didn't earn through merit. That ability was something beyond normal. On her chair, the words, "All for one and everything is only for one person" were inscribed. In the end, all abilities were meant for her. Lost in thought, she sought confirmation from something. It was the eerie painting of the Guardian constellation on the wall. Back in the classroom at Valhalla, the professor was discussing the formation of the word malefactor. In modern society, this noun was primarily used to describe someone who used the powers of constellations for evil. Malefactors operated both alone and in groups. Among these organizations, the most notorious was the group Onagad. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that while exercising made him feel stronger, he also had a knack for using mana. Though not at a genius level, he was much better than before reincarnation, yet something still felt off. This made him question the reason for the poor condition of his body earlier. When he tried to circulation on the first day, he could barely finish as his mana was below that of an average person, and his physical state was so poor that just digging a little left him feeling faint. Yet even with a body like that, it shouldn't have deteriorated to such a degree. Something must have happened in the past, but there was no reason to stress about it now. Suddenly, a finger tapped on his desk. He looked at it, calm and composed. It was the beautiful Yu So-yeon. She left a crumpled piece of paper on his desk. The boy was surprised by the note. On the paper, a large "hi" was written. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what was going on now. A little while later, Kim Lim-goon announced that the students would be allowed to leave campus over the weekend, but they needed to submit separate requests. He concluded his lesson with that simple announcement. Kim Joo-hyuk reflected on the idea of leaving the campus. He quickly filled out his request for a Saturday outing with a rather trivial reason. Brace was surprised by the boy's decision, which he confirmed was genuine, and asked where he planned to go. Before he could answer it, he heard a voice calling him. It was a cute girl wearing a tire. The two had a brief conversation about what had happened hours earlier. Kim Joo-hyuk had even responded politely to her note, but she hadn't replied. He then urged her to speak quickly, as he needed to submit something and was quite busy. The little girl stumbles over her shy words. She can't form a single sentence without interrupting herself. Kim Joo-hyuk grows frustrated, calling her crazy and telling her to just nod. She becomes very angry at being insulted like that. She questions his comment, but is quickly retorted, being told that making someone angry for no reason was normal for her. He then asks again what she really wanted. She recalls a moment in time when she had been observing something. It was Kim Joo-hyuk's fight with that horrifying and ugly stone goblin. She had been impressed by that battle, especially because the boy had used only a sword without any magic. It was entirely different from what the books described. She only wanted to ask him how he had killed that ugly stone monster, but her pride hurt too much to allow it. Finally, she sighs and musters the courage to ask him. Just as she is about to speak, the teacher arrives and asks the very same question she had been about to ask. The gray-haired, bespectacled woman seemed very excited to learn the boy's tricks. Kim Joo-hyuk simply wondered where that crazy woman had suddenly appeared from. He quickly asked why she was intruding out of nowhere, as he thought she disliked him, leaving her confused. He then rephrased his words, asking if she didn't like him because he had embarrassed her. The teacher promptly replied that she didn't care about that, and had believed there was only one way to kill monsters, but the boy had shown her otherwise. She wanted to know everything immediately. She asked him if he wanted to be her assistant, to which he replied negatively, explaining that he needed to submit his departure form right away. That crazy woman tried to convince him in every possible way, with little success, and the two ended up leaving the cute little girl alone there. She then reflected on all the teacher's comments, feeling very confused. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and decided to let it all go, thinking she didn't need that humiliation. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk was amazed by something in front of him. The enormous market was revealed, ending the chapter. Already in the immense dormitory of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk sits in front of his gaming computer. Grace asks his host what he was searching for on his phone, receiving the reply that it was just information about the next day's location. The protagonist wanted to find a place where he could sell the treasure found in the vault, and that seemed like a decent spot. If the enemy had understood everything, then he had indeed found it. There was a virtual marketplace that existed on his phone. Based on some information, only an entry fee was charged to exchange practically anything in that supposedly dangerous dark web shopping environment. The reason for such an unusual marketplace's existence was explained by the fact that its creator was a guardian constellation called the Secret Ruler, according to the protagonist of the story. Thus, high-class individuals openly used the tool, and despite being completely illegal, governments dared not interfere in it. That was also the reason he managed to figure out how to enter so easily, deciding to use it for a Kim Joo-hyuk reads some simple tutorials on the internet. He soon notices that there was a link in the comments section of the post he was reading. Suddenly, some messages arrive from the little girl Choi Ah-rin. They were several bunny emojis crying a lot. She informs her trainer of her absence from the next day's training, to which he replies that he also had a commitment. Kim Joo-hyuk sends a few laughs in between the messages. This leaves Choi Ah-rin quite confused about their meaning. He quickly explains that he was just wishing her a good trip. He also asks her to stop sending so many emojis. Kim Joo-hyuk wonders about those virtual bunnies, but quickly shifts his focus to his real goal of securing a reservation and location. He quickly clicks on something dubious on his phone screen. Soon, he leaves his house dressed darkly, wearing a long hoodie and a hood over his head. The location was somewhere nearby. It was probably an old cafe in the region. The entrance was right in front of him at that moment. The wooden door of the place was old, and inside there was a huge mess. Kim Joo-hyuk opens the gates of the place to enter cautiously. He just needed to go inside and head to the right corner. The likely spot was right there, close by. He opens that gray door with his hand and slowly enters another room in the place. Soon, he sees something impressive in front of him. All of that was the grandiose black market. Night was already falling in the area, and the moon shone brightly in the darkness of the sky. All of it seemed very strange to Kim Joo-hyuk. It was his first time there, but the place was coincidentally very familiar. The purple sky, along with the clouds and moon, resembled the night he had seen 300 years ago. Suddenly, a man arrives, asking if it was the boy's first time there. The man had a cheerful expression, wearing black clothes and bangs in his hair. Kim Joo-hyuk wonders if that guy was the employee from the posts, as his leather jacket seemed very familiar. The man confirms the information and comments on the marketplace's usage, but the protagonist only knew the rules to a certain level. He quickly hands the man a thick bundle of cash, which the guy thanks him. Kim Joo-hyuk, after doing that, reflects on the money he spent and was about to earn there. There was something he wanted to ask the man in black. The question was where to find the right place to sell all the jewels he had, but he didn't want to auction them, as the man in black assumed. Instead, he just wanted to get rid of them quickly. The man responds that he should go to the market in the 3rd district, as many merchants there would buy anything. Kim Joo-hyuk hesitates, wondering who the most trustworthy guy in the area might be, and the man replies that it's a certain Morris known for offering the best prices. The man in black provides directions to the 3rd district, leaving the little visitor very grateful. But he had one more small piece of advice. He recommended that Kim Joo-hyuk wear a mask in that area. He explains that due to the nature of the goods traded there, everyone wore something to cover their faces most of the time. And that mask was a complimentary gift given to Kim Joo-hyuk, who thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The man in black asks him to enjoy his time in the area, now in the 3rd district of the Grand Black Market. A man in a white mask is seen observing a beautiful, shiny diamond stone. Soon, Kim Joo-hyuk approaches, asking for his identity. It's confirmed that the guy is indeed the real Morris of the good prices. The protagonist informs him that he has some valuable goods to sell. Morris said it all depended on the items, but if it was just gold or jewelry, the evaluation would be quick and practical. Kim Joo-hyuk promptly started taking things out of his large backpack. Quickly, a black bag, seemingly heavy, appeared from within. He stated that he wanted to sell the contents of that bag. Morris wondered about the objects inside it. He immediately began evaluating the ring that was there. Suddenly, he was quite surprised by what he was observing so meticulously in front of him. That ring was a rare artifact from the era of destruction. It was definitely an ancient and very precious item, regardless of the angle it was viewed from. Morris wondered if the other items were the same. Inside the bag, there were many of them shining brightly. The man with the white mask determined that they were all undoubtedly from the same era. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, making him very alert. It was Kim Joo-hyuk, asking how much he would offer for all of it. This left him quite unsure about what to do. He wondered how such a young boy had managed to acquire so many precious, rare, and ancient artifacts. He then asked Kim Joo-hyuk where he had gotten all those items. The latter replied that such questions probably shouldn't be asked in that place. Morris, known for his fair prices, quickly apologized for it. He regretted the mistake he had made, which put his good reputation as a negotiator at risk. He then said he didn't know how much to offer for everything. He couldn't process those items as they were artifacts from the era of destruction, and he lacked the capital to buy them all. Kim Joo-hyuk then considered the pieces and asked where he should go to get a fair price. Morris explained about the tall auction building on the way. Another question was directed to him regarding how long the auction would take. He replied it would take 2 to 3 weeks because many people booked slots, making the process slower. After another question, Kim Joo-hyuk found out he would need to return to the market personally afterward. He lamented learning about all these frustrating procedures. He quickly asked the approximate value his goods would reach at the auction. This made Mr. Morris very thoughtful. He soon picked up his cell phone. He showed the approximate value, leaving the young man very surprised. The boy thought about how many zeros were on that screen and how expensive the goods were in the past, which is why he had kept them. He then asked how much of that value Morris would not have. Based on the estimated value, the man replied that he had only 3/4 of the total amount if he sold everything he owned. Kim Joo-hyuk, slightly confused, asked if that was truly the case. He then decided to accept the offered amount immediately. This left the man with a white mask very surprised, astonished, and perplexed. The artifacts from the era of destruction had a high value for another reason beyond their age. The other major reason was the constellations. They began to appear after that era, and strangely reacted well to artifacts originating from that time. Morris thought that a powerless person could form a contract with a powerful constellation, thanks to those objects, and the alchemist zone remained active. Holding a shiny and very magical ring between his fingers, he was impressed after a second inspection as the mana in the accessory flowed perfectly. The magic released at the end of the era of destruction still seemed present and bore all the signs. He was very pleased, having purchased 8 artifacts from that era for such a low price. Morris grabbed the little bag in which the jewels had been brought to him. He celebrated as he placed them inside, thinking it was truly his lucky day. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. His eyes widened in fear. Standing there was a man dressed in black wearing a frightening black mask. Thus ended the character's participation in that scene of the story. Elsewhere, a huge door came into view. Kim Joo-hyuk opened it with all his strength. He quickly removed the mask from his face because it had been so uncomfortable that he had thought you might die wearing it. That place resembled the cafe from his starting location. He quickly grabbed his cell phone to check his account's transaction history. With that sale, his money troubles were solved and he celebrated his earnings from the 8 rings in the vault. Kim Joo-hyuk felt very happy because he still had many of them stored, so he wouldn't face any problems from now on. Suddenly, a suspicious notification popped up on his cell phone. It was a call from an unknown number. He answered quickly without hesitation. The woman on the other end of the line immediately invited him to have a meal together. He asked how she had gotten his number, and she hurriedly explained that she was a teacher from Valhalla. And soon she gives him instructions for the location of the meal without giving the boy any chance to question her, leaving him quite annoyed because she had hung up on him. Kim Joo-hyuk then decides to go to the location since he had nothing better to do, and the silly girl was going to spend all her money just to make him eat for free, thus concluding the scenes of this very unusual invitation. Once again, we return to the scene of the man in the black mask and black clothes. Morris asks why that man is there, and the man questions if their relationship is really that bad. Morris explains that a normal merchant cannot simply talk to the owner of the market, even if they've met a few times. That man standing there was the owner of the place known as the Black Cat, who comments that he greatly admires the merchant for treating him in that way. Morris asks why the Black Cat is there again. He explains that it's nothing significant, just that the merchant's participation in the auction for the first time in a long while seemed very strange. Morris quickly comments that the anonymity of the registration seemed to be very flawed after all. The Black Cat explains that as the real owner of the market was a constellation, he could access any information they wanted, and he immediately asked to see the items listed for the auction. Morris agrees without any issue, though, thinking that the Black Cat's interest in all of this was very strange, as it was his first time doing this. He quickly throws the black bag containing the items from the era of destruction onto the table, leaving the little Black Cat deep in thought and speechless. He soon comments on the value of those objects, leaving Morris confused about what he was talking about so suddenly. Out of nowhere, a panel appears saying that the constellation on the other side is watching in shock. The message repeats incessantly on the device. The Black Cat quickly realizes that his constellation desperately wanted that ring, concluding this chapter of the story. In another location at the Valhalla restaurant, a fork gently wraps around the pasta, which looks quite delicious, and is soon brought toward the mouth. The teacher then savors the food slowly and comments that it is very delicious and tasty, but soon she seems a little confused, quickly asking why Kim Joo-hyuk isn't eating, to which he replies that he's just wondering how Valhalla has a place like this. She explains that besides the school cafeteria and the staff restaurant, there's also a normal place like this, but Kim Joo-hyuk isn't very interested in it. He then asks why she called him there. She's speechless for a brief moment. Then she quickly invites him to be her assistant, but she immediately declines. The teacher asks him not to refuse so quickly, as he would gain many benefits as an intern. She pleads with him to listen for a bit because it was obvious she would make this request. Kim Joo-hyuk shows a tiny bit of interest, asking about those benefits. The teacher says he would receive a scholarship and other financial aid, but he still isn't very interested. He would have the chance to write a paper with his mentor and could write about the 3 types of attacks on monsters. If that happened, his name would be listed in the World Association of Monster Research, gaining much glory and wealth, but he still doesn't care. The teacher keeps trying to convince him, even offering more days off from school, but Kim Joo-hyuk remains unimpressed, leaving her deep in thought about her next persuasive proposal. She tries to appeal to his oversized ego and fails miserably. Frustrated, she tries to end the conversation by imposing that he become her assistant. Kim Joo-hyuk responds again that he doesn't want to, thinking that her proposals weren't tempting or decent enough to accept. His urgent goal at that moment was to reach the center of the great forest, and even with the teacher as his instructor, it would be difficult to pass the performance evaluation. The protagonist then delivers a checkmate in the conversation, firmly stating that he doesn't want to be an assistant or write papers, leaving her very upset. The teacher quickly proposes to exchange information instead. She suggests giving some news of interest to Kim Joo-hyuk in exchange for the mysteries of the impressive monster attacks. He's interested in this, quickly learning that the gossip was about Choi Aran. Kim Joo-hyuk soon says he's no longer interested, while thinking he was only helping the girl, but then hears that she might be disowned by her own family. He's left a bit speechless upon hearing this, and quickly tries to leave, leaving his teacher desperate. Kim Joo-hyuk explains that he's finished eating, and the benefits weren't attractive enough, so he should leave. The teacher becomes very angry because she expected some information in return. He tries to explain that he doesn't care, but has already heard everything. Kim Joo-hyuk asks permission to ask something he's very curious about. He asks why the teacher seems so strict in class despite being overly childish. She explains that as she teaches about mysterious monsters, many problems would arise if they were treated as a joke. The attacks could directly impact the students' survival rate, and since they were somewhat foolish, more strictness was required. Kim Joo-hyuk thinks it's all just a simple ideology, but it wasn't only that it was the duty of a true teacher. He mockingly scoffs at these things in a very arrogant manner. As he was about to leave, the teacher calls out to him again. She presses him for information, but doesn't succeed, thus ending these funny and tense scenes of the story. Meanwhile, in Sejong, at the Choi-jin family's temple, a man was seated at a table in front of two young people. The guild leader, Choi-jan Seok, had called them there to ask about their intentions before the classification test to uphold the family's reputation. One of the young people present was from the group True History, a combat leader, and the eldest son of the Choi-jin family, Choi-jin-jin. The second person was also a member of the Choi-jin family, known as Choi-R-in. The leader began explaining that if they passed the classification test, they would have the chance to form a contract through Cheon-wol-do, one of the sacred relics, a testament to the rightful successors in the family. But there was a huge caveat if they failed. They would be literally cut off and expelled from the family without any further ado. Choi-jan Seok then asked if they were truly willing to go through with it. The boy affirmed without hesitation. Choi-R-in also responded the same way without a second thought, and soon both were stared at by the leader for a few moments. Deep in thought, Choi-jan Seok decided to relay all the necessary information. He explained that the test would take place in 3 weeks, and that they could leave the premises for now, which they affirmed. The two then began walking slowly toward the exit. Suddenly, Choi-jin-jin asked if the girl had managed to read the stars. She looked a bit confused, as she hadn't quite understood the question. The boy then asked if she had noticed their father's reaction when she confirmed her participation in the test. She remained silent, pondering that for a few seconds. Her brother commented that Choi-R-in was evidently eager to become the family leader, and also to prove herself as a fully legitimate daughter. Hearing this, the girl began to get quite angry. Yet her brother continued to tease her, commenting on her threatening expression and doubting her chances of succeeding in the test. Choi-jin-jin kept mocking her, saying she hadn't even received a blessing from a constellation and wouldn't be a match for him already with a foreign contract. The girl appeared deeply saddened to hear all this from her own family member. He mocked her further, saying she might as well give up and continue leeching off the family's wealth, but it would cost her dearly. He said he would see her in exactly 3 weeks. He then left, leaving the vulnerable and cute girl alone in that space. She soon began having visions of a woman from her past. The woman had told Choi-R-in to become the family leader, because with that goal achieved, she would be free to do whatever she wanted. She quickly opened her eyes, her expression now fearless and determined to face her challenges in the upcoming chapters of the story. Meanwhile, in classroom 1A, all the students were attentively following the teacher's lesson, except for Kim Joo-hyuk, who seemed very thoughtful at that moment. He was impressed because Brace was worrying about the time of the school's midterm exams. The protagonist explained that he usually didn't pay attention in class, so he didn't care much about what the teacher was explaining. That gray-haired teacher mentioned that everyone should already know the importance of Valhalla's midterm exams, because in both the midterm and final exams, students with the lowest grades were immediately expelled, so they needed to organize themselves well. The teacher also urged them to prepare thoroughly for both the theoretical and practical tests to avoid low scores. Kim Joo-hyuk was more concerned about the theoretical test than the practical one, as he was already very skilled at the latter. He thought he needed to stay in that school until he could reach the center of the Great Forest, even though he didn't know how to get there. So he quickly decided to call Barch, who responded immediately. He asked if Barch had already attended most of those classes, receiving an affirmative reply. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately decided that Barch would take the test for him, leaving the latter very confused about this. You would only check his opponent's responses to tell if something was wrong. Barch thought this was a bit unfair, as it felt like a representative was taking his test, but Kim Joo-hyuk countered, saying everything would work that way one way or another, so he should just do it alone. Meanwhile, the professor concluded the class for the day, wishing everyone good work, to which they responded affirmatively. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately grabbed his backpack to leave the place, but suddenly someone called him as he was on his way out. He quickly asked what that little girl wanted. She questioned whether there would be training that day. The protagonist replied affirmatively, asking why she was asking, but Choi-R-in explained she didn't want to stop, leaving him a bit confused. Kim Joo-hyuk then asked if she wanted to learn fencing, since it was already time to start that process, considering she probably didn't even know how to use a simple sword. He explained that it wasn't fencing or martial arts, but that he would show her how to handle some weapons. Thinking that besides this, it was also past time for her practice with her own weapon. He quickly told her to meet him at the Academy's training hall, to which she agreed, concluding this scene from Chapter 17. Already in the school's training center, Kim Joo-hyuk asked Choi Aran how long it had been since she used her sword. She replied that it had been a day and a half since she last touched it, as she had been focused on strength training. Her trainer quickly discovered that before that, she practiced every single day. He asked her to show him her sword immediately. She then grasped her weapon's hilt firmly and drew it out with seriousness and care. Kim Joo-hyuk then began instructing her on more professional techniques for using the weapon, leaving her a bit confused about the position of her ring and pinky fingers. But when she finally got the positioning of her hands and wrists right, something magical happened. She didn't understand what was going on at the moment, but it was the mana from her sword manifesting beautifully. Choi Aran thought she hadn't even infused magic into it, and it felt more secure and stable than before, even when held with both hands. Kim Joo-hyuk then asked her to attack him with all her strength. She responded affirmatively without hesitation. He quickly began drawing his sword firmly, and then brandished it facing his weak little student. She warned him she was about to begin her attacks. She immediately started running toward her opponent, the professor. In doing so, she began noticing something strange about her foot speed. Kim Joo-hyuk easily defended her blow without any effort. He commented that the little girl had gotten much faster, but there was a caveat. He quickly instructed her not to use too much unnecessary magic on her feet. She responded with affirmation and understanding. Once again, she prepared her beautiful sword to restart her attacks while firmly planting her feet on the ground with all her focus. Finally, she darted toward her professor, delivering a quick and well-planned strike. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately commented that her charge had been very good, but there was a catch when she stopped. She needed to rotate her body a bit more. Choi Aran said she understood those instructions for improving her strikes. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly asked her to attack him without mercy again. She replied with an unhesitant okay. She quickly began implementing her battle strategies, trying to land several strikes on Kim Joo-hyuk's chest. Her attacks were so fast that the sword left trails of light in the air. The protagonist tirelessly tried to dodge those blows, successfully doing so as her sword only hit the ground. The two stared at each other briefly after that. Choi Aran thought everything was going as expected, while she bravely faced her opponent, trying to strike him mercilessly with no intent to give up. She was much stronger now thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's impressive and useful training, who faced her bravely with a calm and serene demeanor amidst the battle. The duel was so intense that their swords clashed mid-fight, ending this tense and productive chapter. The sun was already setting over the Grand School of Valhalla. The scene then shifted to the training room in the area where Choi Aran and Kim Joo-hyuk were still training hard. The little girl was already very tired, her breathing heavy. Her trainer then announced that an hour had passed, deciding to end the training for the day, to which she agreed affirmatively. The girl in the pink outfit soon sat down, breathing heavily and visibly exhausted from the battle. She watched her trainer sheath his sword. She thought that his weapon handling was sharper than ever, and couldn't even be compared to his skills during the opening ceremony. However, there was still one major issue. She hadn't even managed to match Kim Joo-hyuk, even though she had clearly asked him to teach her the sword technique. She quickly called out to Kim Joo-hyuk after processing all of this. She asked him to duel her again at the next suitable opportunity. This left him slightly confused by her unexpected request. He thought it was definitely useful to duel with Choi Aran, in addition to being fun to teach her, as she was very talented and hardworking. He had sensed her familiarity with the sword technique during the entrance ceremony, even though she was out of breath, unlike him. In any case, thanks to her familiarity with the weapon style, she could help him regain his sense of technique. If it had been 300 years ago, she would have easily been his disciple. Choi Aran asked again if they would duel one more time. Kim Joo-hyuk thought for a moment and decided to tease her, saying he didn't want to at all. Choi Aran simply agreed, leaving her trainer a bit disappointed that she gave up so easily. She explained that it was because he was completely right. She thought that if she followed Kim Joo-hyuk's advice to the letter, she would definitely become much stronger. Slightly disappointed by her remark about him being correct, he replied that it was fine, and that training was over for the day. Choi Aran said she would see him next time, and he responded affirmatively, ending the scenes of the chapter. Now we are at the Grand Valhalla Stadium. It was Yoo So-hyun's first time there since the opening ceremony. Oh Se-hyuk thought about the number of first-year students present, as he hadn't expected so many people. Choi Aran simply observed everything silently and quietly, saying absolutely nothing. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered why everyone was gathered there in that place. Grace replied, saying that the teacher had told him about this 2 weeks ago, leaving him quite confused as it had been so long ago. Suddenly, the head instructor called for attention as he was about to explain Valhalla's midterm exams. The first practical evaluation was a dungeon raid. All students would form groups to enter an artificial location, which was already being constructed right in front of them. While all the students were gathered, the senior instructor announced that they were free to choose groups of up to 8 members. The evaluation would be based solely on the level of contribution during the dungeon raid, and there was also a very important elimination criterion. If the allocated time ran out, everything would end immediately. The senior instructor also made it clear that the dungeon difficulty level was F+. He then gave the order to start the exam immediately. The timer began counting down right away, and murmurs, along with the desperation to form teams, quickly spread among the Valhalla students. The teacher and senior instructor agreed on the students' eagerness, but there was a catch to all this. Yoo So-yeon remarked that the dealer in her team wasn't good enough and looked for someone else, even though the boy claimed he could handle it without any issues. She thought she didn't need to choose someone better than herself, as 5 hours was enough time for 8 people in a dungeon of such a low level, because what mattered was contribution, and a team of 6 members could combine good skills and great talents. She quickly gave the command to start while also considering how difficult it would be to stand out in the task. The senior instructor thought everything was as expected as a 5th-generation child understood the exam's objective, while the rest of the students didn't. They would usually enter with a group of 20 people, or typically with teams of 8 members. And if a team wasn't well balanced, conflicts would occur, making these 3 outcomes plausible. After considering this, the instructor told the teacher that in 30 minutes the students would enter the dungeon, requiring readiness for the evaluation, to which the teacher affirmed. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk stood still amid it all, wondering if the students who had already entered were being evaluated. He was a bit confused and lost about everything happening in the place. Choi Ah-rin was also there alone, quiet and shy. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly realized that she hadn't entered the dungeon yet. He immediately asked her what she was planning to do since everyone else was already prepared and inside the dangerous location. Choi Ah-rin promptly replied that she would do whatever Kim Joo-hyuk told her to do, leaving him slightly confused after hearing this. He thinks about when to come over the girl, as she had been trying to follow his words like a sword since the last training session. Soon, Kim Joo-hyuk says he will enter completely alone. She responds that she will also enter without a companion, but he doesn't care much as everything seemed quite easy in his eyes. He then leaves, leaving her alone. She remains silent and unresponsive after all that. Some boys comment about Choi Ah-rin being alone and without a group. One of them decides to approach her, looking to start a conversation. He tries to convince her to join his group with a sweet and kind invitation, but she apologizes and says she will enter alone, rejecting everything. The boy tries to stop her, saying she would likely be eliminated easily. Choi Ah-rin responds that she will manage because Kim Joo-hyuk said it wasn't difficult. This leaves the boy even more worried and exasperated, but all this advice is ignored and futile as she enters the dungeon alone, concluding this chapter of the story. Everyone at the Valhalla Stadium had already entered their respective dungeons along with their groups. Meanwhile, they were being monitored from the observation room. The professor watched everyone attentively, remaining silent and focused. Suddenly, a monstrous being appeared in one of the group's dungeons, and soon, Bi-yoon Kyung-yoon earned 2 precious points. Bi-ba Ye-ji scored 1 more point than him. Meanwhile, Bi-yoon Jin-soo managed to secure only 1 point. The senior instructor observed everything with a serious and focused expression. The professor thought everything was going as expected, as the scoring system was difficult, highlighting the rigor of the training, and they were evaluating with speed and precision without errors. When Lee Sang-chul was active, they called him the Clear Master because he was a legendary contractor with a 99% success rate. The professor believed he understood the essentials of dungeon attacks better than anyone, which allowed him to evaluate so effectively and deserved immense respect. Meanwhile, he was watching everything happening on the battlefield, thinking it was an excellent year overall. He believed the 5th-generation students were active as a whole, and among them, there was an exceptional student, the impressive and fearless Yoon So-yeon. At that moment, she was giving orders for positioning and actions to her teammates. They were in a frantic battle against the monstrous beings in the dungeon, which attacked them mercilessly. Yoon So-yeon quickly informed her team that the front line could not fall under any circumstances, and immediately ordered all archers to shoot. The minister groaned in pain and agony from the arrow's hits, while Yoon So-yeon attacked him mercilessly, with precise and powerful strikes, eliminating him after the intense battle and causing him to disappear as a hologram in the simulation. Lee Sang-cheol thought all of that was incredible, as it resembled a standard dungeon attack. Yoon So-yeon had to find fixed roles for the team members to perform, managing to score points and even form an effective midline with the group. In any case, if she performed well in the bi-monthly exams, it was only a matter of time before she returned to the top, because if not for Kim Joo-hyuk at the entrance ceremony, her record would not have been tarnished. After thinking about all this, Lee Sang-cheol decided to check how the story's protagonist was doing in the practical test. An error appeared on the panel, indicating that he hadn't been found. This left the senior instructor very confused, as the search machine could easily retrieve all the students' information in the dungeon. He became very tense and worried about the situation, and soon decided to check the list of completed artificial dungeons in the bi-monthly exam. He quickly discovered that Kim Joo-hyuk had completed the test in just 23 minutes and 32 seconds, ranking first in the practical test leaderboard. Lee Sang-cheol was impressed because the boy had completed everything without a group entirely on his own. What was even more impressive was the short completion time of just 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Even so, the senior instructor was skeptical of the boy and wanted to review the footage, doubting the capabilities of a 17-year-old student. The recording quickly appeared on the control panel, and there was Kim Joo-hyuk, simply standing there holding his sword. He seemed calm and composed in the face of his enormous challenge. In front of him were numerous monstrous beings intent on intimidating and eliminating him, but the boy merely stretched slowly and calmly in front of it all, and soon began running swiftly toward those ugly opponents, who observed everything with fiery determination in their eyes, grunting loudly with the intent to intimidate him. But Kim Joo-hyuk remained calm, his expression filled with anger and determination to complete his mission successfully, without a moment of hesitation. He soon delivered precise and powerful strikes to the monsters, leaving the remaining ones filled with rage and fury. He was cutting through the wild goblins effortlessly. His face was calm and focused on his mission. He stood against two enormous and ferocious enemies. They roared loudly, trying to scare him. But Kim Joo-hyuk quickly rushed toward them, preparing to deliver a precise strike to both, and soon destroyed them, bidding farewell to the orcs. All the missions were completed quickly, leaving the superiors impressed, astonished, and speechless. But one target still remained on the battlefield. He faced that giant monstrous being without uttering a single word, Lee Sang-cheol. Watching this scene, thought that the enhanced golem was specifically simulated for the midterm exam to challenge groups of 8 people. The golem was massive and fearless, showing no signs of weakness, and Kim Joo-hyuk seemed very excited to face it at that moment. He soon delivered a precise and powerful blow to the chest of the special golem, which was immediately defeated with great ease, and began to disappear in his simulation hologram. Seeing all of this, Lee Sang-cheol was impressed. He quickly decided who would take first place in that midterm exam. Clearly, it was Kim Joo-hyuk, thus concluding this chapter of the story. A group was already leaving the dungeon, extremely weakened and worn out from all the battles they had faced. Another team exited more animatedly, with happy and victorious expressions. Yusoya wore a sour expression, clearly in a bad mood. That blonde boy also had an angry look on his face, and Choi Aaron stood there silently, observing everything. Kim Joo-hyuk was also present at the scene as the midterm exams concluded. The narrative then shifted to the teacher's lounge away from the Valhalla Stadium. The teacher was attentively observing the students' ranking table for the midterm exams. He made a face of total shock and surprise at what he saw on the tablet. He quickly approached and informed Lee Sang-cheol that the results had been officially published. He explained that the results were unexpected, as Kim Joo-hyuk had ended up in first place on the ranking. This was met with the response that those results were indeed very surprising. Lee Sang-cheol had expected the boy to take first place, but completing the dungeon alone and unscathed was utterly impressive. If he matured and entered the industry, South Korea could regain its title as the #1 in the world. The teacher then discovered that this award was given to the strongest professional in the world. Lee Sang-cheol expressed his enthusiasm and amazement, stating that it had been a long time since so many geniuses had appeared. He also mentioned there would be a surprise in this exam, according to the teacher. It was definitely the cute girl, Choi Aaron. Kim Joo-hyuk's time was unbelievable, but they hadn't expected her to instead of Yoo So-hyun. Lee Sang-cheol didn't know what had happened, but Choi Aaron had decided to challenge the dungeon alone, just like the protagonist of the story, and she had taken very little time to finish it, despite coming out injured, successfully completing the dungeon. The senior instructor knew she was a quiet and hard-working type, but never thought she'd be the kind of person capable of finishing such a challenge on her own. If the exam had focused solely on teamwork, Yoo So-hyun would have undoubtedly had the highest score, but Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Erin received better scores. However, even with these results, Lee Sang-chul would never recommend this path for students. Both agreed that this wasn't something ordinary trainees could accomplish. The teacher couldn't stop thinking about Choi Erin. He had met her when he was an executive in a guild, during which she had a weak aura, and how she decided to face the dungeon alone remained a mystery. The teacher suspected the reason for this was Kim Joo-hyuk, but he couldn't believe what he was thinking, so he decided to put those thoughts aside to prepare the students' grades. The next day, the students checked their scores on a paper posted on the school board. The spreadsheet displayed the results of all first-year students, and Kim Joo-hyuk was undeniably in first place. Rockdell Ventrick and his assistant Julia DePalis observed this with great anger and fury. He immediately asked her if Desira was in South Korea, to which she confirmed affirmatively. He then ordered the girl to make a call to him and get ready to leave immediately, thus ending these tense scenes of the story. In the great city of Seoul Jamsil, night had fallen and the lights illuminated the streets. Rockdell Ventrick and his assistant, Julia DePalis, calmly arrived at the restaurant. Someone greeted him rather rudely right away. It was Desira Ventrick, and it had been a long time since they'd seen each other in person. Rockdell immediately sat at the table with his friend. The man ate like a classless animal. The blonde man in black clothes watched with deep disgust and contempt. Then a conversation began, initiated by Desira Ventrick. He asked what the target, Kim Joo-hyuk, had been doing. He was told that nothing much, just acting like a fool full of himself, and that he had caused considerable embarrassment due to his humble origins, for which he would have to pay immediately. Desira then asked if he could kill the target in one go. Rockdell replied that the decision was entirely in his hands. The brute then said he needed to prepare the council properly, leaving the preppy man confused by the statement. He immediately pointed his finger at someone. He was pointing at Julia DePalis because, thanks to her, there had been a significant conflict with that family. Desira wasn't sure if it was due to the number of people in the group, but he had already killed some because rumors had spread far. But the people in Valhalla were different, as their feats weren't impacted by causing chaos there. Rockdell understood everything from his friend's words. He promised to do his best to organize a scenario so that he wouldn't have to worry. The deal with Seal and Desira also demanded a good reward for the mission, thus concluded this part of the story. A week later, Brace, talking to Kim Joo-hyuk, discovered that he was filing a request to leave the school again. Brace was a bit confused, but the protagonist explained that he had permission to leave the school once more. If he performed well in one of the exams, he would receive another opportunity to leave, according to Brace. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed this, not wanting to miss the chance to check his grades. The man in glasses asked where the protagonist was going, ending this scene of the story. The setting shifted to the province of Suwon. Kim Joo-hyuk was already heading toward his goal, checking his phone for the location, which seemed very close. Suddenly, someone intimidatingly called out to him. It was Desira Ventrick, with a terrifying look in his eyes, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, concluding this chapter of the story. The plot begins in the market of Area 7. The boss, Black Cat, was observing his enterprise from the top of a building, deeply focused, wearing his highly intimidating black mask. Suddenly, he spotted something that put him on high alert. It was the constellation on the other side asking when the ring would arrive in their hands. Black Cat responded, saying it was already on its way and would go through normal procedures before arriving via the portal. The ruler on the other side said he was utterly insane. Black Cat wondered what was happening. At the request of the former black feline, he had been researching whether this was indeed an artifact from the era of destruction, but such a reaction was unprecedented. Suddenly, a noise beside him caught his attention. A black box had just arrived through the magical portal. Black Cat celebrated its arrival, thinking it would likely appease those concerned with its contents. Finally, he began to open it with his hands, and soon the highly magical ring was revealed. He then informed the constellation that the accessory had arrived, but there was no response, leaving him puzzled. A message soon appeared saying they were present. It began repeating uncontrollably, ending the scene of the chapter. In another part of the story, back in the province of Suwon, Kim Joo-hyuk asked the man who he was. The bothersome man mocked him, saying he didn't need to know such information. Kim Joo-hyuk presumed the man wanted something from him. He was entirely correct, as there was no other reason for them to meet in such a remote, massive mountain. The protagonist asked asked if the man's intention was to eliminate him. He received an immediate and affirmative response. The man explained that it wasn't just his good intuition. Anyone could tell the boy's intentions simply by observing him. Kim Joo-hyuk had figured it out a few days earlier. Dizzer Eventrick lost his composure upon hearing those words, stating that for someone ranked first in Valhalla, the protagonist seemed foolish and petty. He then charged toward him, demanding not to be disappointed. He prepared an extremely powerful and potent attack. But impressively, Kim Joo-hyuk dodged the punch effortlessly, making his opponent crash into a tree nearby. The cocky guy even groaned in pain afterward. His hand had literally split the strong wood of the tree in half, making it fall to the ground immediately. Dizzer Eventrick remarked that Kim Joo-hyuk was lucky to have dodged the punch, as otherwise he'd already be dead. Kim Joo-hyuk provoked him, saying the punch was too slow, dismissing the idea of luck being involved. But he thought there was a catch to all of this. That opponent was undeniably strong, seemingly on the same level, or even more powerful than Osyuk. Still, it was dangerous for him to block such a punch with his fragile body, and his strategy to win the battle was very simple. Out of nowhere, Kim Joo-hyuk started running quickly, leaving his enemy confused about what was happening, because he was fleeing, forcing the boy to chase after him. For someone in Kim Joo-hyuk's position, fleeing was a wise choice according to Dizzer Eventrick, as he would have been beaten to death if he hadn't done nothing. But the persistent brat definitely wouldn't let him escape. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped his fast run abruptly and asked if his enemy wasn't at least using that rotten brain of his. Dizzer Eventrick wondered how the boy had gotten so close, as he hadn't even noticed his punch until it was right in front of his eyes. And then he took a blow straight to his ugly face. The impact was so powerful that it sent him flying away instantly, making him crash to the ground, ruining an immense pain and agony. And when he finally managed to open his eyes, he was met with a terrifying sight. It was Kim Joo-hyuk's foot approaching to stomp right in the middle of his face, but he quickly dodged the crushing stomp. If he hadn't, it would have surely ended him for good. Even the ground couldn't withstand the force of that stomp. Kim Joo-hyuk was impressed by this, because the guy was very lucky and managed to dodge it so quickly. After hearing this, Dizzer Eventrick became furious and enraged, and he asked what Kim Joo-hyuk had done. Kim Joo-hyuk responded by stating his rank in Valhalla, as his opponent should already know. This made Dizzer Eventrick even angrier and more infuriated with the overwhelming strength, thus ending this scene in the story. The narrative continues at the Eventrick family's residence, where, in the past, they had used the blonde boy's talent to slightly boost their own status. That talent was an innate aptitude for elixirs. The boy was drinking an elixir. He was capable of consuming any potion without any issues, and his parents had given him some very expensive ones to drink. Suddenly, the glass bottle slipped from his hands and shattered completely on the floor. At 16, the boy had already become stronger than an adult. His parents wanted to use him to gain recognition for the family, but there was a catch to this. Dizzer Eventrick stared intently at his guardians in this scene. Suddenly, his expression turned completely furious and psychotic. It became clear that he didn't want to spend his entire life under their control. In this scene, his father was shown lying dead on the ground. His body was sprawled in the mud. Dizzer Eventrick's overwhelming power meant he no longer needed to worry about the family's recognition. His sister entered the scene with a very angry and furious expression. The boy was definitely a thorn in the Ventrick family's side, and he was ultimately expelled by a member pretending to be the family head. But he didn't care, as all of his problems were solved with money, and he had grown even bolder after cutting ties with the family. When he received a request from Rockdale Ventrick, there was a lot of money at stake. But his interest in Kim Joo-hyuk was much greater. Kim Joo-hyuk had placed first in the entrance exam for Valhalla, and rumors said he was a crazy guy who cursed and kicked all guild scouts out of there. It could be fun to mess with someone like that, and Dizzer Eventrick sought entertainment in it. But there was a catch to this whole story. The question was who exactly this guy was. Returning from Dizzer Eventrick's imagination, Kim Joo-hyuk called out to him. He asked what kind of drug he had used to become so strong, since elixirs were far too expensive for an orphan to acquire. This left the boy quite puzzled. He soon started laughing at his opponent's assumption, because it was hilarious to think that he was probably being accused of using steroids. The guy seemed like a cheat who abused drugs. But Dizzer Eventrick didn't care about such accusations, and asked again how the boy had become so strong. Kim Joo-hyuk responds that he has never used drugs, and his strength is the result of intense training and rigorous exercise. He adds that in some ways, Dizzer Eventrick could be compared to Osyuk, but it would be very rude to compare a naturally muscular man to a little druggie. After hearing this, Dizzer Eventrick becomes extremely angry and enraged with Kim Joo-hyuk. Though he lacked the power to use his trump card, he decides to draw his magical sword nonetheless. Kim Joo-hyuk is quite confused by the display of magical power. Dizzer Eventrick can feel his power growing significantly. He then calls the protagonist to a big battle, declaring that he wouldn't let him get away so easily. But suddenly, he takes a hard, painful punch to the face. After landing the blow, Kim Joo-hyuk mocks him, remarking that no smart opponent would wait for their adversary to prepare for an attack. Desir-Eventric flies a long distance, screaming in pain and agony. Not satisfied, the protagonist charges at him again mercilessly, landing another strong, powerful strike on his ugly opponent's face. The screams of pain grow even louder from the brutal blows. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk desperately demands that he calm down. Desir-En, now weakened and dazed, struggles to stay conscious. The protagonist angrily chastises him, saying he couldn't lose consciousness yet. He adds that he might have forgiven him if this was just a petty quarrel, but the earlier truth revealed about handling oneself removed any chance of immediate pardon or amnesty. Still, Kim Joo-hyuk had something to ask him. Desir-En, with a completely destroyed and hopeless expression, listens as Kim Joo-hyuk tells him to clench his teeth tightly while preparing another painful blow, concludes the scene of this chapter. Now we shift to the grand dormitory of the enormous Valhalla Academy, specifically in Rokdel-Ventric's room, the arrogant little brat. He's thinking that by now, Desir-Ventric should have dealt with Kim Joo-hyuk, and given his personality, might have even killed him. Though cleaning up Desir-En's messes was annoying, at least it wasn't on school grounds this time, which made the moment perfect for Rokdel, leaving him feeling very relieved. Suddenly, he calls for his assistant, Julia de Pallas, who promptly responds affirmatively. He orders her to fetch a car immediately, and she agrees without hesitation. Out of nowhere, a familiar noise comes from his phone. It was supposedly Desir-En calling at that opportune moment. He asks if Hyungnim had already finished off Kim Joo-hyuk, but no one responds immediately, leaving a tense, eerie silence on the line. Once again, Rokdel-Ventric calls for Hyungnim, only to hear a terrifying groan. The screams of pain, agony, and despair don't stop at any moment during the call. Suddenly, someone begins speaking on the line, heightening Rokdel-Ventric's tension. It is Kim Joo-hyuk, speaking calmly and coldly. He translates Desir-Eventric's groaning and agonizing, saying that Desira wanted Rokdel to burn 2 sticks of incense if he died at that moment, and that Rokdel-Ventric should wait for Kim Joo-hyuk, concluding this tense chapter of the brilliant story. The protagonist tries to call Rokdel-Ventric on the phone again, but only hears a click as the call disconnects. He becomes very angry at Rokdel-Ventric's rudeness for hanging up on him without replying or saying goodbye. He begins to rationalize a few things. The first thought is what to do with Desir-Eventric, who was unconscious and debilitated in front of him. Meanwhile, far away, a cup of tea is poured into a beautiful teacup, served on an elegant saucer. Julia de Pallas informs her annoying boss that his tea is ready. He remains completely silent, saying not a word. Julia tries to inform him again, but is quickly cut off by his rudeness and arrogance. Delicately, she says she understands his offensive words, leaves the tea there, and departs immediately. Rokdel-Ventric cannot stop thinking about his powerful enemy, Kim Joo-hyuk. He never imagined the boy could defeat Desira even after the incidents with Larrick, and now he's left with a huge question about what to do. Now he knows who is behind everything, and it's likely that Desira ruined the entire plan. It's only a matter of time before the news reaches the family, spiraling out of control. Rokdel-Ventric tries to convince himself that the problem isn't that big. Since Kim Joo-hyuk comes from such humble origins, he wouldn't be able to reach them. The blonde boy decided out of caution not to talk about these matters for a while and simply lay low, concluding all of his desperate thoughts. Now return to Kim Joo-hyuk's journey through the forest. Brace and the protagonist converse telepathically about Desir-Eventric's cunning and the plan to expose him in the future, since there was nothing they could do at the moment. The guy with the odd glasses asked why Kim Joo-hyuk hadn't just killed that show-off boy. He replied that past matters shouldn't be confused with the present, and the question was understood. Besides, Brace had another question, which piqued his friend's curiosity. The question was about the magic Desir-Eventric had used moments before, because that magic seemed oddly familiar. Kim Joo-hyuk appeared confused about this, so Brace explained that while it wasn't confirmed, he had definitely sensed something similar before. The protagonist, speaking with his friend mentally, replied that 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed dogs and cows to use that kind of dark magic. Brace mocked Kim Joo-hyuk, saying he lacked the skill to differentiate people based on magic and was incapable of such abilities, which made him quite annoyed. He then asked if the hidden side of the sword Desir-Eventric mentioned was related to that power, to which Brace replied with an uncertain maybe, and thus their mental conversation ended. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the show-off boy who had sent him to find him. The boy only groaned in pain, unable to speak a word. Kim Joo-hyuk then realized that Desera Ventrick's jaw was dislocated due to the beating he had received earlier. He quickly positioned both his thumbs inside the boy's mouth and warned him of the pain he was about to feel before yanking his jaw back into place with all his strength. Afterwards, he began another conversation, asking again who had given the order to Desera Ventrick. The boy stayed silent and thoughtful for a moment. Kim Joo-hyuk stared at him with a very serious expression. He urged him to answer, saying he had fixed his jaw for that purpose alone, and threatened him, stating that staying silent was not the best option at the moment. Desera Ventrick asked why he was holding his fingers. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly made a sharp motion with the boy's hand. He screamed loudly in pain and agony as his fingers were completely twisted. The protagonist threatened his opponent again to extract the information he wanted. Desera Ventrick revealed that his brother had sent him on that mission. Kim Joo-hyuk had already suspected it was that guy who had stirred up trouble once before. He immediately asked for all the information about the affiliation of that brute, as he didn't seem to belong to Valhalla. Desera Ventrick replied uncertainly, then threatened the protagonist, saying he would find out another way. After hearing this mockery, Kim Joo-hyuk broke 2 more of the boy's fingers. He then revealed that Desera was from the first species and worked as a mercenary handling various assignments. Kim Joo-hyuk had heard of such a group before and mocked him, saying the boy was just a bully who got paid for his deeds. Desera replied that Kim Joo-hyuk saw everyone as trash and was just a lucky guy. He then revealed that the constellation revered by the first species was the hidden side of the sword, and that he also had a contract with it naturally. He added that if he had had 30 more seconds to charge his magic, the outcome of the fight would have been entirely different. Kim Joo-hyuk told Desera he talked too much, and that he would have let him go if he had just shut up and named the person who sent him without stalling. Once again, he shoved his thumbs into the boy's mouth and told him he looked much better silent, while dislocating the boy's jaw again, thus ending this tense scene of the chapter. Many messages appeared on Kim Joo-hyuk's phone. As expected, everyone agreed that those guys were a malicious group. Still, the protagonist was upset because he couldn't find the notes, and Rockdale Ventrick continued to make him look suspicious. He thought about how to ruin that show-off brat's life, concluding that at this time he should use more modern methods. First, he had recorded all of Desera's confessions, and he needed to quickly find a place to post all that. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk made a phone call. It was to his teacher, who was quite surprised by it. She thought the boy had finally agreed to be her personal assistant, but that wasn't the reason for his call. He wanted to know if she happened to know any renowned and well-known journalists, thus concluding this tense chapter. News quickly spread about the attempted assassination by the Ventrick family targeting a Valhalla student. Numerous reports highlighted the shocking and surprising case. Some people clarified and summarized the chaos that had occurred in internet posts. Consequently, Kim Joo-hyuk's name was revealed on social media, directly linked to the case. He felt pleased with this modern war. Race praised his adaptation to contemporary culture, to which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that it was all the result of suffering and effort, reading forums and watching the news. Thanks to all of that, Kim Joo-hyuk had been able to become who he was now, fully understanding everything. However, there was a catch in all of this that Bartshi didn't quite grasp. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that his goal was to ruin only Rockdale Ventrick, but the news had ended up affecting the entire family. Nevertheless, the journalists recommended by his teacher seemed to be quite famous, causing the story to explode dramatically. By then, a podium for the Ventrick family's statement had already been set up. The group's leader was preparing to speak. She was under heavy pressure, with many photos being taken by paparazzi. First, she expressed her sincere apologies to the attacked student and Valhalla Academy. She then gave the official position of the Ventrick family regarding the incident. She explained that the attack had been carried out in rebellion by Desera, who had since been excommunicated from the Ventrick family. However, in a recorded confession, he alleged that Rockdale had given the order attempting to escape the dilemma he was in, according to the family head. Thus, she believed the Ventrick family had no involvement in the incident. But since it was a crime committed by a banished family member, the moral responsibility to rectify the situation fell on the family. With that, the organization's leader decided to visit the victim to apologize personally. She also mentioned that Rockdale Ventrick could indeed be connected in some way to the perpetrator of the crime. As a result, he would return home, where an investigation by the prosecutor's office had been scheduled to resolve all doubts. After finishing her speech, many photos were taken again by the paparazzi. The family head immediately left without answering any questions about her planned apology to the crime victim. Meanwhile, Rockdale Ventrick was watching everything on his phone, with a face full of anger and frustration at how far the situation had escalated. Suddenly, a call from his father came through. He answered immediately, without hesitation. His father ordered Rockdale Ventrick to return to England for a while, effective immediately. It was a command from the entire family, which he complied with without thinking twice. After hanging up, he was furious and enraged, cursing everything and everyone, leaving his maid, Julia de Pallis, utterly frightened, concluding this shocking scene. Meanwhile, DeZero was being pressured to reveal who was behind everything. He insisted that the Ventrick family was correct, as he alone was behind the crime. Kim Joo-hyuk was quite impressed because the boy was swallowing his pride. DeZero despised the Ventrick family. The protagonist was left wondering who might apologize to him personally, as the entire situation had already become uncomfortable. Suddenly, he became quite alert to something. He was already near the faculty office. He thought the class might have ended early, uncertain about whom to ask for a favor, concluding these scenes. Now, he moved to the Valhalla Cafe. The gray-haired teacher was in a very good mood, but Kim Joo-hyuk replied to her with another no. He already knew she would ask him to be her assistant. It was obvious. She then asked why he had called her, as she was a very busy and overworked person. She was utterly stunned, thinking it might have been a romantic meeting, only to be immediately scolded by Kim Joo-hyuk. She pondered over his words, as they were far from respectful. He replied that they had spoken this way for some time, to which she agreed. Kim Joo-hyuk then explained that the reason for the call wasn't boredom, but gratitude for the journalist. He offered to share some information on dealing with monsters, which made her very happy to hear. However, this came with a simple request, which she immediately accepted as it was an easy favor, allowing him a day off from school. The teacher tried to convince him once again to become her assistant, but to no avail, concluding this part of the chapter. Now we move to the Northern Pacific, specifically aboard the criminal transport ship AL-08. DeSera was in one of the cells aboard the vessel. He was furious, as he could never have imagined being thrown onto a ship and treated like cargo to be transferred to the Tower Prison. It was a prison in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean, a towering facility. An S-class constellation had created that isolated refuge to turn all contractors into normal human beings. But DeSera didn't care about any of that. He was only staying silent to keep Rockdale from being kicked out of the Ventrick family and to have his sentence reduced by 5 years. And 5 measly years meant nothing to him. Suddenly he heard a loud noise nearby. A bright red light quickly flashed past, unidentifiable. Then someone appeared in front of DeSera, concluding the chapter. The person who had appeared in the previous chapter was Cook. He immediately stabbed DeSera in the stomach with a dagger and stood there staring at him, firmly holding the blade in his right hand. Cook wished for DeSera's death, saying the first species didn't need someone like him. DeSera groaned in pain from the knife wound in his abdomen and soon collapsed face first onto the ground, unable to endure it. Cook watched him lying there with no intention of helping. Now we are at the Grand Ventrick family mansion. The leader of the group was visibly angry and furious over the recent events. She glared at Rockdale Ventrick and his father, Eden Ventrick. First, she called out to the show-off boy by name. He responded affirmatively without hesitation. She asked him what he was going to do, leaving him quite confused. Immediately, he responded with a sincere apology, but she thought it was far too little considering the gravity of the problem, and because such apologies wouldn't fix anything at all. The leader then ordered Rockdale Ventrick to explain in detail why he had committed such a malicious act, to which he responded without hesitation. Concluding that part of the conversation, after the explanation, she stared at him. She understood that he wanted to deal with Kim Joo-hyuk, and was right about it, but she was very angry about the whole situation, because the explanation she was receiving was shallow and petty. Rockdale acted alone because he believed Kim Joo-hyuk had insulted the Ventrick family, but in truth, it was his own pride according to the leader, and as a result, he had dragged the family's name through the mud. The leader was undecided on the punishment she would give the show-off boy, and he became desperate, unsure of what to do. He quickly said he would do anything to restore the fallen honor of the Ventrick family, but the leader didn't understand what he was saying at that moment because the only plausible way to restore the Ventrick family's honor was by expelling him. The boy's father contested this possibility, arguing that such a punishment was far too severe. Then she asked Eden Ventrick if he wanted to be expelled in place of the boy, leaving him somewhat nervous, silent, and unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, the leader thought she would rather see the boy dead or expelled immediately, but that would make it evident that Rockdale Ventrick was guilty of ordering DeSera to carry out the assassination attempt. She prepared to address the boy. She called him by name, and he immediately responded affirmatively, kneeling before her. Then she said she wouldn't expel him for now, ordering him to return to Valhalla quietly, and after his encounter with Kim Joo-hyuk, she would reconsider the matter. After hearing this, Rockdale Ventrick thanked her sincerely. She also ordered Eden to keep a close watch on his mediocre son, as his position would depend on the boy's behavior, to which he agreed. Then she told everyone to leave immediately, and they obeyed without question. The two left, walking with serious and angry expressions. Eden Ventrick then ordered his son to remain silent from now on and avoid acting recklessly. But it seemed his father hadn't understood what the family leader had said. The truth was that Rockdale Ventrick would be expelled sooner or later, and with the media keeping a close watch, no action could be taken immediately. But once things calmed down, he would release that revelation, leaving everyone stunned. However, something had to be done before that, considering there was no one left to interfere. And Rockdale Ventrick also stated that his father should assist with the plan. Eden simply asked his son to proceed carefully, to which he agreed, thus concluding these dramatic scenes of the 10th chapter. Now a few days later, we are at Valhalla Academy, specifically in the interview room, where a conversation was taking place. The teacher explained to Kim Joo-hyuk that the head of the Ventrick family would call him to apologize in person. The boy rebuts, stating that it had nothing to do with the group and that she had explicitly highlighted their non-involvement in the incident during the delegation. The professor explains that it was still a good idea to apologize, especially since the woman was probably already on her way to Korea. Kim Joo-hyuk thinks that the family likely wanted to handle Rockdale Ventrick's punishment personally, probably attending only because they had no other choice at the moment, and honestly, he found it very irritating. After that, the professor expresses his and instructor Lee Sanctual's concerns about the situation. He also mentions that according to the event protocols, a Valhalla student had been attacked and the perpetrator had confessed to being ordered by someone. However, there was a catch. He couldn't believe the family's attempts to preserve their reputation by dismissing the evidence, though they seemed busy trying to cover up the truth. To protect the students, either Rockdale or the family leader needed to be expelled. But according to the professor, the group had donated a significant amount of money to the school in the past. He couldn't believe that Valhalla's funds came solely from donations, so the school would likely turn a blind eye if they paid well. Kim Joo-hyuk understood everything his professor said and affirmed that he would have a conversation with the family head. The professor was stunned by something at that moment. It was the boy's reaction, and it had been very composed. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he had always been like that. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The professor informed him that the family head had arrived and that he would let her in. He then left, wishing them a good conversation. He quickly opened the door for the woman, bowing to her at the first visual contact and welcoming her with a sincere greeting, which she returned with gratitude. She entered the room slowly, meeting Kim Joo-hyuk. Adelia Ventrick introduced herself and greeted the boy. He greeted her in return, concluding this chapter. The chapter begins with Adelia Ventrick sitting across from Kim Joo-hyuk. The two stare at each other for a brief moment. Then she began discussing the incident with Desira, immediately offering a deep and sincere apology. Kim Joo-hyuk retorted that since Desira was being expelled, everything was fine so far. She responded that she had heard rumors about Rochdale Ventrick also causing trouble for him, to which he replied it had only happened once and was in the past. As she pointed out that Rochdale Ventrick had nothing to do with the incident, there would be no public statements, according to the boy. Adelia stated that she needed to have a serious conversation with Kim Joo-hyuk about this case. She emphasized the creation of an official statement, but the media and citizens weren't giving it much attention. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, thinking that the family was known for lying, which is why no one believed them. So she proposed creating an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. She then asked if Kim Joo-hyuk could help them, to which he responded with a firm no as expected. She tried to convince him, saying that if he helped just this once, she would ensure her support throughout his graduation. She also offered to recommend him to a guild sponsored by the family, so that their help could extend even after school, aiming to make him a successful hunter. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if making a statement would really end everything. It became evident that they were offering a substantial amount just to silence him. They were desperate. Adelia Ventrick's expression became very serious upon hearing this from the boy. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he was angry because they were trying to cover everything up, and his assistants wouldn't support such actions. He didn't mean to reward, he only wanted to see the disgrace that Rockdale Ventrick had brought upon them. The woman became furious and insulted him upon hearing this. She transformed, revealing her anger at being spoken to as if she were an ordinary person. Kim Joo-hyuk mocked her, saying she was showing her true self because she couldn't hold back anymore. She replied that she had come to make things easier for him, but in return, she only received arrogance. At that moment, she wished to kill him. She had wanted to be generous, but the boy was throwing it all away. Kim Joo-hyuk provoked her, telling her to try attacking him, making her even more furious and enraged. He commented on her public statement in which she claimed the family had nothing to do with the case, trying to uphold that lie with money while now wanting to kill him. Once again, he doubted her abilities, making her even angrier. He stated that she couldn't kill him anyway, adding fuel to the fire and further provoking her rage. Adelia Ventrick transformed back to her normal appearance and immediately invited Kim Joo-hyuk to talk, saying she would make him regret everything he had just said. He thought she couldn't do anything in the end and was just talking nonsense. Race then intervened, saying Kim Joo-hyuk didn't need to go that far. The two quickly began a mental conversation. Kim Joo-hyuk told Bark that he hated those arrogant fools the most, and he knew exactly what Adelia Ventrick was going to do, cursing her a lot. He also said he hated Barch, who didn't seem to care much. Kim Joo-hyuk then calmed down, thinking about how he didn't have any more classes for the day and could head to the training center early in the morning. Now we are in front of the Valhalla Stadium. Kim Joo-hyuk was walking there scrolling through his phone, and suddenly he ran into someone becoming quite surprised. It was the cute girl, Choi Ah-rin, right there. Standing in front of her was the eldest son of the Choi Jin family, Choi Jin-min. He was saying that she wasn't capable of defeating him, and that training a lot in Valhalla wouldn't help at all. He also said that if she really wanted to remain a member of the family, she shouldn't go to the selection test that weekend, because he didn't want to see her humiliated, but he was quickly contradicted by her negative response. This left him quite confused by her reaction, because according to him he was giving her a chance and she refused, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Choi Ah-rin tried to respond, but someone suddenly interrupted, calling him a fool and saying he was the one misunderstanding the conversation. This made him very angry at being insulted. Kim Joo-hyuk had insulted him because he was trying to discourage someone who was putting in so much effort. The boy was confused about who the protagonist was, especially since they didn't know each other well enough to exchange insults. Kim Joo-hyuk responded to that arrogant fool, boasting about his authority, saying he didn't care about his rank. He also ordered him not to invade school grounds to demand anything from a student and told him to get lost. The protagonist then asked Choi Ah-rin if she agreed with that. She immediately replied yes. This left Choi Jin-gun very annoyed and angry. He said goodbye to the girl, saying they'd meet at the test, and then left the area. Choi Ah-rin thanked Kim Joo-hyuk a lot, but he simply ordered her to head to training. She then revealed that when asked if she agreed, she was actually thinking of a different alternative. This made the protagonist very curious to know more. She explained that instead of telling him to leave, she would have insulted the boy, to which Kim Joo-hyuk reprimanded her. Thinking she was crazy, they quickly started planning their training as they walked to the training center. A few days later in the city of Sehung, more specifically near a mountain, Kim Joo-hyuk was in the middle of a dense forest. He was searching for the right location using his cell phone. Brace asked if he was there to find his notes again, receiving a positive response. Even so, Brace questioned him since he had already found several relics, and Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he wanted to know how many written notes were still missing. He elaborated that he wanted to look for them because of the incredible things they might hold, leaving Brace quite confused. Kim Joo-hyuk said that if he could find them, he would overcome the great difficulties he had faced when he was Kim Hyun-ho, and that if he had met Brace more than 300 years ago, he might not have killed him, leaving Brace rather flustered. Now we are at the grand house of the Choi Jin family, where a large concentration of reporters, paparazzi, and people had gathered. Some of them were discussing the individuals present for the group's selection test. Suddenly, a major authority figure of the family arrived at the scene. The leader of the Choi Jin group, Choi Jeon-se-duk, announced that the selection test would begin shortly. He reinforced what he had said earlier, emphasizing that the winner would be recognized as the successor, and the loser would be immediately expelled from the Choi Jin family. Choi Jeon-se-duk then asked if the candidates were ready to begin. They promptly responded with complete affirmation. He took a deep breath to initiate everything. Then he declared that the task of the test was to find the double blade hidden in the enormous mountains. Whoever managed to find and bring back the object would be definitively recognized as the winner of the selection test. It did not matter how they found it. He then gave the order for the battle to commence. Choi Ah-rin's opponent celebrated running ahead, as it was not an urgent test. His plan was to let her find the blade and then steal it, ending everything. The boy clearly intended to snatch the double from the girl. With this overly elaborate plan, we conclude the scenes of this chapter. Now we return to the past with Choi Jin-gun bidding farewell to Choi Irun. He walked away after Kim Joo-hyuk metaphorically kicked him out. Suddenly, at that moment, his cell phone rang loudly in his pocket. He quickly answered, immediately identifying himself. A man on the other end of the line promptly asked what had happened to the double blade. Choi Jin-gyun explained that he would need to take the selection test, making the process more difficult and time-consuming. The man became slightly annoying with the boy, as it was the second time he had mentioned such a test. Choi Jin-gyun, knowing he was late, immediately apologized. He asked if by some means he managed to obtain the double blade. Would the man keep his promise? He was immediately reassured with a firm affirmation, since such an agreement had been made in front of a constellation and was destined to be fulfilled. For this reason, the man instructed the boy to focus solely on the target, to which he received confirmation. Returning to the present, Choi Jin-gyun thought this was his. Therefore, he would have to find it one way or another. Choi Aran suddenly stopped running and used her mana. In that location, she sensed a trace of the double object's magic, concluding it was likely still there. She estimated it would probably take another 15 brief minutes. Suddenly, she pinpointed the correct direction of the double blade, but out of nowhere, her enemy, Choi Jin-gyun, arrived at the same spot. He asked if she was tracking the double blade using magical traces and who had taught her to do such a thing. The girl replied that Kim Joo-hyuk had trained her for. At this moment, we returned to her past thoughts, where she had asked about magic control. She had been told affirmatively since she already knew some basic things. Kim Joo-hyuk informed her that she had already mastered the technique of altering magic into thunder, noting that this was just the basics, to which she nodded affirmatively. He instructed her to practice small, controlled magic exercises, not limiting herself to the grand ones, and was promptly questioned about the method to be used. Kim Joo-hyuk did not quite understand her question, as he assumed her family had already taught her this. She ended up feeling a little sad, with a very downcast expression, but the protagonist said it didn't matter, and asked if she only knew how to borrow power from the constellation and gather magical energy, receiving an affirmative response. He also admitted he wasn't particularly good at it either. He then ordered her to stop answering and relax her entire body, using the tips of her toes and fingers to slightly extend the magic. She was supposed to slowly spread it as if she were directing the mana to every strand of hair. In that state, Choi Arin had to try to sense the magic in the air according to Kim Joo-hyuk. She immediately focused on it without hesitating at all. Suddenly, her vision changed completely, revealing many unexpected things. She immediately widened her eyes in fear. Choi Arin took a deep breath as Kim Joo-hyuk asked if she had already felt it. The cute little girl answered affirmatively, explaining that she had seen the form of magic surrounding him. He replied that this was how magic felt even when it was weak and didn't leave the body, as it could be controlled with precise mana usage. Kim Joo-hyuk advised the girl to use more of it, as it would make it easier to sense the magic residues in the ground and air, to which she agreed. He explained that if the magic's appearance was like his, Choi Arin would be able to identify the magical traces from each object, and if she trained more, she would be able to see the silhouette clearly. But he couldn't teach her beyond that. She would have to train alone. Upon hearing everything her trainer said, the girl responded with full agreement. Now, we return to the present, where she was searching for the double-edged object. Choi Jin-gyun asked her who Kim Joo-hyuk was, but soon remembered. He called him shameless and stupid, amazed by such talent. Choi Arin immediately gritted her teeth in rage after hearing that. She said that Kim Joo-hyuk was stronger than this brat and asked what he was doing there. Choi Jin-gyun mocked her after hearing all that. He then began to unsheathe his magical sword. He explained that his presence was, for that reason, engaging in a sword battle with Choi Ah-rin. Suddenly, he felt something very unusual. The little girl, who seemed so frail, was pushing him back effortlessly. He quickly withdrew his sword from the difficult battle. Then he took a deep breath, quite impressed with everything. He wondered when the little girl had become so strong, ending this dramatic chapter. In this chapter, we begin with Kim Joo-hyuk's search. He was using all of his magic to find the lost object. He realized there was nothing there, lamenting because he had hidden so many, and only one was in Valhalla. Suddenly, an incredibly bright light emerged from the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk celebrated because another note was there. He focused on after it. It was already very close by. Out of nowhere, a kind of large explosion was seen, leaving him quite confused about what was happening in the area. Now we return to the battle between Choi Arin and Choi Jin-gyun. The war was frenetic, with the two fighting tirelessly, wielding their sharp swords. The little girl quickly prepared to deliver a powerful blow to her opponent. Without much hesitation, she struck with her sword with all her might at Choi Jin-gyun. He flew far away and stopped, breathing heavily, visibly frightened. He mocked her, saying she was lessons on how to be a wild boar in Valhalla and was evidently physically stronger. Choi Arin told him to give up on the double-edged sword. He retorted, asking if she was crazy or out of her mind. He claimed that an illegitimate daughter like Choi Arin didn't deserve the double-edged object. Choi Arin focused as she watched the boy charge toward her. She gripped her sword firmly with all her strength. The boy quickly approached with an angry, furious expression, ready to attack her. She thought about quickly rotating her sword, executing that move. Then she slashed upward with rapid rotation. While his sword was on the ground, she aimed to hit him squarely, executing all of it without hesitation with great success and mastery. Choi Jin-gun showed a lot of pain and agony on his face. He soon fell to the ground, sprawled and defeated, unable to react quickly. Choi Ah-rin took a deep breath, greatly relieved by it all. She had thought she could land at least one hit on him, but never imagined it would be such a critical attack. She immediately focused on going after the double-edged sword. Suddenly, she heard a voice saying she had won so easily, widening her eyes in fear. It was Choi Jin-gun, standing up, fully recovered from the powerful and strong blow filled with rage. He said he had mentioned something before. It was that the girl's blessing was a joke because she could never defeat him since he had a contract. Choi Jin-gun explained that Choi Ah-rin had hit him while he was off guard, so he would give her credit for that. She asked about the magic surrounding the boy's sword as he seemed like a villain, wanting to make it very clear why that was the case. He then provoked her, saying she didn't need to know about it and mocking her blatantly. Choi Ah-rin immediately prepared a precise attack. The boy, without hesitation, charged at her quickly. The girl was surprised because he dodged her attack from an extremely short distance and then landed a strong, precise blow on her body. She fell to the ground, groaning in pain with a defeated and tense expression. The boy quickly stood over her, asking if she really wouldn't get up, even recommending she stay down and not rise. She groaned in pain, noticing something strange on her small body. It was a large wound bleeding profusely. Choi Jin-gun mocked her, saying it would really be better to stay down and quiet to avoid death. She asked about the boy's contract and whether it was with some malicious and wicked constellation. The boy explained that, as the leader of the Jinsa Guild, he had signed a contract with an A-level entity but was now allied with the devotees, leaving the girl surprised. She had heard that name before. They were the third most dangerous evil group in the world. Choi Ah-rin responded that she didn't understand the devotees' constellation contracts, asking if their membership benefits were better than enjoying life. The boy mocked her for questioning that, preparing to respond. He said they were incredible powers and commands, along with the authorization to detach from the leaving. Choi Ah-rin, very confused and doubtful about what he had said. Choi Jin-gun explained that he had joined the Jinsa Guild at only 12 years old. He had been working for the family since childhood, at an age when he only wanted to play, and he remained in the guild due to his father's oversight, not by choice. He also said that during his adolescence, filled with desires, he ended up meeting someone from the devotees. The man had encouraged him to join the group, saying he could fulfill all the desires of his heart. Choi Jin-gun felt that perhaps this man had already known his temperament, leaving the girl confused about that. He explained that his desire was to break fragile humans, but he couldn't just join them. He first had to fulfill the condition of obtaining the double sword relic, and if the girl had simply given up earlier, he would have received the double sword without significant trouble, and she wouldn't have had to start the second test. After hearing all this, Choi Ah-rin felt somewhat confused about this test, as if she couldn't remember, leaving him astonished. He explained that 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choi Jin family, Choi Ah-jin, had participated in the first selection test, leaving the girl perplexed by the revelation. She soon discovered that her older sister had disappeared while taking the evaluation. Choi Jin-gun said he hadn't been able to control his perplexing desires, revealing that before the search for the double sword, he had killed the girl in the mountains. But in the end, he failed to find the relic, ending up badly injured and failing miserably. Otherwise, he could have joined the devotees 10 years ago. In any case, the father had already found the daughter, secretly institutionalizing her, and Choi Jin-gun had left her there intending for her to disappear, but something had happened. Choi Ah-rin became curious about where Choi Ah-jin was at that moment, only to be told that now was not the time to look for her, and that it was better to give up. The villain elaborated on the collapse of the little girl's mother, who always cried endlessly in despair, and the reason was that she saw her daughter's face in Choi Ah-rin. Choi Jin-gun then concluded his revelations, returning to the main focus, the double sword. He then prepared to strike the girl, telling her to send a greeting to her deceased sister, and then unleashed a blow with all his strength toward Choi Ah-rin's head. But suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the same place. Choi Jin-gun was completely shocked and very surprised by this. Kim Joo-hyuk was right there, and had just defended Choi Ah-rin from what would have been a completely fatal blow, concluding this tense and exciting chapter. Kim Joo-hyuk, acting heroically, asked what Choi Jin-gun was doing. He replied that it was a family matter, and told him to mind his own problems. The protagonist said that group was completely insane, as he glared a strong blow on the guy pointing a knife at his own little sister. The same boy flew far from there with an expression of intense pain. Choi Ah-rin then tried to communicate with her heroic friend, calling out his name and demanding attention for a moment. She quickly asked what he was doing there. Kim Joo-hyuk thought he had only gone to that place to unearth his vault, as it was in that direction. Meanwhile, Choi Ah-rin was trying to stop the blood flowing from her stomach with her hands. The protagonist widened his eyes upon noticing such a grave and deep wound. He finally answered her question, saying he had some matters to handle there, ordering her to step back and gather some magic to heal the wound. She immediately responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Choi Jin-gun stood up, wondering who that guy who suddenly appeared was, and if he was perhaps the rude student from Valhalla. He reiterated that those matters were family business only. At the same time, he cursed in charge of the protagonist of the story with his huge and sharp sword. He poured all of his magic and strength into it, making it glow with purple mana. But something unexpected happened just as the strike was about to land. It left Choi Jin-gun stunned and deeply impressed. Kim Joo-hyuk can easily dodge the stab without any effort. He then began explaining how to stab someone properly. Choi Jin-gun, he said, shouldn't aim at a stationary target, but should target someone who was moving like himself, while demonstrating this by striking him. The boy screamed in pain and agony, his mouth expelling a vital red liquid after the powerful and potent blow. But Kim Joo-hyuk didn't stop his onslaught at that moment. Choi Jin-gun thought his enemy was pursuing him, while simultaneously pushing him back. Suddenly, he took another powerful and potent strike to the middle of his weak and useless body. He was driven into the ground, causing significant destruction. His expression was no longer that of a living person, but of someone utterly defeated. Kim Joo-hyuk watched him on the ground without saying a single word. He then asked if Oram was okay, receiving an immediate affirmative response. He also asked if she could walk while she attempted to move. Suddenly, a purple magic aura caught the protagonist's attention. Choi Jin-gun's body was exuding abundant magical smoke at that moment. Brace commented to Kim Joo-hyuk that it was a magical sword, receiving an affirmative reply along with a question about whether that guy was evil too. Suddenly, the villain firmly planted his feet on the ground. He quickly stood up, cursing furiously at the protagonist of the story. He also said that the protagonist was just a useless freshman from Valhalla. He accused him of underestimating the offensive leader of the guild while preparing a strike with his sword. But that stab was easily blocked by Kim Joo-hyuk. Choi Jin-gun then thought that even magic could make the protagonist move. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately called the guild's offensive leader. He asked if he had chosen a different position because it fit better, striking him as he spoke. The leader was sent flying far away, his expression completely battered and destroyed, unable to answer the question. He wondered about the power of that guy since he blocked attacks and even counterattacked, not seeming to be just 17 years old. Choi Jin-gun saw no alternative but to use a trump card. It would have many side effects, but if he kept getting beaten, he would quickly lose. So he thought about using it with the artificial remnants. He could manage a temporary contract with a constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk stared at him while he strategized his victory plan. Choi Jin-gun then began laughing very maliciously and wickedly. He soon revealed all the magic emanating from his body. Suddenly, everyone at the selection test site was in despair as an earthquake began at that moment. A reporter called his friend saying he was seeing something very unusual there. Purple smoke was rising high from the middle of the forest. The family leader wondered what it could be. He concluded it was a magical sword dense enough for everyone to see. Moreover, it was right where the double-edged swords were. Traditionally, he wouldn't intervene in the selection test, but since it was very dangerous, he decided to take action. Meanwhile, at the site, Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Jin-gun were intensely staring at each other. The protagonist said he was just observing everything, yet the villain increased his magic. Choi Jin-gun responded by cursing and saying it was just an extra effect. He explained that all those things were only part of the power he gained through the temporary contract while threatening Kim Joo-hyuk. Suddenly, the information surfaced that the dragon that kills everyone had already recognized this sacred relic, showing its teeth as if very satisfied. And it had already activated its ability, the eye that penetrates nature. Kim Joo-hyuk observed all that with a very calm and serene expression. Out of nowhere, the dragon that kills everyone widened its eye. It timidly glanced at the protagonist of the story staring at him. Suddenly, the dragon that kills everyone deactivated its eye that penetrates nature, then reactivated it immediately, looking quite jumpy. It was evident that it was overcome by fear. They exclaimed that it had to leave immediately, leaving Choi Jin-gun utterly confused. The dragon that kills everyone declared that it rejected the call of this sacred relic, ending the contract. It reclaimed all its power and quickly fled, abandoning Choi Jin-gun. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Ah-ren watched as all its magic dissipated. The protagonist then initiated a conversation between the two of them. Immediately, he placed the tip of his sword against Choi Jin-gun's stomach, asking who would kill whom that exact moment. After that, he delivered a powerful strike with the sword, sending Choi Jin-gun flying far away, screaming in immense pain and agony because of his abdomen. The boy collapsed to the ground unconscious and defeated. The leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Han Nibble, was astonished by what he saw before him. That dragon that kills everyone was claiming it had gotten into big trouble because of him. Yelling loudly, it asked if he wanted to disappear from this moral plane. Han Nibble immediately tried to apologize to the constellation and was promptly slammed headfirst into the ground on his knees. The dragon that kills everyone warned him not to distribute any more artificial relics in the future. Han Nibble responded with immediate affirmation. The constellation also warned him to behave properly. Soon, the great leader of the devotees began to rise from the ground with an expression of great pain and confusion. He wondered what that had been and why the constellation had become so angry and furious. And regarding the artificial relic, he could tell that the brat planted in the Choi Jin family had done something wrong. However, the problematic words of the constellation suggested that it was afraid of something. The leader of the devotees urgently needed to find out what was happening. Now he returned to the dormitory at Valhalla School, more specifically to Kim Joo-hyuk's room. He felt relieved after everything that had happened. He quickly reached into his backpack to grab something, celebrating finally having obtained it. It was the impressive and rare divine arts. Brace seemed a bit confused about it, and Kim Joo-hyuk explained that it was the main reason he had been searching for the notes. He also mentioned that it was an extremely efficient breathing technique to increase magical power. Brace immediately asked about the protagonist's old strategy, which Kim Joo-hyuk dismissed as something he used only when he was an insignificant being. Additionally, he explained that when he had found those divine arts 300 years ago, he couldn't change because they had already been ingrained in his body. When Kim Joo-hyuk fought Barchi, he ended up being defeated because of the horrible breathing technique, which drained his magical power. But now he could start anew with that new body. He decided to stop training his physical body for a while since he needed to learn the divine arts first. Brace then asked about the situation that had happened earlier, noting that Kim Joo-hyuk had left Choi Ah-ren alone with the unconscious villain. The protagonist explained that someone was approaching, so he left in a hurry, but everything would work out somehow. Now we rewind the story, returning to the battle. Choi Jin-gyun was lying face down on the ground, unconscious. Kim Joo-hyuk watched him with a tense and concerned expression. Brace quickly asked if he had killed the villain, to which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he couldn't kill him because he had already been involved in another incident in Valhalla, compromising everything. However, since there were faint traces of magic, the boy would probably survive, which Brace confirmed positively. Kim Joo-hyuk then asked if Choi Ah-ren could stand up, discovering that she could, according to her, and just as he was about to say something else, he noticed someone approaching at that moment, likely the girl's family on their way, which could interfere with finding the notes. The protagonist then called the girl, and she promptly responded. He ordered her not to strain herself since her family was already arriving, and informed her that he had to leave due to obligations, which she acknowledged. Kim Joo-hyuk told Choi Ah-ren to claim she had dealt with the villain alone in case her group didn't know. He revealed that the boy had lost a lot of energy in the last attack while bidding farewell to the girl. She said she understood everything, bidding him farewell and planning to see him again at school. Now he returned to the present, concluding the protagonist's memories, as he continued to plan something regardless. He wanted to retrieve the inventory stones as soon as he mastered the divine arts, since last time he couldn't absorb all their magical power. But up until that moment, he just wanted to rest for a while. Now he returned to the Trojan family province. The family leader was gathered with several people at a table at that moment. He said that thanks to the press present at the selection test site, news articles had been published very quickly. He found out that most people had already read them. One of those articles stated that the Trojan family was a joke. Another claimed that the group had ties to the devotees. The family leader was very concerned about the chaos, stating that he couldn't believe there was a malicious infiltrator in the Trojan group. Furthermore, he revealed that an official letter had been released by the association with a declaration from them. He said that something similar had happened to the Ventric family, and since their ties were distant, they had remained silent. But this approach would no longer work. The leader asked about Choi Ah-ren and also informed him of Choi Jin-gun's arrest, learning that the little girl was safe and being treated in the family hospital. He also discovered that the injury had been significant, but the bleeding had stopped and the organs had not been damaged, eliminating the need for surgery. Upon learning this, the the leader expressed his great relief. Someone at the table informed him that there were some articles about Ms. Aaron. The news praised her, saying she had defeated a member of the devotees despite being just a student. Following in Kim Joo-hyuk's footsteps, the family leader was a bit confused since the little girl had gone against her own group, yet the reports were celebrating this. Then, a man sitting at the table said that all of this was a relief because the selection test had ended in chaos, but the next family head had been confirmed. It also explained that those kinds of articles would certainly help Choi Aron establish her position as the successor, with the leader agreeing. The leader thought it was good for the little girl to have a legitimate chance to prosper, but defeating Jin-gun on her own raised many strange suspicions. At this point, we can go back in time to the leader's memory. It was when he and his assistant saw Choi Aron sitting in front of Choi Jin-gun. She explained that her brother had chased her with dark magic, which was why she had knocked him out. The leader questioned how Choi Aron had done that, as much magical power had been seen emanating from the mountains. Meanwhile, the girl was lifted by the assistants. She quickly responded that Kim Joo-hyuk had taught her that. Now, return to the present with the family leader. He was reading articles about the protagonist and thinking about him concluding this tense and enigmatic chapter. We begin this chapter at the mega school of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk had just arrived in his classroom at that moment. Suddenly, he saw something that caught his attention. It was Choi Aron sitting quietly and calmly in her chair. He thought she would still be in the hospital, but she seemed completely fine. She then turned her head toward him. She waved at him shyly with a small, happy smile on her face. A boy wondered if that smile was meant for him, but Kim Joo-hyuk brought him back to reality with 2 quick illusions. Now, we go back a little in time to the protagonist reading his notes. Suddenly, he heard a familiar noise, becoming very alert. It was Choi Aron, informing him that she wouldn't be able to train for a while, which was expected given how much blood she had lost. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly responded, saying it was no problem since he would be solving some issues in the coming days. She then sent several stickers, making him quite nervous with so many messages in a row. Suddenly, Grace appeared saying he had something to reveal, piquing his curiosity. He informed him that the dark magic was very familiar. Kim Joo-hyuk questioned him about his memory, but Grace couldn't recall anything. He explained that he hadn't forgotten, but seemed to have something blocking his memory. Kim Joo-hyuk hypothesized that the cause was that pesky guy Brace had mentioned before, and Brace agreed. Brace said he wasn't 100% sure, but satisfying the second condition might theoretically overcome that block. The protagonist then associated this with the center of the Great Forest. He thought it was just an area used for performance evaluations, but it also served for the final practical exam, where the worst performers were immediately expelled. Kim Joo-hyuk then reached the unfortunate conclusion that he would have to wait until the exam period, losing a lot of time. Now we return to the present, where the protagonist emphasized that he needed time to adapt to Shingon anyway, quickly deciding to search for the center of the forest. Suddenly, the teacher entered the classroom, ordering the students to organize themselves. He informs the class that an announcement would be made before the lesson begins. He asks about the inter-school competition happening next month, and learns that the students were already aware. Kim Joo-hyuk ponders over the battle, and Brace adds that the teacher mentioned it after the bi-monthly exam. The gray-haired man explains that the school intends to select students with highest scores in the final exams to participate. Right after saying this, he calls the protagonist to his office, leaving him confused. Now, leave the classroom and head to another location in Valhalla. The teacher remarks on how often they meet there, and Kim Joo-hyuk responds that it's the teacher's fault. He agrees it's his fault, but says this time the matter concerns Kim Joo-hyuk's participation in the inter-school competition. Before the teacher gets to the important part, Kim Joo-hyuk declines the invitation. However, he's still asked about the competition, and the teacher promises to explain it in detail once again. It involves the 3 largest hunter training institutions in the world, including Valhalla in Korea, White Lotus in China, and the Impressive Heroes in the United States of America. Each selects several first-year students to represent them in a competition involving combat, maze escapes, and various other challenges. For this reason, Valhalla plans to send those who scored the highest in the practical exam. Kim Joo-hyuk then shows clear disinterest in the matter. The teacher tries to explain the benefits, but Kim Joo-hyuk says he's not interested in money or similar rewards. He reaffirms this, though the teacher doesn't seem too concerned. The teacher then brings up the Great Forest Center in the conversation. catching the boy's interest as it is the location of the final exam. The teacher explains that since the final task is at Valhalla, it will involve entering the Great Forest's center, essentially bypassing the winners of the last exam. However, if someone fails to complete it, they will have to attempt again during the final exams. After hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk confirms his understanding. He then announces his desire to participate in the inter-school competition. Now we shift to the vast Ventrix estate, located in the United Kingdom. There, the family head, Adelia, asks about the progress of the preparations. She is told everything is going well, but it will take another month to complete, to which she responds that everyone should simply continue their efforts. She also inquires about Valhalla and the people of Rockdale Ventrix, discovering that no issues have been reported regarding their movements. She immediately orders her employee to voice any suspicions, and he responds affirmatively. He then mentions news unrelated to them, but quite disturbing, piquing her curiosity. The rumors suggested that certain people were building a structure made entirely of paper notes in the market. Adelia is shocked to learn this, and discovers that Black Cat is likely responsible for the deed. She wonders what they are planning, as such a thing is highly unusual. Adelia quickly opens her tech panel, discovering that the beat mask was demanding a more detailed report. She immediately calls for Ms. Constellation, concluding these scenes of the chapter. Now we are in the 7th territory of the market. There, the movement of machinery is observed, and Black Cat watches everything from a vantage point. He states that he would do anything ordered by the Constellation, but the purpose of building a structure entirely of fragile paper notes was unknown. Then someone appears, revealing that it was a gift to be given, tensely ending the chapter. Black Cat immediately asks why he was ordered to build a structure entirely out of money. The two-faced ruler replies that it was a gift, making the little black feline very curious about who the grand gesture was for. He starts to think of someone, but keeps it a mystery for now. The two-faced ruler then asks if he has found the boy who sold the rings. Black Cat replies negatively, explaining that the seller didn't leave clear characteristics of the boy. However, since the deed's contact information was recorded, the search is being conducted using all available records. The Constellation, upon hearing this, urges haste, making the feline respond affirmatively, visibly tense and desperate. Now we leave that scene and move to the staff room in Valhalla. The gray-haired teacher is seen struggling to sort things out. Suddenly, Lee Sung-kyul enters, asking if he has chosen all the members for the competition, to which he responds affirmatively. Lee then requests the list of selected students. He discovers that apart from Young-jin, all the participants are from the gray-haired teacher's class. He is surprised to see Kim Joo-hyuk among the participants. The teacher explains that the boy initially didn't want to join, but when he mentioned the Great Forest Center, his opinion changed suddenly. Lee Sang-kyul finds this very strange, noting that most people hesitate upon hearing about it, and the teacher fully agrees. But it was unlikely that he didn't know what the center of the Great Forest was, even if he slept through all the lessons, as everything was explained clearly. Lee Sang-kyul then fought out the room of constellations, highlighting Kim Joo-hyuk's ulterior motives for being at the school. He soon asked if it was okay to gather all the students for training, receiving a positive response, and the professor arranged a schedule. After that, the two parted ways in a tone of friendship and camaraderie. Thus ended the conversation of this scene in the chapter. Now we can fast forward a few days to the small auditorium at Valhalla. There was the muscular Oh Se-hyuk, the powerful, fearless, and impressive Yoo So-hyun, alongside the cute and strong little girl Choi Ah-rin, plus Do Young-jin, who wasn't part of the gray-haired professor's class, and our beloved protagonist Kim Joo-hyuk. Suddenly, Lee Sang-kyul entered the auditorium where all these prodigious students were gathered. He immediately noticed the 5 selected students were present. He said it was a pleasure to meet them and introduced himself as their combat instructor. Lee Sang-kyul explained why the students were there and that he would later describe the training they would undergo. There would be a total of 3 trials to complete. The first was a duel between students, very similar to the entrance test at Valhalla. The second trial involved a team battle with the 5 school members competing against students from other schools. This test emphasized the leader's situational adaptation skills, as all teams would be fighting simultaneously, according to Lee Sang-kyul. The third trial involved the center of the Great Forest, which greatly intrigued Kim Joo-hyuk. Due to the final exam being brought forward, Lee Sang-kyul couldn't provide much information, only stating that the center of the Great Forest was a fearsome labyrinth. As the name suggested, the place had many trees and an extremely secure gate designed to block anyone, allowing entry only to authorized personnel. All Lee Sang-kyul could say was that each group would enter the center of the Great Forest, with instructions given on the day itself. Even with limited information, everyone understood. He decided to proceed, explaining the team battle specifications and format, as there wasn't much else to elaborate on. He expected everyone to have some knowledge, given their experience with the dungeon raid, while Kim Joo-hyuk pondered the vague explanation about the Great Forest. Since there was a barrier he couldn't just enter, it wasn't that simple. Thus concluded the initial explanation and the protagonist's line of reasoning. After explaining the team battle, Lee Sang-kyul also outlined the training process. Before proceeding, he asked if the group had any questions, and the only one to raise his hand was Kim Joo-hyuk. Once authorized to speak, he asked if there was any issue with training alone. Lee Sang-kyul replied that it didn't matter, as the boy could train however he wished. After answering, he again asked if anyone else had questions, and this time, only the cute little girl raised her hand, also expressing her desire to train alone. Lee Sang-kyul found it very strange that both Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Er-rin wanted to train alone, but he agreed anyway, and asked if anyone else had the same intention. As the others remained silent, Lee Sang-kyul assumed they didn't. He then decided to wrap things up for the day, informing them he would see them again during training. Receiving an affirmative response, the students began to stand and leave the venue. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that before the competition began, he would have mastered the technique, fully absorbing the mana and improving his condition. All of his free time would be dedicated to training, and while thinking this, someone called out to him. It was Choi Er-rin, asking if participating in the training was a good idea. He was slightly confused by this question since, in his mind, she planned to train alone. She had also mentioned she couldn't push herself too hard, reinforcing that idea, but then she considered that there was a catch to all this. Suddenly, we delve into her memories from some time ago, where the professor mentioned reading the newspaper articles and wanting to understand her decision better in person. He asked if she really wanted to participate in the event. She asked if Kim Joo-hyuk would be attending, to which the professor confirmed. Thus, Choi Er-rin decided to participate as well, leaving the professor quite impressed, given that her body hadn't fully recovered yet. She assured him she would be fine, gaining the trust of the gray-haired professor. Now back to the present, Choi Er-rin thought that little time remained before she could become the head of the family, but there was still a catch. Thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk, she had found another goal to pursue. This goal was to grow stronger as a team, helping him achieve his individual goals. Just as he had previously helped her willingly and generously, he was somewhat confused by her odd way of speaking, stopping and smiling, but nonetheless advised her not to overtrain, and she responded firmly. Kim Joo-hyuk then explained that most of the training would focus on mana control, and that their physical preparation would center on walks, which she confirmed positively. After giving all the instructions and tips, he bid farewell to Choi Er-rin, informing her he would finish his work and then help her a bit more. Now we find ourselves in what appears to be a prison, with the moon shining in the dark sky. A man with broken teeth was screaming in agony, begging for mercy in that place. He just wanted to leave, offering bribes to the men there. One of them held an extremely sharp and large knife in his hands, with a dark and frightening expression. He suddenly struck the young show-off in the chest, making him groan and bleed heavily. The man collapsed to his knees, his hands behind his back, unconscious and defeated. Lisa asked why Elle hadn't finished the situation already, and he replied that it wouldn't be fun to end it so quickly. The girl became enthusiastic, as another mission had arisen to be successfully completed. The boy asked if it was a new target to kill, and she responded affirmatively. On the girl's phone was a picture of Kim Joo-hyuk, the young man from Valhalla, ending the chapter with a shocking mission against the protagonist. The vigilante's victim was still there, bleeding with a knife in his chest. One of them began a conversation as he removed the weapon from the boy's body. Nandul asked why they had taken on the job of killing a useless student. Lisa replied that the client had probably paid a fortune for it. The deadline was a month since the boy needed to be killed during the inter-school competition. Nandul asked Lisa why they didn't just finish the mission now, and she explained that the dormitory security was strong, making it almost impossible to breach the barrier. They countered that, theoretically, it would be even more complicated during the school competition, considering the other schools present, something Lisa had already heard from Aaliyah. They said the third day's task would be in the Great Forest's center, involving a mysterious maze. Lisa also learned that the goal was for students to traverse the area, and Nandul grew curious about whether instructors would be present. She explained that no one would be there except for a drone and a few guards at the entrance, as the teachers and counselors would be watching from afar. They would have to hide after Aaliyah infiltrated first, which Nandul found boring. Lisa emphasized that completing the mission was the priority, and Nandul agreed. Now we fast forward a month to the first day of the inter-school competition. All the students were excited about the event's start. Rockdell Ventrick observed everything in complete silence. He then delved into his mind, going back some time. On that day, he answered a call from his dear father. He informed him that he had received the money for Eden Ventric, which his father acknowledged positively. He also mentioned that with the money, he had paid for a divine contract, ordering Il Shinjo to kill Kim Ju-hyuk. His father was shocked to hear this, but Rockdell Ventric explained there was nothing linking the two to these malicious actions. Regardless, he would ensure that was the case, as the Samseol do Il Shin group had already accepted the commission. Eden Ventric had heard of the senior assassin group, made up of 3 individuals working together to become an unstoppable force. Because of this, his father urged his son not to draw too much attention, to which Rockdell agreed. Now back to the present, Rockdell Ventric reflected that Il Shin had already sent confirmation that Kim Ju-hyuk would be handled during the competition. Thus, he didn't need to sit and watch. He immediately called his assistant Julia to leave the area. Suddenly, a man dressed in black appeared on the podium, welcoming the students and spectators. It was Shim Dakin, the president of Valhalla's council. Before the competition officially began, he wanted to introduce the representatives from each school. He started with White Lotus from China, followed by the heroes from the United States, and finally, the remarkable students from Valhalla representing South Korea. The competition will last for 3 days. Today's task is an individual duel between the students, he announces. After passing on the information and holding the ceremony, he asks everyone to return to the waiting room. The chief instructor is eager to see the results of the new generation. Moreover, he was also eagerly waiting for this guy, the senior instructor of the heroes, Jack Rover. The two already know each other, and our senior instructor jokes with his friend, calling him Mr. Third place. Jack reminds him that Valhalla didn't come in first that time either, but now it will be different. This year, the heroes will definitely come in first place. The Americans' confidence was high, the reason being the pinnacle of all contractors, the only one. Sankyo mentions that this is the guy called Logan, the Destroyer. To our instructor's surprise, this guy's son is at the academy and will represent the United States. The genius boy is right there, Logan Jr. From his appearance, our instructor recognizes that he seems very competent and is eager to see him in combat. Jack mentions that the boy made a contract with the same constellation as his father. Despite this, Jack also heard that Valhalla has incredible talents this year, especially that boy Kim Ji-hyuk. He was quite excited about the fight between the boys, but our instructor was no longer interested. He only mentioned that soon he would understand why he didn't have high expectations. And to our delight, the first fight announced was between Valhalla and the heroes. The two boys were selected for the first match. The president announces that the rules are simple, they just can't kill each other. The security system prevents fatal damage, so the hits landed in this arena will be transformed into pain by electrical impulses. In other words, feel free to go all out, because here you don't need to hold back. After the countdown, they can begin. Our protagonist was calm. He didn't need to overdo it. 3, 2, and 1, Ji-hyuk quickly approached and struck. To his surprise, until today, no one had ever blocked any of his blows. But it just happened. Who is this guy? He is strong. Logan asks if the protagonist thinks he is strong with such an attack. Ji-hyuk said he still has a long way to go. Really? He said that the protagonist is more modest than he thought. For a moment, we believed that the opponent was strong, but it's not quite like that. Ji-hyuk asks if he can withstand his blows over time and spins the boy in the air. Then he lands a precise blow to the nipples. This time, Logan acknowledged that this blow was heavy, and our protagonist recognized that the opponent is quite tough. The two instructors were watching the fight. Sankyo states that Logan is quite tough for withstanding a blow from the protagonist. Jack saw all the videos of this boy and trained the students. Ji-hyuk wasn't supposed to be this scary, but it is still too early to give up. Logan hasn't used destruction yet, and now he attacks using magical energy. With this kind of power, our protagonist has to dodge. He feels that this energy is dangerous. Despite having destructive power, he doesn't have the same level of fighting skill. His hair was cut. Ji-hyuk is sure that this boy Logan would be a great hairdresser. Logan realized that if he can't land his blows, there is no reason to use destruction. In fact, he doesn't have to use it conventionally. He places his hands on the ground and channels his energy through the stadium. Using his power, he can distract the opponent by raising pieces of the arena. If the opponent can't locate him among the debris, he won't be able to dodge the attacks. This is the expectation of an inexperienced boy. However, Ji-hyuk easily saw his movements and was able to dodge and even throw a piece of rock at his opponent's face. The protagonist uses this moment to tell the boy that if he is hiding, it becomes easy to find him. If he is using magic, he can simply sense the energy. Why not try throwing a punch like this without magic and hit the opponent's nose? With just one more precise blow, the victory went to the Korean team. Sang-gyeol was confident in this result, but Jack was stunned. That boy is a monster. The next duels took place and all the enemies were easily defeated. When there were no more enemy opponents to face, Valhalla had to face their own team in the final round. And to fill the protagonist with pride, Choi Arim was the finalist. The girl also talked about this. Valhalla's victory is guaranteed, so there is no reason for them to fight with full strength. However, it is the winner who will receive a scholarship, and she doesn't need the money, so if Joo Hyuk wants, she can forfeit. Joo Hyuk replies that he also doesn't care about the money, but still, Arim can't forfeit. He also wanted her to show how much she had improved, so he asked her to give her best in the fight. Without hesitation, the girl prepared to attack with her thunderous sword. Before, her skill was already something incredible. Now, her control was on another level. The fight between these two monsters shocked the entire arena. Even the senior instructors couldn't believe what they were watching. This was a high-level battle. The victory went to the protagonist, and Barche spoke in his mind that he is very cruel, and if he had hurt her, Joo Hyuk held back. He says he didn't hit her abdomen. The girl changed the trajectory of the attack at the last moment, and he also did it to hit the sword. However, his power is so different that the result of hitting the sword was something like this. Despite his monstrous growing strength, Choi Arim is also incredible and surpasses all other students. The first day of the competition ended, and during the night, Sankyo congratulated the team. They were incredible and won the first day. Everyone wasn't hurt due to the defense system, but they should still rest and visit the infirmary. He was also going to mention something about the formation to use tomorrow. However, Joo Hyuk began to doubt if he really needed to wait longer to go to the center of the Great Forest. Maybe his strength was enough not to have to follow the rules. The meeting ended and Sankyo left the boys alone, but Joo Hyuk wanted to talk to the instructor first. He had a question. If he managed to defeat everyone and finish the test in record time tomorrow, could they do the third test on the same day? At this point, he didn't even question if it was possible, and just said he would look in the rule book. He investigated and discovered that there are exceptions for this to happen. If the test was done very quickly and the preparations for the next test were already ready, they could be done immediately. In other words, the protagonist says he will finish quickly, so he asks the instructor to have everything prepared for him to take the final test on the same day. The man didn't even question if it was possible. He says he will do it that way. So in that case, the protagonist will hear tomorrow. They say goodbye, and our hero is impatient and hates following rules. And then he quickly discussed with his pet sword. Do you want me to finish you off too? Our hero is completely anxious and can't wait another day to follow the system's orders and get more answers. The next day, the sun rises. The weather is great for the second day of competition. The Academy president says again, "It is a pleasure to have everyone here for this beautiful day. The group battle will take place in the forest, and everyone will watch everything through ultra-modern drone cameras." This is the new favorite team to win the competition. But Ji-yak wasn't with the group. Yoo So-yeon asked her colleagues if anyone knew the whereabouts of that boy. At that moment, the latecomer joins the team and apologizes for being late. Although he is the strongest in the school, he can still get scolded for it. The instructor was clear when he said everyone should be here 30 minutes early. Didn't he forget? It's not that he forgot, he just wasn't paying attention. The protagonist stated that he would take care of everything, so there was no need to come up with a strategy. They know he is strong, but the test is a group battle now. So-yeon questioned if he thinks he can face all 10 enemy students at once. None of the boys wanted to interfere in this discussion. Only a girl would have the courage to face this guy. Aram then intervened. She wanted to go with Ji-yak too. His response is no. They all must wait here now. Although Yoo So-yeon didn't understand the boy's intentions, she tried until the end to change his mind. Then, when the countdown to start the test began, 3, 2, 1, the White Lotus team was ready to recover the points lost yesterday. Within seconds of starting the test, they were located and couldn't even prepare a defense. Ji-yak even acknowledged that they are good because they reacted quickly. White Lotus has been eliminated. Logan is the leader of his team and thought that Valhalla focused on the White Lotus team so they wouldn't have a chance to join forces against them. That guy is very strong and also very smart. The boy on the team detected magic coming towards them at high speed. It's a person at high speed. They know it's the bogeyman coming after them, so they prepared a reinforced magic shield. Melissa would prepare the most powerful reinforcement magic she could. Bella is responsible for defense and will support the barrier. With everyone focused on defense, Logan will be ready for the attack. This is a formation entirely focused on defense, so Melissa questioned why all this if it's just one person. Logan stated that this person is Ji-yak. She must have seen in the first test that he is different from everyone else. Bella said that Melissa didn't fight him yesterday, so she has no idea how strong that blow to the chest is. Melissa was sure there was no one stronger than Logan, but Logan himself admits that he doesn't compare to that guy. They waited for some time and the enemy's mana disappeared. Despite this, they maintained the formation for longer. The boys on the team seemed duplicated. While they waited, the monster appeared on top of the trees. Logan's rear felt chills. Before he could look in the direction of the enemy, his vision was already blocked by a sword. Ji-Yak infiltrated their formation from above and defeated the only DPS. Bella didn't have a chance to use her shield, and Melissa didn't fight him before, but now she can defeat him. But first, she needs to land a hit. She experienced what everyone went through yesterday, a blow to the stomach. The two boys from before had the advantage of attacking the opponent from behind, but lost with just one blow. With 4 attacks, Ji-Yak defeated the 5 opponents from the American Academy. But heroes have been eliminated. The protagonist could no longer wait to go to the forest. But before that, can you tell me where this boy is looking? The fastest test in history has just been completed. In the monitoring room, the Academy president asked the others if the clock was correct. Ji-Yak finished the test alone in 23 minutes. They all agreed. So the president was going to end the second day of tests right then. But the senior instructor Sankyo mentioned that the rules allow the third test to be done today if the second test is completed very quickly. The president understands what he means and authorizes them to discuss if this is possible. That Ji-Yak is indeed a demon and did what he said. Jack agreed with Sankyo to bring the third test forward, but they still needed the approval of the White Lotus instructor. According to Jack, after watching the first and second days, he had no doubt that the result would change. Valhalla has a terrifying monster this year. He also understands why Sankyo didn't doubt that Ji-Yak could lose. In the restroom, the Valhalla team was there, but they weren't tired because they didn't even lift a finger for this victory. Yu So-yeon couldn't stop thinking that this guy is a monster. He is totally insane. She was going to try to take the lead in this test and couldn't. Yesterday, she was defeated by Choi Arim in combat. There are rumors that she is being trained by Ji-Yak. The girl feels that at this rate, she is falling far behind, and it is distressing. So she wonders if she could set aside her pride. Would he teach her too? The seductive atmosphere was broken when they announced over the school's sound system that the test for tomorrow, Survival in the Labyrinth, had been brought forward. Before everyone went to the forest, the protagonist said he had an announcement to make to everyone. He would go alone to the center of the forest, so they are all on their own. If they have problems, they can call him, and he will help. So-yeon was once again irritated. Another solo move. They already won the previous 2 tests, so they will pass anyway in this test. But why does this boy insist on doing everything alone? She wanted to say something to him, but she couldn't. Ji-Yak then asked if the little bird wasn't going to say what she wanted. Why do you keep giving me nicknames? You are confirming the nickname. I wanted a nickname too. After a while, everyone went to the gate to the Great Forest. The president then announced to everyone that the final test of the competition would begin. Once again, everyone would watch through the magical screen in the stadium. In the center of this place, there is a labyrinth unlike any other in the world. A dense forest where the rain never stops falling, dangers threaten at all times. The content of this test is as follows. All participants will be evaluated at the beginning of the test. After 5 hours inside this forest, the closer the students are to their current state before entering, the higher the grade they will receive. Group combat is prohibited, so let the test begin. Now that the final test has been announced, those 2 crazies are lurking in the abandoned warehouse at the academy. They were waiting for the 3rd day to do their job and just found out that the test was brought forward. A woman came to inform the 2, so they would also bring forward the job they have to do. They are teleported from where they are, and immediately the camera system in the control room is interrupted. The instructors have no idea what kind of failure could cause all the cameras in the forest to fail simultaneously. Did I forget to pay the internet? You call the provider and the gate security. The instructors agree that the students could get into trouble in there, so the instructors will enter to end the test. When they went to the gate, all they found were the ruins of what used to be a gate. Inside the forest, they were fighting against the rain, waiting for time to pass. Melissa said that Bella wasn't doing very well, but the girl didn't want to hinder the team, saying she got too wet in the rain. Logan, as a good leader, couldn't ignore the signs and ordered them to build a shelter to get out of the rain. With his power, he can make a cave in the ground. Something unexpected appears in front of him, a black and purple orb. Then 3 people emerge from it. The bald man, with a scary look, says Ji-Hyuk should accept and die quickly. Their boss, or something like that, says that this is not the target. Their teleport identified the wrong target. Logan heard very well the bald man's words. They want to kill Ji-Hyuk. So who are these people using dark magic? The girl tells the bald man to hurry and not leave any witnesses. They will have to face the genius of the Heroes Academy for that. This competition is no place for worms using dark magic. Logan tried to attack the target in front of him and was stabbed in the back. The bald man's power can do something like that. So cowardly. This guy really did it. He did it to someone as important as me. When did he get behind me? The bald man then told him to look back and understand better. Logan realized that this guy mastered the shadow clone jutsu and was cruel. He received a fatal blow and fell. The sound of his fall was heavy, and the two girls asked if he died instantly, but that wasn't the case. He would bleed out to death. These people were used to this. But Bella had never seen someone close to dying. The D1 girl ordered the bald man to hurry up and eliminate the witnesses. They had to hunt down the target before anyone interfered. While they were attacking the survivors, our protagonist was running through the forest. The system ordered him to go to the center of the great forest, but he didn't believe there was anything in this place besides trees. Along the way, he noticed the presence of the American students. The blonde girl was standing and seemed to be the last survivor of the group. The bald man had eliminated them all and noticed that another witness had appeared. However, the man saw that his prey had come to them on its own. A lucky day. Melissa also noticed Juyak and heard that these people were after him, but they were caught by mistake. The pair of executioners celebrated the fact that the prey came to them. Even knowing he was a target, Juyak was calm and had a cold look. Seeing these innocent people on the ground was something he couldn't ignore. He asked the blonde girl to take care of the fallen friends and stop the bleeding. Perhaps they could be saved. Juyak noticed they were hit in a non-fatal way, just to bleed slowly. These criminals are savage. Before they started fighting, he asked some questions. What was their goal with all this? The bald man said the brat was spoiled, thinking he could ask questions. The entrance was destroyed. All observation drones were destroyed. No teacher would arrive in time to save them. The bald man estimated it would take at least an hour to get through the destroyed gate. This was to scare the boy, but Juyak thought the forest was huge and the rain incessant. What if he didn't find his goal after solving this problem? What would the bald man think of a boy saying he would solve this and then do something else? The bald man attacked in two directions to eliminate the target. It would be impossible for anyone to dodge both attacks, but the impossible happened. He hit the ground. Where was that boy? Juyak called out, this way, and then said they were in big trouble now. The blow was so strong that the bald man flew meters until he hit a tree. The two criminals didn't have time to process the information. They were hit from behind and immediately lost consciousness, falling like sacks of potatoes to the ground next to the bald man. Juyak ordered the blonde girl to use her healing magic on her friend's wounds. If she couldn't handle it alone, she could run west until she found the Valhalla students who would help. The rain hit her tears, but she was determined to heal her friends as quickly as possible. The bald man woke up quickly and saw his partners beside him. When he looked ahead, his target was staring at him. He had another chance to complete the mission and flee with the sacks of potatoes. Juyak, on the other hand, said that before killing, he needed the bald man to explain one thing. Who ordered his head? Despite being a criminal, the bald man asked what kind of assassin he would be if he revealed the client's identity. Juyak was impatient. Usually guys spill the beans when they know they have no chance of survival. The bald man blacked out for a few seconds, but now regained his senses. He would take it seriously and finish off this boy now. His clone was behind Juyak, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Even without vision, Juyak perfectly dodged the attack. How did he do that? Juyak said the guy was a coward, attacking from behind. He destroyed the clone and asked if he wanted a surprise attack that wasn't cowardly. Take this broken nose. The man was hit, and it was clear that the roles of prey and hunter had reversed. Juyak asked again, for the last time, what the client's name was. The man insisted it was impossible to lose to a kid. In that case, Juyak started hitting until he gave in. The attack was so powerful that trees were torn apart like paper. After some time, the instructors managed to reach the group of students. They followed the noise and found the American group along with the Korean one. The Americans were in bad shape. Juyak was very worried and wanted to know what happened. Logan and the others couldn't stand up, but they were fine. They still hadn't said what happened. Logan said they were attacked by surprise by villains, 2 women and a weird bald guy. Judging by their appearance, Sankyo deduced it was the Samsal group. But where are the attackers now? They have to hunt them down. Logan pointed to the side and said they didn't need to. The bodies there were of the 3 criminals. The scene was frightening. It looked like a meteor had fallen on them. The D1 girl and the bald man were destroyed by Juyak. More impressive than professional assassins being here is knowing that Juyak defeated them. It's impossible to judge how strong that boy is. Logan said that before he lost consciousness, he saw Juyak fight for a few seconds. It was truly incredible. The criminals couldn't touch him. Melissa saw the whole fight too. They thought Logan was the strongest among high school students, but now his arrogance was gone. Jack told his pupil to cheer up. Juyak is an anomaly among everything he has ever seen, but Logan is still incredible. More importantly, they said there were 3 people. Where is the other woman? When they asked, they heard the sound of something falling to the ground. The protagonist brought the 3rd woman, trying to find out who was behind those criminals. Instructor Sankyo didn't need to ask if he was injured. They could hear the details when they returned to the academy. The teachers would help the injured students and take them to the hospital. Officially, the student competition was over. Later that night in the academy dormitory, our protagonist had just come out of the bath. It was truly a tough day. Why was that? Barcha suggested that maybe it was because he used a lot of magic today and even defeated 3 villains. Despite everything that happened, he was satisfied. Looking at the system window, he saw that he had met the conditions and achieved the goal of recovering the pearl from the house of Matagayalona. Now, he wondered how something so big fit in his pocket. He was satisfied because he fought against time, and it wasn't easy to achieve that, so the satisfaction of succeeding is even greater. The woman woke up after being knocked out, and when she opened her eyes, the protagonist ordered her to get up. He wanted to know what her ability was. He heard before that they were after a target and were part of a group called Samsao. Judging by the formation of the 3, the girls should be the support of the group. So what was her ability? The woman was furious and wouldn't reveal anything. They might have failed, but she could escape from there. Her teleportation magic was interrupted by Jia. The girl couldn't imagine it was possible to interrupt her magic in the middle of the process. Just seeing the magic in action once was enough for the protagonist to understand how it worked. She could basically move using a black orb. The protagonist commented that this was very useful and that he needed her help now. He had something to find, and if she helped, she might keep all her teeth. And that's how our hero managed to find the great center of the forest. Barcha commented that Jia didn't keep the promise of not doing anything to her if he found what he was looking for. In that case, he said it was her fault. He asked who their clients were and she didn't want to talk, so he had to insist a bit to try to get the answer. He knew who the Samsao were, and now about who hired them, he deduced it must be the damn Rockdill. That was his deduction. And if he was right, the Ventrix would try to act again until they succeeded. In that case, the only choice he had was to eliminate the entire family to get rid of their threat. Anyway, the next step after getting the pearl was to face the lost memories through dreams. But now, did he need to sleep to do that? Barchi thought so. He also believed he would recover his own memories if Jiak recovered his. So, Jiak turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. It's hard to sleep when you try to sleep on purpose, but after some time, he managed. The protagonist relived that night he died. After the epic battle that saved Earth's fate, the tower was destroyed and the debris killed him. It's unknown what he remembers because this is what is told in the stories, but something happened that no one knows. Moments before his death, time stopped, and someone froze that moment. Someone mysterious, appearing only as a shadow, came and said to Jiak, "I will take good care of your name and the names you protected in this world." And that was all that happened. The creature disappeared and time resumed. Thus ended the great legendary hero. After this crazy dream, he woke up wondering if that was a dream or reality. Were those really his lost memories? Is that how it happened? The protagonist wanted to know if Barcha remembered anything too. Judging by his reaction, it seemed so. Barcha said that before he was a tiger. Thinking about it, Jiak asked if it was really like that. Was he an animal in his past life? According to Barsh, he wasn't that cute. Jiak asked if Barsha saw that guy too, and then questioned what his name was before. Barsha didn't remember. He only had memories of being a tiger. Now, Jiak didn't know if he was crazy from being hit in the head so much, or if this was true. Anyway, he looked at the system again to find out more. The new information was about a secret room in Valhalla. The system wanted him to go to this place and watch the truth. Jiak didn't know if this was the last mission or not, so he decided that after today's training, he would ask the teacher about this place. Later, during physical training, Choi Aram was by his side, as always. The muscular guy was also lifting weights. The big surprise for him was a new person there, Makema, who came for the first time and had the courage to ask why the big guy was in this place. "Is this girl an idiot? Where else should a mountain of muscles be?" Jiak asked why Makema was there. This question hit her sore spot. She confessed she was there for the same reason as Jiak, out of envy for Jiak, and came to train like him. The big guy corrected the girl. He was there not because of Jiak, but because he frequented that place long before him. But he understood how the girl felt. She was there because she lost to Choi Aram too, not just Jiak who surpassed her. In the fight between the girls, Makema was the favorite and believed she was the second strongest. But Arim was more resilient and had even stronger attack power. She managed to cut Makema's attacks without hesitation. Makema tried to use her most powerful attack, but Aram surpassed her with technique. Before Aram delivered the final blow, she proved to be stronger in every aspect. It was a complete victory. Makema realized that Aram became stronger due to training with Jiak. Seeing Arim work so hard in weightlifting, she knew Jiak's influence was clear. Makema wanted to learn how to train, and even though Jiak was an expert in this, he thought it was better for her to ask Jiak for advice. Asking another noble for help was simple, but pride prevented Makema from asking Jiak for help. After all, he was poor. Despite her pride, she knew it was the right thing to do. Makema was ready to ask for help, but Jiak called her a little bird again. Once again, he's calling me that. She accepted and decided to continue. She said he was training Chuo Arim and wanted to ask for help with that too. Unfortunately, the teacher interrupted the moment to ask for Jiak's attention. Someone was waiting for him. When he finished training, he could go meet her. The person said it would be the last time they would see each other for a long time. Jiak had no idea who it was and decided to go immediately. Once again, Makema couldn't say anything and was interrupted. This time, the shame was killing her. However, the protagonist surprised her. He told the talkative girl that if she wanted to train, she could ask Chuo Arim about her routine and follow it. If she worked hard, he might train her too. Chuo Arim agreed to help the talkative girl. The senior instructor didn't reveal who the person was, keeping the suspense. He wanted to know who it was before reaching the room. The instructor just said that if Jiak thought hard, it could only be one person. Jiak had a guess. When they reached the room, he confirmed. It was Rakdo Van Trick, and he looked terrible. Jiak wasn't excited at all to see or talk to Rakdo. On the other hand, Rakdo couldn't wait any longer. Despite his arrogance, he knelt and begged for forgiveness. Rakdo threw himself on the ground begging, and his pet girl was beside him as always. He kept saying, "Please forgive me." Jiak didn't know the reason, so he asked the instructor if he knew why Rakdo was there. Senkyo expected Jiak to know. It was Rakdo who hired the 3 assassins from before. Hearing this, Rakdo's body froze. The instructor also reminded him that the first time they tried to ambush Jiak, it was Rakdo who orchestrated everything and then got away. Now, he committed the same crime again. In the press, this was being reported everywhere, but Jiak questioned if it mattered. He believed the Van Trick family would cover everything up and pamper Rakdo. Senkyo surprised everyone with the news that the Van Trick family had expelled Rakdo. That was why he was there, and in such bad shape. Senkyo explained that not only the Van Tricks but also Rakdo's father had disowned him. Unlike before, the Van Tricks didn't do anything to cover up the news. Rakdo's reputation was worse than a cockroach that came out of the sewer. Jiak then asked the criminal directly. Now that he was without protection and all that was left was jail, how could he save Rakdo? The boy saw a glimmer of hope and shouted that there was a chance. The most important thing was Jiak's testimony. The protagonist heard this and showed no reaction. Rakdo begged him to say something, to say that he was innocent and nothing had happened. This request was absurd, but Jiak simply replied that he wasn't in the mood. Rakdo begged again and apologized more, even offering his body, but our hero didn't want any of that. When the instructor heard Rakdo offering money to be forgiven, he got angry, but Jiak, even being poor, didn't even consider the offer. With no ideas on what could convince Jiak, Rakdo had an idea. He grabbed his property by the arm and offered her. If Jiak wanted to own the girl, he could give her to him. She was from the royal family of England. Owning her would bring status to Jiak and help him rise in power. Of all the offers, this one stirred the protagonist. Would he give the girl as if she were an object? Rakdo showed his usual face and stated that the girl was his property. It was natural for him to sell, use, or trade her. He showed her neck, where there was a mark proving she was his property. So what did he think of that? If he wanted, he could transfer ownership right now. Thank you all seeing this. Remember that this was a taboo. Sealing someone with magic was forbidden. It was a spell that prevented the person from acting against their owners. But a normal person couldn't cast such a spell. Who did this for Rakdo? The protagonist couldn't take it anymore just listening. So he said darkly that people like Rakdo had existed for a long time, people who used forbidden spells on others for evil. Jiak placed his hand on her and used his mana. The girl realized he was doing something but didn't know what it was. When Jiak removed the seal from her body using his power, she understood. The magic was broken. Slowly, the seal disappeared. Rakdo had just lost his most valuable possession. Jiak asked the teacher if he could authorize a punch on him just this once. Senkyo doesn't accept anyone breaking the rules. Violence among students isn't tolerated, but the story is different when the other person is a criminal. Besides, the instructor himself doesn't like the Ventric family, so he authorized it. The negotiation was made while Rakdo watched without being able to react. Now that it was authorized, it was time to relieve the anger. The protagonist was kind, asking the victim to clench his teeth so he wouldn't hurt himself. Despite the warning, the punch was so strong that he flew several meters and lost some teeth. Later, everything was resolved. Barche, who can talk in the protagonist's head, commented that he thought this time Jiak would kill Rock Do. If it were 300 years ago, he would have indeed crushed that guy. The truth is that Jiak got so angry because in the past, one of his disciples did the same kind of spell, and besides, he had been in that situation before. Barsha didn't know that the legendary hero had been a slave in the past, but this conversation was interrupted by the girl Yuria. She ran to him to thank him for freeing her. The girl couldn't talk to him at the time, but she had eternal gratitude. From the information she discovered, there's no one who can understand her better in the world. Jiak said she didn't need to bother with that, and that she shouldn't look for him to try to repay anything. She should just go back to living her own life as she wished. These words reached the girl's soul. After so much suffering, she thought she would never have so much happiness again. The next day, the protagonist met with Professor Lilia to obtain some information. She responded that the Great Palace of Ahala is located in China, and more specifically, it is a labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association in China. He even questions if it is the same White Lotus that participated in the competition. When she confirms it is, he becomes thoughtful about it. Invading a labyrinth that doesn't belong to him is a crime, and it would be much more troublesome to do so. And after all, why do labyrinths have to have owners nowadays? He also remembers that in the past, animals would mysteriously invade dungeons. Perhaps he could do the same, or even destroy everything in his path. Although it might be quicker to do something like that, he prefers not to cause trouble and turmoil for people. He wants to extract some information from the professor. Is there any way to access this dungeon? She explains that the dungeon is open to students of the White Lotus Academy. As soon as she finished her sentence, she covered her mouth as if she did not want to have said what she just did. Then she charges her student, saying he cannot just stay there, gathering information without giving anything in return. So for that, she asks to give more information. She wants 3 things in exchange. After that, she shares more details. Our protagonist then does not hesitate and stands up, telling the professor to enjoy her coffee alone. Of course, she begs, says she will tell him everything he wants to know. Then he just sits back down. I can bet her intention is still to make him her assistant, but I doubt she'll succeed. They sit down. Then he says, keep talking, since she wants to earn his respect. She gets startled and says that what she's about to say should be a secret, so she will speak more softly. The issue is that the Great Palace of Ahala will be one of the stadiums for the World Championship in the 2nd semester. With this, very cautiously, Ju Hyuk asks if this is really true. Do other professors also know about this? She explains that no, only she knows, and in this case, he questions how she has this information. Perhaps she is boasting about information she should not have, so Lilia says she has an informant. In this case, he asks, so is it a world championship involving competition among all the schools in the world? She answers yes, but unlike the academy, where the competition is among the 3 most important schools in the world, the world championship is like the Olympics. Although this may seem very impressive to us, the protagonist is just another annoyance. He also isn't sure if he can participate in it, and it will take quite a while, so he questions if there is any other way to get there faster. Realizing that Ju Hyuk is so determined to reach this place, this leaves Lilia slightly surprised. She replies that she has no information or contacts with the White Lotus itself. The professor is not sure about the method, but said she will try to gain access for Ju Hyuk. In exchange, he has to do one thing for her. Lilia asks him to accompany her to the International Society of Monster Research. It is a one-day event, so he won't have to worry about losing much time. So, sometime that we do not know how long it is, they are in the north of London, in Tottenham, where the International Society for Monster Research is located. When he arrived at the event door, he was already furious. Having spent so many hours traveling just for this, that talk of just one day was also a lie. She ignores his words and responds that they are here on the weekend. She might even extend his day off at the academy to Monday. Most importantly of all, Ju Hyuk asks why they are really here. Then, to answer that question, she puts him in a test room to attack a monster. It seems that people evaluate the boy's performance. He is here to prove the article she is writing. In exchange for her information, he must kill some monsters for her. The boar attacked quickly and took only 1 hit and then disappeared. And it wasn't just a few monsters. It was an hour and a half of killing all kinds of monsters until he was tired at the end of that time. Ju Hyuk questions Lilia again. She lied again, as she said there would only be 3 monsters. So why were there so many? Professor Lilia pretends she doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, Ju Hyuk asks what happened with the climate here. As soon as they enter this place, people began to look strange at the two. He then asks if she fought with these people or asked them to be her assistants as well. The professor finally reveals her intentions. She said that for decades people believed in certain techniques and theories. Then, suddenly, an article appeared out of nowhere, contradicting everything they thought and believed. The protagonist realizes that these people want to maintain an archaic and less efficient knowledge knowledge than the professor taught on the first day of class. But he questions if these tests with swords prove something different. Why don't they themselves kill the monsters to prove the articles? The professor, with a darker look, says it's because they don't want to. Basically, there is an elite that controls the most accepted hunting strategy theories. They impose this on society and the world. They conduct their own tests to prove the methods they want. It turns out that the current high ranking in the society that evaluates this are incompetent people who have taken their positions only by nepotism. After hearing all the explanation, the old people didn't like having their theories refuted. The protagonist agrees that these people are disgusting, and he liked helping her with that. He has already helped the professor with what she wanted. Now she has to repay him with help to go to the White Lotus. Lilia then surprises by saying it was a good choice for him to have come here. After all, the director of the White Lotus is also at this place. Ju Hyuk is very smart and says that in that case he knows who she is. Has he seen her today? Then he's going to talk to her right now. Before he can get up, someone knocks on the door and asks if student Ju Hyuk is here and if they can speak with him for a moment. The protagonist recognizes the voice. It is familiar, and he says yes and can come in now. The room is immediately illuminated with such beauty. The person before them is the director of the White Lotus Academy, and definitely one of the most beautiful women in this story. Not only that, she politely says it's a pleasure to meet him. Her name is Zillion. Our protagonist reciprocates the courtesy and says his name as well, and asks what can he help her with. The woman says that in fact, she's here to ask for a favor if he could handle a person for her. Professor Lilia says that since the conversation seems to be getting serious, then she'll leave him alone. Then she exits the room. Ju Hyuk asks her what he needs to do. She explains how her Geo family was the first to be founded after the era of chaos. Thanks to that, they managed to build the White Lotus Academy and educate strong warriors. However, there was a genius in the family who at 13 could defeat adults. This person stepped on his brothers and members of the Ziolan clan family. Even the family head was run over by this person. In the end, this person concluded that there was nothing more to be learned in the world outside and locked himself in the family Gio's training room at the White Lotus Palace. Ju Hyuk asks if she wants him to run over this arrogant person. Zillion says yes. However, Ju Hyuk questions that there must be several strong people out there for her to ask this task. He even points to her and says that her magical power is far from weak. The girl acknowledges that our protagonist has good eyes. She says she even used magic to hide it. But there are two reasons that make things complicated. The first is that the person fights using only their physical strength. The second is that the person is the same age as Ju Hyuk. After watching the competition, she knows he is physically strong. So, if the person lost to someone of his own age, his pride would be damaged, and that's why she personally came to ask the favor. Ju Hyuk accepts, but doesn't expect it to be for free. Zillion agrees and says she is very important, and also a very important person. She can also ask for favors without needing to pay anywhere in the world. Our protagonist interrupts the woman and makes it clear that he doesn't want money. There is a place he wants to go. Can she arrange for him? This totally catches her off guard. The scene cuts to a little later, and they are now in China in front of the White Lotus Group building. Ju Hyuk tells her he did not expect to do this on the day he agreed to it. Zillion says he said he was free until Monday, so the sooner the better. He agrees, then she asks if the place he needs to enter is the Great Palace. Ju Hyuk says yes, then she says it will not be a difficult request, but they should enter first. As they enter, some of the students seem surprised to see her walk in. Then they enter a room. He tells her he is curious about something. Zillion asks what it is, and he says it doesn't seem like she paid attention to the competition, but she wants him to deal with this person so much. Zillion recognizes and agrees. She explains that for her, it is more important to destroy the arrogance of this person and then organize the White Lotus to reach the top again. Ju Hyuk says he understands, but he doesn't know if he agrees that such a person can be so important. She then tells him that everything is here and that, when he steps on this magic seal, he will be transported to the training room. He says that's fine, then steps on it and asks Zillion what the person's name is. The woman says the person's name is Yan Lang. Upon arriving there, we see the person so special. It's an arrogant girl. She says if he was sent by the family to make her leave, it won't work, so he should go away. Ju Hyuk asks if she is always so rude to people she just met. He punches her with much form, but she easily catches his fist. This surprises him. Then she hits him back with a palm imbued with aura. She calls him an idiot, asking if he will continue to underestimate his opponent, then mocks him for his punch. He tells her they should introduce themselves. However, she is surprised to see that he is not injured. He grabbed her wrist to block the attack. Joo-hyuk now attacks the girl again. She puts her arm up to block the hit. This attack definitely causes her pain, forcing Yan Lang to retreat from him. Now things are different. The arrogant girl wants to know the name of this handsome man. He tells her he is a 17-year-old high school student who underestimated his opponent. The girl now decides to keep her distance and look for a counterattack, but he doesn't give her the chance to keep her distance, then prepares another punch, hitting her directly in the stomach. This also excites him. For the first time, someone has exceeded his expectations. She staggered back with a blow to reduce the impact. Joo-hyuk recognizes that she isn't bad. Not even his students from 300 years ago had this level of mobility. Yan Lang starts to think seriously about this. There wasn't supposed to be someone her age at the same level as her. She starts to smile with excitement. Since he is so strong, it means she can go all out. Joo-hyuk is glad that her pride remains intact. This gives him a chance to continue this fight as well. We see that they are being watched on a screen. It is Xiao Yi-an who is watching. Her secretary calls her and says he knows it's presumptuous but wonders if Joo-hyuk will be okay. The man says he doesn't believe a student from another school could do anything against someone from the White Lotus. He says he is currently being pressured by her. Is this a waste of time? The next words from the man really seem rude to me because he says that even the miss lost to Yan Lang. But to keep his head safe, he says that this was due to the fight being without magic power, only with physical strength, and only in this way the master could lose. Despite not liking this fact, she acknowledges that she lost to the girl, but even if she used magic, she doesn't believe she would win. The man didn't expect these words and doesn't accept it. However, the woman explains that at the time the difference in magic power between her and Yan Lang was minimal, and this was several years ago. Xiao Yan believes the girl must have become even stronger physically and mentally than before, so she already has more chances of winning, not even with magic. Not enough this reality shock. The man also questions that Joo-hyuk will die if she continues to face Yan Lang. Despite the man's concern, the woman remains unconcerned. She says that boy is not normal. Something in him is strange and his feats in Valhalla prove it. We return to the battlefield. The manaless ninja girl attacks our protagonist. She likes very different nails. Her cutting blow is fast, but Joo-hyuk dodges. However, Yan Lang quickly follows with a knee attack. She feels she hit and thinks she got him now, but soon the pain grows and she screams while clutching her knee. Yan Lang questions if he has a steel head and he doesn't deny anything. The girl is sure she hit. He decided to test if his forehead or her knee was harder. Is this guy crazy? The girl starts to get annoyed with her opponent. Even her strongest attacks are not having an effect. She internally says that this hurts her pride, but the physical strength of this guy is greater than hers. Then she questions why he is fighting without using magic. The protagonist simply says that's because Yan Lang prefers it that way. Upon hearing this, she gets furious. She tells him to use everything he has because she will do the same. Now it will be a dispute with the maximum power from both sides. Joo-hyuk realizes that the girl started to accumulate magic, so she also knows how to fight this way. He questions if she is angry, and his slight smile makes the girl even more furious. In this case, a legendary hero says he will destroy her pride now. Yan Lang, feeling his mana, loses her posture and starts to question if he is really from high school. She is sure that this boy is the craziest guy she has ever met, so in this case she won't need to hold back anymore. Yan Lang advances at high speed. Her fist is radiating magical energy and was going directly to his forehead. Joo-hyuk didn't move until she started to feel his skin. The girl convinced she hit him now, but he dodged Matrix mode and left the girl surprised. Joo-hyuk says he had a lot of fun until now, but it's time to fulfill his part of the deal, and hits the girl hard enough to lift her off the ground. The rest of the breath left in her lungs was to say, "You monster." Then another girl was defeated with these fists of equality. The protagonist was satisfied with the sensation in his fist, but in the room where they are watching the fight, the two people are stunned. They just saw the impossible. Joo-hyuk, after defeating the girl, brought her gently and entered to see Li Yan. He brought the girl after defeating her as agreed. Xiao Yan didn't know what to say, even after a few minutes after watching the fight. Then she asks if Joo-hyuk is injured, maybe a broken skull or fractured fist, but he didn't even get a scratch. The woman insists and wants to know how difficult the fight was. He says that this fight was well balanced. One time he hit, another time Yan Lan got hit. Then in the end he admits he was a bit disappointed. The way he let her fall shows how disappointed he is. The girl wakes up with the fall and wonders where she is. Was she hit by a meteor? Yanlan is startled to realize that after years the girl was taken out of the training room where she had been in seclusion for years. I am surprised that the girl is angry when she sees Xiaoyan. The older woman, on the other hand, says it's been a long time and that they haven't seen each other. But something more important than that. She says she has to honor her agreements, so it's time for payment. She repeats again what the protagonist wants as a reward: access to the Great Palace. He confirms once more, then she says she can let him enter now. Zhu Heyak doesn't hesitate in anything he does. The protagonist agrees, and they immediately proceed. Yanlan has just been run over and was left aside in the room. The assistant does not know how to handle this situation and asks if he wants to take care of the injuries. The girl says she wants to know the name of the guy who defeated her. He hasn't said it until now. He replies that his name is Zhu Heyak. After hearing his name, the girl smiles and says that he is the strongest person alive. She is sure of it. All that arrogance turned into admiration. So all she wants now is to fight him again. Cut to a mysterious person talking to themselves, asking something about the strongest. Then we return to Zhu Heyak. He questions if this place is really a labyrinth. He recalls that Xiaoyan said that the Great Palace is a unique labyrinth that looks exactly like a castle. She explained that he needs to be careful of monsters called living armors. And besides that, there should be no difficulty in exploring. He had questioned how long he can stay there, and she says about 5 hours. In that case, Zhu Heyak starts to stretch since he's under a time constraint. So these living armors attacking him will delay him. Sometime later, and we see the last living armor rushing at him, and he quickly slices it in half, and then it just falls into multiple pieces. Then he wonders where the office is, saying that he has already searched more than 20 rooms. It would take a long time to check all. However, Bachi tells him to enter that room. He says it's just a hunch. When Zhu Heyak enters, he immediately notices an old painting on the wall. And looking closer, the place looks like an office. The protagonist wonders if this painting is of a liftery, then notices that there is a name written underneath. It's a liftery Johnny. In this room, there are various items, but his goal here is to find some secret passage. Zhu Heyak decides that searching isn't working and won't use more refined methods. He begins to punch everything in front of him and break the furniture. After destroying some things, he finds a trapdoor on the floor. Without thinking much about it, he decides to open it and enter. When he goes down the stairs, the system announces that the conditions have been met. Alifori Johnny's secret room has been found, and something surprises the protagonist as he finds a woman sitting at an old table. This chair suggests that she has been waiting for a visit. Zhu Heyak questions who she is and what place this is. The mysterious person greets him and says he should sit down first. She introduces herself as a guide. Zhu Heyak is surprised. He has never seen anyone with that name. The girl says that's just her function, not her name. She also mentions that her name was taken. This reminds our protagonist of his dream, that mysterious being that said something about taking his name. Because of this, Zhu Heyak questions if she also had her name stolen by someone, and when the girl confirms, he asks for an explanation. After all, this makes no sense. The girl then says names hold power. All creatures build their lives around their name. All actions and achievements influence their name in the world. The name represents the power and influence of people, and then that thing steals those names and absorbs the power they have. If that makes any sense, Zhu Heyak questions what happens to those who have their names stolen. Her answer surprises him. She says he already knows people like that. Those who have their names stolen become a constellation. The protagonist questions if all who have their names stolen really become a constellation. The girl confirms that yes, and adds that everyone except for one reincarnation, which is his case. Zhu Heyak is cautious about this person. After all, how she knows about this. Realizing his distrust, the girl questions if he still doubts her. She explains that the reincarnated receive a system window. This leaves Zhu Heyak with other doubts. So does this girl also have a system window? The protagonist decides to ask directly what she knows about who promised to take the name from the Tower of Doom. She tells him the name is the Lord of the Labyrinth, he who sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth before to make a name gained power. This explanation does not make sense to Zhu Heyak, and much less to us. However, when Zhu Heyak questions that a Lord of the Labyrinth would only have the power to send a tower to a labyrinth that he controls, before she answers, his eyes are filled with astonishment. The mysterious girl says he must have realized the world they live in and is called planet Earth is a labyrinth. Of course, Zhu Heyak doesn't accept this, and the girl responds that it's his choice to believe or not, but he can't ignore the facts. Accepting this assumption, Zhu Heyak questions the purpose of this person sending a tower of destruction was to make a name for himself. The girl confirms at that time the towers brought great chaos to the earth. Only the most powerful warriors managed to survive and made fame and power to become constellations. Ju Hayak died after defeating the Barche and making the tower be destroyed, but he is sure that his disciples became constellations, as they all also made their name. Ju Hayak was here in search of answers, but now everything has become annoying. In the end, it's all a game for an omnipotent labyrinth lord. The girl then says it's not quite like that. The fact of him reincarnating is a variable for the lord of the labyrinth, contrary to what Ju Hayak believed. Who reincarnated him and gave them the system window is not the lord of the labyrinth. Another omnipotent being makes Ju Hayak more annoyed. So who is this person? She says she also doesn't know, but she believes that this person must have a purpose related to Ju Hayak. She decides not to waste more time, and with a spell she makes a shimmering ring appear and immediately hands it to the protagonist. Despite wanting to talk more after finally finding someone, she says she doesn't have much time. What he needs to know is that this will be the chance for the counterattack. Ju Hayak asks the same question you must be thinking of making too. Why doesn't she have time if they are here and now? The girl responds that the Lord of the Labyrinth is hunting her. It is dangerous to stay longer, or he will find them. She then says that in the future they will meet again, snaps her fingers, and in the blink of an eye, Ju Hayak appears back at the entrance of the labyrinth of the Great Palace. After so much annoying information, the mood of our reincarnated hero is not good. That damn tower was sent by someone who steals the names of heroes, so the culprit who prevented him from living a good life is alive to this day somewhere. This damn Lord of the Labyrinth has to pay. He examines the ring and is sure that it is not revealing his location. After thinking about everything he regained from his past life, those storage stones contain a lot of magical energy from that time. He has not yet absorbed them all, so this will be his next goal. Despite people in this era being much weaker than 300 years ago, he needs to become even more powerful than he was before. Meanwhile, we are shown an island in the North Pacific. That same man watches the news about the famous group of assassins being arrested after being run over by a Valhalla student. Furious with the failure of the people he hired, he breaks the iPad screen just by squeezing it and then throws it on the ground in frustration. This person is the leader of the believers of the Dragon King Hannibal. He has been keeping an eye on Kim Ju Hayak after hearing the words of the constellation. It was great when the Ventric family asked to eliminate him, but even these people failed. The man made all this scene in front of another person. This is George, some important person of the underworld. He says he understands the anger of his friend, as he also lost one of his important men to this guy. George was responsible for Desira the First, who tried to destroy Ju Hayak and ended up dead. George says that Desira was amateur and revealed information to the target. For fear of him revealing more things, George himself made sure that Desira did not speak anymore. His suggestion is that his friend should do the same. Those three are going to prison and are a risk to him, so if he wants, George can silence them too. This solves the risks of information being leaked. But Ju Hayak, what can they do to eliminate him? George says that about this boy. His friends should just forget about him for now. The reason is that Ilgio is watching him now, so it's better not to interfere. This information leaves the man stunned. Even the bad guys fear the guys worse than them. George agrees that people like the two of them are bad, but there are those who are really crazy even for them. In the end, the two agree that if they touch a target of that person, it will be bad. So for now, all they can do is watch Ju Hayak. Then we are shown that these people are already moving to meet their death earlier. I mean to meet their target Ju Hayak. The protagonist was surrounded by them, so he asks who they are and what they want. He is already in Valhalla. And then Ju Hayak questions whether it's a good idea for them to get involved with a student inside the academy. Despite the situation, it's the criminals who start feeling cornered. Then another scene is shown. Adelia Ventric's men report that they are all ready. The woman comments that it took quite a while for them to finish the preparations. Despite this, she was calm. The man explains the preparations that needed to be made. All she wants to know is if they are ready for him. Despite some hesitation, the man affirms that they are, also explaining about a certain transformation of the sanctuary. Finally, Adelia orders the butler to be in the contact group, and then he must lead the elimination group. The man accepts the orders, but for a moment he questions why his mistress is so cautious against a mere student. Despite her calm demeanor, she makes it clear that she does not tolerate insubordination, but her anger is only so that they understand this. Once they grasp her intention, the woman calms down. The most mysterious of all is that Adelia is following the wills of her constellation, so their intention is to invoke the Ventric family's constellation. Things still seem confusing, folks, so wait to better understand her intention. The soldiers, after surrounding Ju Hayak, begin the stage of creating a distortion in space to prevent him from escaping or anyone interfering. Our protagonist realizes that a subspace has been created around this area, but he is not frightened. He praises the men's strategy as drawing the attention of the academy would be terrible for them. Moreover, he was curious about about who is responsible for this idea. Ju Hayak even comments that he has a hunch his bet is on the Ventric family. Despite being experienced, the man reacts with surprise and questions how Ju Hayak knows this. Our protagonist simply deduced the two enemies he made so far. Only the Ventric do not use dark magic. Since they were discovered, the butler says they no longer need to hide and should call the elimination team now. When the subspace magic is undone, hundreds of armed people appear around Ju Hayak. Their intention is quite simple: to eliminate the target. However, even in this situation of the greatest possible disadvantage, Ju Hayak is not shaken. He even jokes about all of them. How can so many people be needed to handle a mere student? They make it clear that orders are orders. So since he has no choice, the MC decides that he will have to act according to the circumstances. All the men prepare to attack together. With just one body movement, Ju Hayak pushes all the people on his right backward. Only one person was able to make dozens fall backward. The butler, using his fencing, tries to hit Ju Hayak and fails. The protagonist decides to draw his sword too, and comments that it's disappointing that these people only know how to swing a sword. The other men try to hit him by attacking from behind, and even with a surprise attack, Ju Hayak dodges. He easily manages to dodge and defeat everyone effortlessly. The butler's expression darkens when he decides to attack again. It was his turn to try to hit the enemy from behind, but he also failed. He leads the group and is not able to hit the target. For sure, this is not the strength of a high school student. Despite the intention of these people to take his life, the protagonist does not use lethal weapons. He uses the hilt of his sword and shows how painful it can be to be struck in this way. When his blow hits, it seems like the man's soul leaves his body. Before he faints or maybe even dies, he can only think that he shouldn't have ignored his leader's concern and should have prepared more. After the defeat of the leader of the soldiers, Ju Hayak is happy to realize that the one responsible for this finally appeared. Adelia personally came to see the target. She looks at her fallen soldiers and includes her butler. She always made sure to recruit people stronger than average. This boy defeating all of them like this is frightening. Adelia draws her sword and says, Ju Hayak should be proud. Seeing the sacred relic of the Ventric family is an honor that common people could never receive. The MC laughs and says that a simple dagger like that is nothing. Moreover, seeing that this family prides itself on using so many people to attack a student is pitiful. Tired of being insulted, Adelia attacks with her incredible dagger that she is so proud of. But before she reaches her target, the mana stones her soldiers were using start to resonate and glow very brightly in a yellow tone. No one knew what was happening, not even Adelia, so everyone was astonished. However, our protagonist was calm and with his hands in his pockets. His confidence reminds me of Satoru Gojo. Adelia's dagger glows in the same color as the stones, and then she feels something very strange. The entire environment lost its color, and only the mana stones glow. Adelia also noticed the same effect. Everyone was paralyzed. In fact, only one person was not affected and was watching everything calmly. Everyone then froze but conscious. Adelia wonders if her body cannot move due to some forced sanctuary effect. She observes her soldiers and believes that they have their bodies and minds frozen. She manages to maintain her consciousness. However, how can this guy still move freely? When he touches Adelia's sword, a system window appears and asks a question. Master? Initially, our protagonist doesn't understand. But a person manifests with the energy of all the mana stones the soldiers had taken. This person is the very constellation that the important Ventric family venerates. However, something they've never seen before is the face beneath the mask. When the girl reveals her young face, the only ones who can see it are Ju Hayak and perhaps Adelia Ventric, who still retains some consciousness. Initially, they don't say anything to each other, and the nervous girl waits for his response. Then, we are shown the girl's dark past. When she was a child, Ju Hayak found her in a similar situation. Back then, Hyun Kim wasn't the legendary hero, just an adventurer who encountered a slave trader, and the girl was one of the slaves. He recognized that her eyes reflected hatred for the world, and he understood. The little girl said he didn't understand anything and knew nothing about her. However, Ju Hayak admitted that he didn't know about her, but he revealed that he too had once been a slave. Ju Hayak shared that when he was young, he was kidnapped, and for a long time he carried the shackles of prohibition like her. This revelation left her silent, and then he asked if she didn't want to be free. His gaze was serious as he asked, but the girl angrily shouted that he must understand it's impossible for her to be free, so he should just leave. That wasn't a direct answer, so our hero told her a story about the two ways to remove the shackles. One is when the owner willingly releases you, and the other is when the owner dies, usually breaking the seal of prohibition. However, her owner had already died, so there seemed to be no way out. But there is one method that people don't consider, which is to use your mana to nullify the prohibition magic. He worked hard on this to gain his own freedom. Ju Hyuk broke the shackles of prohibition and freed the girl, something she never imagined was possible. Her hero then told her to be as free as she wanted and to return to her family. However, the girl had lost not only her freedom, but also had no family or friends left to return to. In that case, Ju Hyuk said he would soon embark on a journey to crush all the slave traders he encountered, asking the young lady if she'd like to join him. And that's how they met, and she became his disciple. After more than 300 years, they remember everything, but neither of them can recall her name. Finding his beloved student is gratifying and helped him understand what it means to have your name stolen. Since Ju Hyuk can't remember her name, he'll call her what he used to in the old days. Idiot, it's been a while. This scene was witnessed by Adelia, who could only imagine the shock of seeing the constellation she venerates appear and be called an idiot by the person they wanted to kill. The girl then approaches Adelia, calls Ju Hyuk master, and asks what she should do with these people. The girl with the crow mask takes back her relic, releases her spell, and returns everyone to normal. But now, no one is conscious, not even Adelia. If Ju Hyuk wishes, she can kill them all right now as punishment. Our hero says no because he has a better idea. I wanted to see more of the woman's reaction when she realizes that the constellation she follows calls the man she wanted to kill. We don't know how long they stayed there, but the next day, the professor in charge at the academy saw that the Ventric family made a donation of 5 billion won to Valhalla to sponsor the student Kim Ju Hyuk. It's worth noting that this sea of zeros converts to $3.7 million, which is still a fortune. So much money that the professor starts to go a bit mad. Instructor Sankyo went to see his colleague's reaction upon discovering this as well. He recalls that the first time Rakdo was accused of ordering Desira to eliminate the protagonist, the Ventric family donated a lot of money to hush up the matter, and Ju Hyuk refused. That's why he believes the protagonist will refuse again. To confirm their theory, the student Ju Hyuk is called to a meeting, and to the professor's surprise, the protagonist says he accepts the money. With the professor's surprise, he asks what reason to refuse $3 million as a gift. The professor then says that now Ju Hyuk is a VIP student and will have to move to the premium dormitory. The protagonist admits that he has no complaints about his normal dorm, so they can discuss this later. Finally, the professor wonders what the difference is this time compared to when they tried to donate to quash the rumors about Rakdo before. Our legendary hero, while walking through the school, recalls his conversation with his idiot crow mask disciple. The girl suggested eliminating everyone who tried to harm Ju Hyuk. However, he wanted to take better advantage of the situation. Ju Hyuk awakened Adelia and explained to the woman that their constellation had authorized Ju Hyuk to do whatever he wanted with the Ventric family. What does she think about that? Before Adelia could say anything, the constellation stated that she originally created the Ventric family to serve the master. So Adelia asks if the phrase passed down through generations, all for one, was about this. The furious constellation says yes. This idiot finally realized the woman has just discovered that this person is the master of her master. Now that it's clear, our protagonist approaches and asks Adelia what he should do with them now. Even though Ju Hyuk doesn't like this family because of their arrogance, he acknowledges that their power and prestige are real in society. Because of this, he has some tasks for Adelia to carry out. It's true that since Adelia became the leader of the Ventric family, they were in decline but rose to the top. Therefore, Ju Hyuk orders her to continue guiding the Ventric family and start supporting his objectives from now on. She must do this without questioning his reasons. To remind her of what's at stake, Ju Hyuk points to the Lady Constellation and says that if she steps out of line, everyone will be paying a visit to the other world. The protagonist's disciple says she'd rather kill them all right now, and if he changes his mind, she can do it right now. In that case, she says she'd like to stay longer, but her time is running out. Manifesting her body in this world consumes a lot of energy, and the dozens of mana stones they brought are already running out. Ju Hyuk asks if all constellations have these restrictions. The girl doesn't care and can't stay any longer. She removes her mask and says that being able to see her master's reincarnation in person is priceless. Ju Hyuk understands what she meant and orders his beloved disciple to go rest. She puts her mask back on and says that before she leaves, he needs to know something. Besides her, it seems that another constellation has also become a constellation. He will see her soon. After this last message, the idiot girl with the crow mask returns to another dimension. That was all he discovered that day, but it doesn't make things much easier. Joo-hyuk still doesn't know who the constellation he'll meet soon is. He also wonders if all his students have also become constellations. The protagonist then returned to the classroom for the first time since coming back from China. When he sat down, Yoo So-yeon kept staring at him intensely. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk continued his internal dialogue with Barche. The constellation Barche said he remembered that the Lord of the Labyrinth gave him the name Barche and the power to control the Tower of the End. He explains that the name and power he received influenced his actions, and the current Barche acknowledges that he wasn't acting of his own free will at that time. After a long conversation throughout the day, still while walking to his dormitory, Joo-hyuk's mind wouldn't stop thinking and trying to understand the mysteries of the Lord of the Labyrinth. It's very frustrating to be a pawn in the hands of a mysterious creature. Knowing that they can oppose the Lord of the Labyrinth when he talked to the guide made him less irritated. The next day, Joo-hyuk met the guide again. He didn't expect their reunion to happen so quickly because of the urgency the woman had to leave earlier. Moreover, he was sure he was in the academy's cafeteria. "How does this woman do that?" The woman asked what the shiny thing he was holding was. Joo-hyuk was furious and wanted to throw it at her head. Because of her, his food disappeared. She apologized for interrupting the man during the most important time of the day. More importantly, she wanted to know if the ring was still safe with him. Joo-hyuk showed that it was, and the woman said that was good, because they were going to start using it right away. Even though she said that to the protagonist, it didn't seem like it would be of any use in combat. The woman said he should just use it and try to cross some labyrinth. Joo-hyuk then said that natural labyrinths no longer appear in this era and that the existing ones have owners. The woman clarified that these weren't the labyrinths. The Lord of the Labyrinth would create new ones here on Earth, and these new ones were their target. It would be something like the calamity that happened before. Hearing that brought back bad memories for Joo-hyuk. In the past, he became the legendary hero while fighting against the calamity. At that time, several of them broke and caused the greatest chaos in Earth's history. The protagonist then asked when and where these dungeon breaks would occur. The woman said they would start in about 3 months, and it seems there is a specific location, a country called Korea. She informed him as if she didn't know where this place was. But the protagonist said that was great because he lived there. She agreed that it was indeed convenient, but he should remember that this world, above all, is the Labyrinth Lord's domain. So why is he creating new labyrinths here? The protagonist said that the reason is that the Labyrinth Lord must be preparing other names to choose from. She said exactly, just like back then, he will create towers for new heroes to emerge so he can steal their names. People interpret this. The woman said that the labyrinth is created with a name, and the power of the name is concentrated in the labyrinth's boss. The protagonist's mission is to absorb the name given by the Labyrinth Lord in all the dungeons that appear. This will be the starting point for their counterattack. However, Joo-hyuk questioned something. Stealing 1 or 2 names wouldn't make a difference against the Labyrinth Lord. The woman admitted that was true. Their plan was that when the Labyrinth Lord realized his strategy wasn't working, because the labyrinths were disappearing before they could be used to create a more famous name. She affirmed that the Labyrinth Lord would send countless names into the world at once, and that would be their opportunity. Joo-hyuk must absorb several names and increase his strength. If the plan is to absorb names and turn that into power, Joo-hyuk had another question. What's the difference between them and the Labyrinth Lord? The girl said that was unexpected. She hadn't imagined he would care about such a detail. The protagonist then said that if that's the case, she doesn't know him well. The red-haired woman explained that first of all, they haven't harmed anyone to obtain the names. Moreover, if the Labyrinth Lord steals a person's name, they will either become a constellation or reincarnate. It doesn't matter which happens. The person's body will be trapped in non-existence. Now, if the protagonist uses the ring and steals the names, he will only absorb the power and the people will remain alive. Additionally, over time, this contract will weaken and the people will be freed from it. She then said it was up to him to decide, and either way, he would get to know each person and could choose whether to do it or not. Joo-hyuk then said that when the calamity arrives, she will find out his decision. The red-haired girl told him he should also create a team to prevent the calamity. He questioned, so when they destroy the labyrinth, everything will be resolved. She explained that yes, but the monsters that escape from the labyrinth during this process won't disappear when the labyrinth is destroyed. Therefore, he must train people to stop the monsters that escape from the labyrinths. When her effect passed, he was back in the cafeteria line, leaving everyone confused. Where did this guy come from? Later, while heading back to his dorm, he thought that woman was a nuisance. At least she could have teleported him to a better place. And now he's pondering that request to form a team. Not that he's against it, because before he reincarnated, he also had disciples. As he was thinking about this, the girl from China appeared before him, confident. He then asked if she was another crazy person who liked getting beaten up. She said she thought a lot after losing to him and came to a conclusion. He was stronger than her, and that's why she lost. You're a genius for realizing that. But the girl said she thought she was similar to the protagonist, a person who had never experienced defeat. If that's what she thinks, Zhuge Liang told her she was completely wrong. He's someone who works hard to be strong and doesn't rely on talent. Yan Wang said that's what she thought, but now she understands that those fists were loaded with combat experience, and the difference between them is just that. She said she became much stronger after fighting him, so now she would stay here to continue fighting him. They would do it until she defeated him. Zhuge Liang already had problems with a crazy person asking him to teach swordsmanship, and now he has a lunatic who wants to get punched to learn martial arts. Zhuge Liang told her to stay away from him, but the girl didn't want to give up. She came from China to Korea just for that. The protagonist then told her to spend her time learning her family's martial arts. This question shifted the girl's enthusiasm to sadness. She explained that she was only taught until she was 6 years old by her family. After that, she was excluded from training. Yan Wang said she didn't know why, so she started challenging adults to hone her skills, and that made everyone even more distant from her. After hearing this, the protagonist thought that this was different from what was told to him. This girl clearly has a lot of talent and loves to fight, and they said she distanced herself from training and isolated herself. Zhuge Liang asked if it was mandatory to stay isolated in the White Lotus Palace during training. Yan Wang said it wasn't. She stayed there because she was tired of being treated as a problem for the family and excluded by everyone. The sad lunatic girl's mood turned back to excitement, and she said it was fine because now she had found him. If she kept fighting Zhuge Liang, she could get stronger without needing her family's lessons. Of course, he refused to waste his time doing that, so Yan Wang begged, "Teach me martial arts." The protagonist continued finding it strange. If she was excluded from the family and confined to the White Lotus, why did Xiaoyan try to bring her back? If it's as the girl says, it would have been better for the family to continue keeping her locked up in the palace. The protagonist said that was fine, but then pulled her hands away. They would fight, yes, but they needed to go to the academy because fighting in the middle of the street is crazy. So in the academy gym, the two beautiful girls were training and the muscular guy was lifting weights. They noticed Zhuge Liang's arrival and the girl they had never seen before. Then Choi Aram teleported to the protagonist's side and called his name. Not even a great master could predict her movements. Choi Aran asked who this woman is. Zhuge Liang said that they met at the White Lotus and she came here to fight him. Choi Aram, upon hearing this, thought about this girl. Could it be what she's thinking? It could only mean one thing. Choi Aran asking why she came from so far away. The crazy ones seemed to attract each other. Yan Lang went to Choi Aram and asked if she wanted to fight too. Yu So Yan was also jealous in her own way. After everyone got to know each other and exchanged threats, the fight was about to begin, and the protagonist said that he remembered agreeing to a fight between him and Yan Lang. So why were there so many spectators here? Yan Lang didn't mind having people watch her fight. She only cared about showing her opponent her progress. In that case, Zhuge Liang said he was eager to see how much she had improved in such a short time. At that moment, the protagonist remembered the words of that annoying woman. He needed to form a team. He told Yan Lang that if she wanted to be strong, she had to accept his challenge. If he won here, she would have to become his disciple. Although she wanted to fight him, she found this request strange and refused. So, our protagonist said they would talk with their fists from here on. The lunatic who has muscles for brains said she agreed with that. She charged and made an attack using her elbow. The protagonist acknowledged that she was stronger than before. Having her strength recognized made the girl even more excited, and she said that this time he wouldn't block her attack. Her mana aura was so strong that the other girls watching could barely stay close to the arena. The muscular guy said that her mana concentration was higher than Zhuge Liang's during the competition. Yan Lang then attacked using her mana to make her most powerful strike. She told herself that he had proven to be the strongest, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to use all her strength in this attack. To the girl's surprise, Zhuge Liang was in the same combat pose as her. He suggested facing her with the same attack technique. The two, with joy on their faces, collided their fists, and the energy from the attack sparked, creating an incredible gust of wind. Yan Lang, using all her strength, recognized that she was being pushed back by him, but that shouldn't be possible considering she had more mana than him at that moment. He's even stronger than before. The protagonist said that now it was his turn to attack, and he would use this move against her only once. If she blocked it, the victory would be hers. He prepared a kick and aimed directly at the girl's defense. Although she defended against the kick, it wasn't possible to lessen the impact. Yan Lang was defeated with just one blow. With that, the protagonist said he had gained another disciple. After sleeping for a while, she woke up and asked what happened. She then felt pain in her stomach and said she must have lost. The protagonist said he thought she would sleep until tomorrow, so she woke up rather quickly. The girl asked if that was a compliment or an insult. He then told her to stop questioning her master. The girl said she thought of suggesting a fight without using mana, but it seemed the result wouldn't be different. She acknowledged the protagonist's strength and said she was proud to be his disciple. Yan Lang then asked if she was officially his first disciple now, but our legendary hero replied that wasn't the case. Besides, why is a high school student already taking on disciples? Cho Aram then told the girl with a cat tooth that he was telling the truth. She was the master's first student. Meow. How the protagonist was going to explain that she also wasn't the first. Better to let that go. Yan Lang was furious about the meow. Cho Aram was saying, was she trying to provoke her? Said yes. Was she angry? Yan Lang said her name was not that, and to stop giving her nicknames. Cho Aram insisted that meow was cute. Jae-hyuk watched the girl's argument deep in thought. He found this nostalgic. As many years ago, this often happened with his former students. This scene is quite pleasant, so he kept watching the two bond for a while. Even after 300 years, it continues to be enjoyable. After much conversation, he called for Meow. And even though she was criticizing Aram for giving her nicknames, how could the girl resist when it was her master? Jae-hyuk told Meow to respect Cho Aram because she was her senpai. Besides, Aram should help the younger ones like a good senpai. Aram was very happy to be recognized by her master. Yan Lang couldn't hide her jealousy, or maybe it was because she wasn't the first in something else. The protagonist ordered the end of the jokes since they had done enough for today, and everyone should rest. In that case, Yan Lang asked where she would sleep. The protagonist questioned if she hadn't already resolved that when she came. The truth is, she didn't think much about these things. Yan Lang told Seol Hyun that she would come to Korea to fight and got on a plane without thinking about anything else. Jae-hyuk began to wonder if he had gained a disciple or a daughter to raise now. In that case, he said that the academy had decided to give him a new room, and Yan Lang would get that room. This made Aram jealous again, so she made a few more jokes with her new friend. After some more time watching the girls become better friends, he left. Despite not training much today, he felt more tired than usual. Thinking about his students, he was sure that Choi Aram and Meow would be his students. Seol Hyun was training her physique and was far from receiving sword lessons. Jae-hyuk had no interest and was just training on his own. His doubt was whether these two would be enough to help with the disaster in 3 months. While he was pondering, the phone rang with a call from Adelia. He answered, asking what matters she had to discuss with him. The woman was now completely different from before. Even over the phone, she felt fear of her new master. Adelia's call was to confirm that she had done everything he asked and to take the opportunity to inform him. Our protagonist then advised her to recruit contractors to fight because in 3 months, a disaster would occur. Although this was very important information, Jae-hyuk simply said his sources were secret. He explained what the woman should do, and then Adelia asked a favor. Could Jae-hyuk speak well of her work to Lady Consolation? She was ignoring Adelia and not responding. The truth was that the girl said she needed to rest due to expending too much energy that day. But Adelia didn't need to know that, and Jae-hyuk said he would tell her everything. On another day during training, Yan Wang asked for a break to catch her breath, or else she would die. Despite this, Jae-hyuk praised the girl and said she was progressing much better than expected. To keep up the tradition of people interrupting during training, a woman entered the gym asking for Yan Lang. This woman resembled Xiao Yan from the White Lotus Academy, but it wasn't her. The woman then said that Yan Lang's mother had come to fetch her personally, but instead of being happy, Meow was furious at her mother's presence. The protagonist said this was strange. He could have sworn that Xiao Yan was her mother. Only now did the woman introduce herself as Xiao Yanhua, the current leader of the Xiao family, and because of that, she was now Yan Lang's new mother. Now the protagonist said that Xiao Yanhua was this woman's younger sister, and the leader of the White Lotus. Perhaps the names in the previous translation were wrong. The girl's mother said that her sister would contact her when Yan Lang left the palace, but she didn't do so. The reason she might find out later. But the most important thing was to take her daughter back to the palace. The girl was trembling with her emotions and asked her mother why take her after exiling her. Although she didn't understand her mother's reasons, Yan Lang shouted that she didn't want to know anymore and wouldn't go back. The woman then said that rejecting Yan Lang in the past was an order from the constellation, and the daughter should know that. Despite this explanation, the girl responded that she had never heard that from her mother. It was a rumor that the maids spread. The girls argued with the mother, insisting that the constellation ruled everything, and that the new order was to bring Yan Lang back. and at this time, the constellation was willing to recognize the girl. This didn't make sense to Miao. She only came here because of an order. The mother confirmed this with great coldness. The girl was trembling, trying to control her emotions, and then she responded with a firm, "No!" Although the woman didn't seem to accept a negative answer, the daughter insisted that this place was Valhalla Academy, and outsiders couldn't enter and disrupt the training. Xiao Yun had already expected this, and was aware that she would need to use force. The woman concentrated energy in her mana and struck her daughter. Despite the strength of the attack, the girl defended against it completely. Not even the girl expected this reaction from her arrogant mother. If she was willing to break the rules, Yanlang said she wouldn't hold back and would forcibly expel her mother from the place. Even using her powerful attacks feared by the strongest adults, the woman defended herself with ease. She praised her daughter for getting stronger and threw her into the air, almost knocking the girl down. Mother and daughter engaged in intense combat while arguing about their relationship. This intense fight was watched by Choi Arim and the protagonist. Arim questioned whether it would be appropriate to call the head instructor, but the protagonist said that would cause a big commotion. Even though he didn't like that woman, it was better to let them fight. In that case, Choi Arim said that the kitten must be very frustrated with her family. Even though Arim didn't say it, we know that she also went through that with her family. Yan Lang was fighting with all her strength to defeat her mother, and when she managed to land a powerful blow, the result wasn't good. Her mother froze her leg and said that this was the power of the family's constellation. The power of the Snow King is a blessing that only those recognized by him can use. If she returns now, she can make a contract and be accepted by the constellation. Our kitty doesn't want to return under any circumstances, and her mother is willing to do anything to take her back. Yan Lang shouted that she wouldn't go back even if it killed her, but her mother said the dead don't have opinions and approached to freeze her daughter's entire body. After she's unable to move, she will be taken away. The girl closed her eyes in fear, and then our legendary hero couldn't stay out of it any longer. He stopped the attack with a leg and his hands in his pockets. Yan Lang didn't expect him to get involved in this. However, he was furious, questioning why she would hurt her daughter. The woman hid her surprise and simply said that strangers shouldn't get involved in other people's parenting. This reminded our protagonist of Choi Aram's brother, who said the same thing. These annoying people. The woman couldn't understand how he managed to block her attack, and her mother was so affected. The only explanation is that his magic was stronger than the constellations. Our protagonist told Aram to take Yan Lang away from here. The girl was against him getting involved in her problems like this, but she knew she couldn't defend herself with her leg immobilized like that. Anyway, he said that a master couldn't stand by silently, watching his students get hurt. Seeing the kitten's admiration made Choi Aram uncomfortable. Will this girl steal my senpai? It was the first time the girl's mother heard about him being her daughter's master. It didn't make sense for a teenager to teach other teenagers. The woman questioned his motivations, but he simply said he didn't agree with the woman's methods. If they couldn't convince him with words, the woman decided she would defeat him and then take her daughter. The protagonist thought that despite her appearance, this woman was as aggressive as her daughter. Moreover, their attacks were too strong to block without spending a lot of energy, so the best option was to dodge them. However, doing so caused the surrounding equipment to freeze and be damaged by the cold. He first analyzed the effects of the attacks, and then said that she would have to pay for all of it before going back to China. She agreed to pay if he won the fight, and the protagonist decided that blocking was bad and dodging was useless, so the option was to do this. He kicked her arm with concentrated magic, dispersing the attack. Although it affected the woman, this was just to create an opening for the next strike. The next step was to create an opening in her abdomen with this, and the attack was so strong that something came out of the woman's mouth, and then she fell to the ground. Unlike her daughter, the woman didn't pass out from the attack, but it was enough to make our legendary hero the victor. Despite knowing her master's strength, Yan Lang couldn't help but be impressed. The mother felt the same way, but the woman admitted her defeat, saying it wasn't over. She needed to take Yan Lang because that was the constellation's wish, and even if she couldn't do it, others would come in her place. The daughter was frustrated by this. Her opinion didn't matter at all in the end. The mother hurt her feelings even more, saying yes, the constellation's will was the only thing that mattered. Our kitty was trembling again as she asked if she would have to fight every time because of this. She couldn't bear it anymore. This reaction from his student was the last straw for Jae-hye, so he coldly asked Siyuan how he could meet the family's constellation. If it was an order from him, all he had to do was convince the constellation to give up on that order. For the first time, the woman was horrified. No one should be so stupid as to say that. She said that he could meet her when the family summoned her with magical energy stones, but that would never happen for him. The protagonist then said that it was necessary to touch the family relic to enter the mind realm where the constellation lived. Although just a student, the woman couldn't deny that he knew a lot. so he must know that going to the mind realm where the constellation has domain expansion is likely to crush his mind. Did he still want to face the constellation in her domain expansion? The protagonist said yes, so the woman accepted his terms. But for that, he needed to convince the other family members to authorize this decision. She said she would arrange the meeting in a week, but this seemed like an agreement that only benefited Joo-hyuk. If he lost, what would the condition be? The protagonist said he would accept the deal, and if he won, she would leave Yan Lang alone for the rest of her life, and he would take care of her, and that was all. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think he was arrogant, so she accepted his terms. When the woman left the room, Joo-hyuk could no longer hide his fury toward her, so a week later, it was known that the protagonist was facing the Frozen King constellation. They stared at each other, and you wouldn't believe how quickly things happened. Before that day arrived, something needed to be shown first. A few days earlier in the academy dormitory, the protagonist and Yan Lang went to the room where she would live. This room was large and luxurious, which made the girl acknowledge that it was more impressive than the Xiao family's house. So she asked if she could really use this place all by herself. The protagonist said yes. Originally, this room was for him to use so he could give it to her. This made the girl blush even more for a while. Yan Lang then asked why he was doing so much for her. He asked if the training was too painful. Would she give up? This was just to change the subject. So he soon asked about the family's constellation. The kitty told him everything she knew about the Frozen King, which wasn't much because she had spent many years isolated from the family. All she knew was that the constellation didn't interfere in the family's affairs. She heard that some members didn't even know the constellation existed. That's why it was strange for him to order her to be taken. Yan Lang asked again if he was doing all this for her, just because she was now his disciple. He said it wasn't just that. He really felt disgusted by the arrogance of people who use their status to pressure others. So that's why he got involved. Did it make her uncomfortable? Of course. She vehemently denied that she didn't mind. In fact, she had never received so much attention in her life. That's why she wanted to thank him. The protagonist questioned if there was any reason for the constellation to want Yan Lang, but even she didn't know the reason. In that case, all he could do was accept things and confront the Frozen King. His students should rest now and leave everything to him. He would need her as a guide when they went to China. When he left the girl alone, she realized that her feline heart was almost exploding in her chest, and she had no idea why. In his room, the protagonist called Adelia to inform her that he had fought against the head of the SEO family. Her surprise almost made her fall backward. Curious, she asked him to explain the reason for the fight. The reason for the contact was that he needed the equipment that was destroyed to be replaced. Could she do that for him? Adelia said she could do anything for him now. As for information about the SEO family's constellation, Adelia said that it didn't involve itself in any family matters. It was passive about any activities in the outside world. The protagonist also asked if his student had awakened from her rest. According to Adelia, she remained silent. For a moment, Adelia wanted to ask Joo-hyuk something suspicious. She wanted to know if he wanted to know about her constellation's condition, so he could tell her how well she had been serving him. He then said he changed his mind about her having done a good job so far. Adelia begged for 1,000 pardons and hung up. In the end, they didn't manage to get any information about that constellation. Barjay then questioned his master, saying that Joo-hyuk was never one to ask questions first and hit later. That might be true, but it wasn't like he could have the same confidence he had when he was known as the strongest of all in the past. Barjay then revealed something very important. When you go to the mind realm, the strength you have isn't that of your body, but the strength of what you know. Among many explanations, Barjay said that constellations have the same strength when they come to Earth, and normal humans have the same strength when they go to the mind realm. However, Joo-hyuk is different because his strength is the sum of 2 lives, so a few days later, he went to the Seol family's mansion. Their leader didn't expect him to really come. She thought it was a bluff to make him run away. On the other hand, Joo-hyuk wasn't nervous at all and wanted to go straight to the sacred relic. Seol Yan then asked him to follow her to the location, and Joo-hyuk asked his dear kitty to wait here until he finished. All she could do was wait for the result of this encounter. The room where the Frozen King's relic was kept couldn't be any different. The place was like a freezer that didn't consume electricity. Perhaps the family's fortune was related to a butcher shop. The woman picked up the box where the relic was kept and said she had been thinking a lot about what to ask for in return when Joo-hyuk lost. She suggested that he should become a slave to the family. Strangely, Joo-hyuk accepted and simply asked for the gloves. Upon touching the relic, he was transported to the altar of the Frozen King. Despite preparing for the meeting, the constellation had no idea he would have visitors. Joo-hyuk says that this man is not his disciple, but seems familiar to him and he wonders who he is. The constellation says, so it's him, a figure who is a threat to the Seoul clan. Joo-hyuk then wants to know who he is as well. The king readies his fist, saying that if he survives, they can talk. Ju-hyuk smiles and suddenly, gigantic ice stalactites fly straight at him. They fall to the ground and the king sees that Ju-hyuk is completely indifferent to the attack. He comments that this is impressive and that Ju-hyuk used magic to jump further. The king introduces himself as the King of the North, as his real name has been lost over time. The king explains that he has been known by various names over the years and is now called the Chaotic Ice Demon. He says this while creating ice pillars around Ju-hyuk to block any possible escape. The king prepares for another attack and punches Ju-hyuk as the ice flies towards him. Ju-hyuk says this will be troublesome and then draws his sword. The sword is familiar to the king, but Ju-hyuk breaks it and sends the ice back. The Ice King remarks that using his own ice is ridiculous since the ice and snow there are under his control. Ju-hyuk advances and tries to attack, but is blocked with the palm of the hand and asks if the previous attack was to obscure his vision. The Ice King says it was a good idea but lacked power. Ju-hyuk asks if that's really it, and the king starts to tremble. Ju-hyuk then punches him in the stomach, releasing mana and sending the constellation flying away right into its throne. The protagonist asks if it's satisfying to have a real fight. The Ice King grumbles and says that now he understands the magical attack and the sword, and asks if Ju-hyuk is the martial god. The protagonist confirms that it's a nickname given by his disciples. The constellation begins to chime and says it doesn't know him well, but it saw his power 300 years ago. We see a memory of him being attacked by many monsters. He managed to handle some but not enough, and was determined to take as many as possible with him before dying. Then the martial god arrived and cut through the entire army with one blow, leaving him in awe. The magical power felt is the same even though the appearance has changed. He is clearly the same. Ju-hyuk asks if the constellation is not going to attack him, and he steps forward. The Ice King says he wanted to fight him at least once to see how far he would go. In the waiting area, Yeon-lang is a bit worried and sees her family members all looking at her with disdain. She looks away, saying that this is why she didn't want to return to the family, but came due to Ju-hyuk's request to be his guide. She starts to think, and some of her relatives come in. Being introduced to her sisters Iren and Fin-seol, Yeon-lang asks if they came to fight, but they say they came to see her, and Iren says that if it were to fight, they couldn't win against her. Yeon-lang says that if it's just to see her, they can stay with the rest of the family. But Irene says there were some misunderstandings and wants to apologize personally. This makes Meow curious. She asks what she means by that, and Irene explains that after the fight with Yeon-lang, she never had a chance to talk to her and wanted to do so now. Even if it's late, the sister was apologizing, so Yeon-lang shouted furiously, saying she was only doing it because she was afraid of her coming back. But the brother asked her to wait. He said it wasn't true. What happened was a big misunderstanding. The guy explained that every time they tried to contact Yeon-lang, their mother prevented them. And it wasn't just that. He said that keeping Yeon-lang out of training was also their mother's order. In other words, she just discovered that her estrangement from her siblings wasn't due to their jealousy or hatred. They were simply victims of their mother. But it wasn't that simple. She admitted she had been envious of her, which was true. But her pride was even greater, as having someone so strong in the family was amazing. They explained that they thought that way, and it was when their mother called them in the past that she forced them to stay away from Yeon-lang and keep her out of training. They explained that their mother was afraid that other clan members would support Yeon-lang as the new successor to lead the family. So their mother planted the idea in everyone's head that Yeon-lang would be a threat and force them to distance themselves from her. The siblings also mentioned that there was another issue. They never had any interest in becoming clan leaders. At this point, the mother meets the siblings and enters the room. I wanted to see more of Yeon-lang's reaction to this revelation, but instead, we see the protagonist's battle with the constellation. The guy was shooting ice arrows trying to hit his opponent. Obviously, he wasn't succeeding. Ju-hyuk managed to get close to the constellation, but before he could attack, the guy shot more ice arrows, forcing him back. However, they were fragile and easily broken, so he attacked again. For a while, he tested his enemy's attacks, but none were strong enough to cause damage. The constellation said it intended to freeze him completely, but the martial god didn't get his name for nothing. Ju-hyuk sincerely said he didn't expect to receive praise from anyone during the battle, but what he was really thinking was that if that person were so strong, he would remember them from his past life. So the protagonist speculated that he had gotten stronger while in this ice temple. Ju-hyuk thought this because if he had encountered someone with such potential, his past life would have been great for training him. These words made the constellation curious about what he meant. Our protagonist said it was simple. He was simply praising her. Therefore, he was worthy of seeing her sword in action. Being praised by the greater god was an honor. so in this case, she would reciprocate by fighting with her full power. The two exchanged blows to see who had the more powerful attack. The constellation said she intended to surpass him, but that was nonsense. She couldn't even scratch him. While our protagonist's mind was in another dimension, his physical body remained still in the other world. The woman thought he was taking too long. Maybe the constellation was playing with him before defeating him. As she thought about the ways the constellation was winning this battle, she was surprised to see him return. She was shocked to see why he had suffered so much mental damage, but his body seemed so unharmed. So she asked what happened, and he simply answered that he had defeated the constellation. The AI woman responded that she didn't know he was the type to make jokes, but before she finished speaking, the constellation sent her a message saying he had all the respect for Ju Hyuk. Of course, she didn't understand the meaning of the message immediately, so she looked at him and wondered if it was really possible that this kid had defeated the constellation. As she began to accept this reality, she gradually lost her balance. The world didn't make sense. My life no longer made sense if my supreme leader, who guides my family, lost to a 16-year-old kid. While she was thinking all this, the protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and said they had a deal before, and now she had to keep her word. But they needed to make some adjustments to this agreement. When Ju Hyuk went to meet Yeon Lang, I realized I had made a mistake. The first was that it was their aunt who came to them before, not Yeon Lang's and the other's mother. My second mistake was thinking that all four of these girls were pretty enough for me to date. Then I remembered that this isn't exactly my type. Back to the focus. The leader of the White Lotus Academy said it was a pleasure to see Ju Hyuk again, but the protagonist didn't feel the same. He hadn't expected to see her there. Yeon Lang then asked if he had finished his business with the constellation. He replied that he had and would tell her about it on the way back. After all, it wasn't good to talk about it there with such hostile looks. Indeed, they didn't stay to chat. They simply left. And folks, on the way, Yeon Lang lamented everything that had happened. Since he had been so quick in facing the constellation, he must have lost badly. She continued with a sad look and said it must have been tough for him. The protagonist said it was true. In other words, he didn't disagree with the girl and told her he had won. And for that, Yeon Lang said he must now be a family slave due to that agreement. Yeon Lang then realized she had wronged the only person who tried to help her in years. Ju Hyuk knew very well that she was mistaken and found it amusing to see her reaction. Yeon Lang said she should have stopped him from risking so much to help her, and she heard from her aunt that her mother was a crazy and greedy woman who would do anything for power. Since she was young, she had been interested in becoming the matriarch of the family, which had always caused problems with her aunt. Even after becoming the clan leader, her greed didn't diminish. Her mother wanted to do everything to keep the position until the end of her life. She didn't want to maintain the tradition of passing the position to the next generations. That's why she kept the children under surveillance while manipulating everything from the shadows. Since she couldn't manipulate Yeon Lang, she decided to distance her from the clan. She couldn't understand her mother's greed, nor why the family's constellation shared the same thoughts. Ju Hyuk listened attentively while Yeon Lang recounted everything she had discovered. She found it funny how things had happened since she had never been interested in becoming the family leader. After listening a bit more, Ju Hyuk interrupted Yeon Lang, saying he wanted to let her talk until she revealed the truth, but it seemed she would never finish. The truth was that he had defeated the constellation. Yeon Lang also commented that she hadn't expected him to make jokes, but our protagonist stated he didn't joke about such things. Moreover, he asked if she remembered that all the confusion started because the constellation summoned her after Yeon Lang left the White Lotus Palace. She agreed, and then he mentioned that he found it very strange as he had talked a lot with the constellation. Later, when he was unconscious, he had to be woken up very carefully. Then he asked why the constellation wanted Yeon Lang so much, and discovered it was because the matriarch had requested protection for her youngest daughter. The truth was, he didn't even know Yeon Lang's name. He was just following the matriarch's requests. In other words, the man had been manipulated by the matriarch all along. Imagine Yeon Lang's surprise upon hearing this. Her mother was so greedy that she managed to deceive the constellation, which was extremely important to the family, just to satisfy her own ambition. If Yeon Lang didn't like her mother before, she now had even more reasons to hate her. She ruined Yeon Lang's life and kept her away from her siblings because of it. Seeing the sadness, the girl was emotional, and the protagonist revealed that he had asked the constellation to cancel the contract with her mother. She was surprised to hear this and didn't understand the reason. The legendary hero explained it simply. If the woman went so far to gain power, the punishment she deserved for harming his disciple was losing that power. In other words, she no longer had the right to remain as the family leader. Now Yan Lang didn't need to worry anymore. The girl blushed and thanked him so cutely that I felt emotional. She needed to thank him more, so she repeated her gratitude once more, louder, while hiding her face in embarrassment. To her, this was the most amazing thing anyone had ever done for her in her life. When he said it was nothing much, it was obvious she would end up falling in love with her amazing master. As they walked back to the airport, someone was watching them. The masked person was talking to someone else, asking if they should continue following the two. The mysterious guy answered that it wasn't necessary anymore. Just look for this person's enemy. I wonder if this guy really thinks his presence wasn't noticed. They never learn. Then, another moment shows a hotel that seems abandoned. Several people gather for a meeting, and all appear to be from the same organization, judging by their attire. The meeting's topic is that their constellation ordered a change of plans. Previously, the target was that teenager, but now the order has changed to find the enemies of that teenager. The curious woman asks what kind of person Ju Hyuk is, since he was the only one to find him. The man explains that he followed and observed Ju Hyuk for quite some time, and he is definitely a strange guy. Initially, he gathered all the information he could, but none was useful. The only solid information he found was that he was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, but there was no more information, and he can guarantee the information was true, because it came from reliable sources. The guy explains that he followed all the constellation's orders to track the guy. Later, Ju Hyuk defeated the leader of the SEO family in China, so after that, the order was changed from eliminating Ju Hyuk to finding Ju Hyuk's enemies and eliminating them. Then the constellation asks the men without the bloodstone if they are ready. They say yes. Then everyone places the bloodstone on the table. It seems too lazy people put damaged stones, but that's not important. Just my observation. The masked man informs his constellation that he found Ju Hyuk's enemies, the Ventrix, the Insinja, and the Iriasex. The constellation listens in silence. He also mentions that the Ventrix have gone from being Ju Hyuk's enemies to his allies recently. Additionally, there are rumors that a malicious group called Break Jang is now after Ju Hyuk. They wonder how this kid manages to gather so many enemies. Before they could continue the conversation, the constellation gives new orders. Eliminate all these enemies. I believe you've figured out that this constellation must be a disciple of our great legendary hero. When Ju Hyuk returned to Korea, his phone was full of messages from Choi Arim asking to speak with him. She wanted to inform him that she would miss fencing classes because she needed to go to her hometown to fetch something. That's why she wouldn't be able to attend the fencing classes. Ju Hyuk pondered what could be so important for her to fetch. Maybe it was the Choi family relic, which would be great, as the family's constellation might be one of his disciples. The protagonist was doing his daily training with the girls while thinking about various things. I don't know how he manages to concentrate with so many beauties around him. This master has an incredible focus. Ju Hyuk was wondering if the White Lotus Academy also had a constellation. Now that he was in contact with the director, he could check if there were any other disciples of his. While he was thinking about all this, the protagonist was surprised by an unexpected visitor. He had never seen this person before, so he asked who he was and what he wanted. The guy said that first, there were many eyes watching, so they should talk in a more private place. In that case, the protagonist knew where they could have a secret conversation. As he went to the location, he instructed the two students to fight each other as part of their training. He left them there arguing about who was stronger and found it very entertaining. In the hallway, he told the guy to reveal himself. "Start talking!" The man with the cat mask got straight to the point and said he was there to deliver a message. This is interesting. What does he have to say? The guy then said to check the message itself. It was a letter sent by the real owner of the market. Ju Hyuk asked if it was the constellation known as the Ruler of the Shadows. The answer was yes, and this letter was delivered to several people. The constellation was looking for a specific person. If he understood the meaning of the letter and responded correctly, the constellation would be waiting for him. Ju Hyuk opened the letter to see what it said. Bar J, who lives in his sword, commented that he didn't recognize those letters. Ju Hyuk explained that they were letters he had created. Even his disciples knew these letters. Now I ask you, did anyone else think this looked like cat ears? I did. That same night, the protagonist was heading to the market. He had made an agreement with the white-haired teacher so that he could leave during the academy week. As he walked, his constellation asked why he created special characters and what the point of that was. He simply said it was part of his training or something like that. Then, he calmly went to the secret door and entered. There was the door leading to the market. Upon opening the door again for the second time, he thought the place was quite familiar. Maybe it was because of the purple sun shining in the sky. Actually, I think it's a moon. Our protagonist just said it reminded him of the sky 300 years ago. He was surprised by the masked man asking if he was there because of the letter. Ju Hyuk said yes and asked where he should go now. The guy asked him to follow him to the meeting place. The place was the market headquarters. The view from the top of the building is excellent. Those large windows are great. As he observes, he notices that the cat is not there, and moreover, there are very strange buildings ahead that all seem to be made of paper. He doesn't remember seeing that last time he was here. Finally, the cat approaches him and asks what the answer to the letter is. Ju Hyuk says it's not a question that makes sense, but what she must want is the answer. He then asks for a piece of paper and a pen. Up to this point, the cat mask thinks this is a joke. This candidate was called only on a whim. It makes no sense for a 16-year-old to be the person his master is looking for. When the protagonist delivers the answer, the man looks at it and cannot understand. It looks like the same writing, but he does not know the meaning of these words. Ju Hyuk then says that it means no. The constellation asks what his response was to saying no. Has he gone mad? The cat mask can barely understand his words. The guy says that the protagonist has been verified as the person the master knows, and for her sanity, he must meet her as soon as possible. In that case, they touch his staff. This is the constellation's relic. They know how it works. Just touch the object, and he will be teleported to the constellation's mental realm. I doubt you were expecting it to be a girl. What you might not have known is that it would be a different girl. She says that even though his appearance has changed, his magical power is still the same. How long has it been? Luminous. Everyone, look at this insane girl who here likes a crazy girl. The girl soon bows to her master, saying she is very happy to see him again. Even though she is crazy, she cannot help but show respect for the most important person in her life. Humbly, he tells her to rise. There's no need for so many formalities. She asks if he really remembers those words. And of course, our protagonist does not disappoint and says he could not forget something like that. He then recalls the first time he met the girl. Like the others, she was shackled. A slave. He and his first disciple found the girl. Looking closely, he realized she was not like anyone else. Her eyes showed a trauma deeper than anything he had ever seen. That girl did not know any kind of language or writing. She had never been taught. She didn't even know how to live in society. She didn't want or couldn't learn the world's language. So he created an easier alphabet specifically for her to learn. The girl is happy he remembers. It was thanks to that she learned to write and then managed to learn other languages. Then, he explains that the message said, "I miss the master. If you see me again, will it be to marry me?" And therefore the answer is no. The crazy girl asks, why not? The reason is that he doesn't have time for that. There are more important things to discuss now. The current world is as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. They need to do something about it. Ignoring his response, she asks if he saw the paper building outside. Oh, the money note building. I saw it. Why? The crazy girl responds that it is a gift for the master. He can live there from now on. Of course he refuses. And the girl questions the reason. No. She persistently asks why. Now, he remembers that she couldn't be left unsupervised for too long or she would go crazy. So, how must it have been to be alone for 300 years? He hopes she hasn't lost her mind. For moments like this, he created a special technique. Ju Hyuk extends his legendary finger and gives a legendary flick to Luminous's forehead, telling her to control herself. The protagonist asks her to keep calm and not get too excited. The girl asks if it's because he didn't like the gift. It was what he wanted before. He remembers he wanted a building full of money, not a building made of money. But really, in the past, while training the girls, he used to say he always dreamed of living in a building made entirely of money. His student, with a screw loose in her head, heard that back then and seems not to have forgotten. He even said it wasn't quite his dream. It was just because they were poor, so having money would be great. He told her that later, when there was peace in the world, living buried in a pile of money would be great for them, so they should train hard and strengthen themselves to bring peace to the world. At that time, the girl said she would fulfill his dreams, but he saw it as childish. So back in the present, Luminous said she couldn't fulfill his dream while he was alive, but she was fighting to fulfill it even after his death. The girl asks why he doesn't want to accept the gift she made for him. He ignores this, and just asks if she knew he would reincarnate, and therefore made a building. The girl responds that she received a notification informing that the master would be reincarnated at some point. The protagonist begins to fear the girl's reaction as she starts to go crazy again, saying she couldn't wait any longer for this moment. He really feared her madness. She was crazy. He says again that it's not the time for this and asks her to calm down. After some time, they talk more and she returns to normal. He tells her about the threat of the destruction pie that might appear again. The girl gets nervous, saying it's frustrating, He explains that he is now a teenager and lives at Valhalla Academy, and therefore refuses to live in a building made of money. The girl is sad, as her master is rejecting her gift, but asks him to extend his hand for a moment. Even though he refuses her most important gift, at least with this, he should keep. This ring will grant access to the entire market, as if he were the owner of the place. After all, everything she did was for the master. He remembers that he has been receiving many rings lately. He bids farewell to the girl and leaves. Did Mr. Catmask expect this? While the meeting was happening, after some time, he received a question on his system window. Has that person left? He answers yes. He has returned to Valhalla Academy. The constellation was silent for a moment and then replied, "You must buy Valhalla Academy for me." Obviously, the staff wondered if the master was crazy. She gave the great ring of the constellation's owner to that kid, and now wants to buy the school where he studies. What could be the reason? He took courage and asked the constellation what her relationship with Juhyuk was. The girl promptly answered that he is her sky, which means he is everything to her. He shows another location, a mysterious island, where a man was beating up several people. The people losing their teeth were employees of a criminal organization, and the man doing this was named Logan. He was furious, destroying everything in his path and asking who was responsible for attacking his son. He asked questions and killed several men, eliminating them forever. Interestingly, the masked men were there observing as they were ordered to hunt down the protagonist's enemies, but ended up seeing someone else doing it for them. This is the great American hero, furious because his son was attacked during a test at Valhalla Academy. He was there to catch the leader of this organization, but it was too late as the man had already been abducted by a mysterious constellation. The guy was defending himself from the invader in his territory and ended up there without knowing how. He didn't even find out how he died. His heart was simply disintegrated. Maybe now he fits better with someone who harms others, someone without a heart. The Lion constellation is concerned about this mental space, ensuring that if the constellation wants, he will not die, for he said that dying would be too easy. The guy recognizes the appearance of this constellation and asks if it is the constellation of the Ilgeo clan. The man with the goat mask confirms his identity. His name is Tudui, the guardian of the Ilgeo clan. In that case, the villain questions why he is being attacked by someone like him. The constellation explains that the attack he is suffering is based on someone else, as they attacked his son. He recognizes that the man is Logan. The constellation and the guy discuss the change of targets. Initially, the goat mask wanted to kill Juya. In summary, this constellation wanted to kill all the people said to be the strongest, because to him, there is only one person who could be called the strongest, and he lived 300 years ago. The target he had this time is literally the strongest, so he decided to defeat all those who tried to harm the target. The villain realized that arguing against this constellation is pointless. He will certainly die there, so he needs to fight back. Perhaps he can survive this dimension. He tried to attack with all he had, but it was impossible to fight back against the constellation in its soul dimension. His attack destroyed the throne, but he couldn't even perceive the constellation's presence. In the soul realm, the owner's control is absolute. He wouldn't lose fighting there. Once again, his heart was racing, and I don't know if this was literal or not, as the sensation of death repeated itself, as if being annihilated was too quick. Now, we return to the next morning at Valhalla Academy. The protagonist has just gotten out of the shower, and while checking his phone, sees in the news that a criminal organization has been completely destroyed. Barcha asks if these people were related to the assassins who invaded the Academy's competition test. He agrees. It was that organization. It seems he won't need to look for these people anymore. He admits that he is only there because of the system, and when everything is resolved, he won't need to stay. Meanwhile, we see the headmaster of Valhalla Academy receiving an unexpected visit. The Cat Mask, a man from the black market, came to make a deal. He is straightforward and offers to buy the school. The headmaster, who is also the owner of the academy, asks who he is, if he is really the owner of the black market. The Cat Mask confirms his identity and says he must be aware that the offer is real. The headmaster explains that he cannot sell the academy because the place was created for the benefit of the students, not to profit from money. The Cat Mask snaps his fingers, and a sum of money appears on the table. The man reiterates that principles are not above money. In the past, he was a fighter and saw the threat of monsters taking over humanity. After many years, he decided to create a school to train future defenders of Earth, and says he does not intend to change the academy's motto or the teaching system. The Cat Mask snaps his fingers again, and more money appears on the table. The man repeats that money is not an issue, and snaps his fingers continuously until the room is filled with money. At this point, it is revealed that the 62-year-old man is officially retired. He asks the headmaster to take good care of the school. The sign that read, "Owner of the Academy," is removed and replaced with that of a new owner. Now, the constellation is the owner of the place. Her first order is to install an extremely powerful surveillance system. The girl is determined to protect her master from any enemies who might attack him. When I say that crazy girls are capable of anything, you should really be careful with those girls you know out there. I speak from personal experience that it's dangerous. Now, you'll never know if I'm the crazy girl or if I've ever had one in my life. Our protagonist, coming back from another day of classes, wonders why things feel strange. Before he could think more about it, Choi approaches him. She wasn't there to ask for fencing lessons like always, but for a normal conversation. She asks if he noticed the odd atmosphere at the school today and says she wants to show him something during training. Later, in the training arena, everyone is eager to see what she will show. Choi RM takes a sword out of her backpack and explains that she brought it from her hometown. Initially, he doesn't understand her intention, but soon realizes the sword is emitting a strong energy. Suddenly, Yoo So-yeon is very surprised to see that the relic RM is holding is the Choi Jin family relic. How did RM get it? The girl calmly explains that after passing the family's tests, she became the successor to be the new leader of the family. Yoo So-yeon understands the importance, but states that family relics should not be given to a student, only when someone assumes the throne. Despite this, Arim says she doesn't care about those norms and will use the relic in her training. Joo-hyuk, not surprisingly, is curious and asks to touch the relic. So-yeon is furious with him, saying one should not ask to touch sacred relics in that manner. However, Arim, who may not refuse any request from her master, hands over the sword for him to inspect more closely. Joo-hyuk finds the energy of the sword familiar, and while trying to understand, his consciousness is sent to the realm of a constellation. There, a man with his back turned reveals himself as the constellation of the Choi Jin family. He mentions that it has been a long time since he saw his dear older brother. I think the protagonist is similar to my father. He goes out on the street and knows everyone. I don't even know my neighbor's name. It seems that our protagonist has found another of his disciples. It is no wonder that the fencing that Choi Arim learned in his family is so familiar to him. They were the techniques of one of his disciples. The constellation admits that he did his best to teach his technique to his employer. If he noticed a similarity, it is because he did a good job. But in any case, the protagonist says that it is very different from the fencing he knew. This is no wonder. His student says that nowadays people prioritize magical power much more than training their bodies. 300 years ago, the boy was challenged while he was walking with his first two students. The reason is that the protagonist was known as the strongest guy in that region. So if they voted, the boy would become stronger. Of course, the protagonist's students were furious and wanted to kill anyone who interfered with their master. At that time, the protagonist asked, why does he like to fight so much? And his reason is that he wanted to become stronger and create an invincible fencing style, because only then could he defend his family and teach his own family to defend themselves. At that time, he found the boy very interesting and decided to face him, and of course, he did not measure his strength. He says that the boy was very inconvenient because he asked to challenge him every week when he recovered. The guy says that if Joo-hyuk had lost at least once, this would not have happened. This makes no sense to Joo-hyuk. Thanks to his advice, the boy was able to create his incredible fencing technique. Joo-hyuk asks if that was the flame of the invincible sword. He says yes. Our protagonist says that if he had become his disciple in the past, he would have monitored him closely. So that means he knew Joo-hyuk before. But it seems that our legendary hero did not accept men as students. Or maybe he only accepts slaves without salvation. Thinking about this, the protagonist thinks that the notifications about him were only sent to those who were his disciples. The boy was not, and therefore he must not have received anything. As he thought about it, the boy said that it must be fate that he casually touched the family heirloom that he belongs to. This means that fate allowed the constellation to challenge him once again. Maybe he can have his first victory. Our protagonist is kind and says that he could not refuse a request from him. Grateful to fate, the boy decides to use everything he has for this fight. Needless to say, Joo-hyuk always uses everything he has in a fight. He is the type who, to kill a cockroach, sets the entire house on fire to ensure his victory. So the constellation went all out and seemed very strong. But then we see Joo-hyuk returning to his body smiling. I can't believe he lost. The protagonist hands the sword back to Choi Arim and tells her very intensely to take good care of it. He tells her that her constellation is a good boy. She should practice her fencing and communicate more with him. Then we see the result of the fight. The boy was on the ground while saying that this guy never made sense. Meanwhile, at Valhalla Academy, it is shown that the Zhue family is in China. The elders gather with the representative of the White Lotus Academy. The woman did not know why the three elders had summoned her, so she asks what they want. They called her here because they need to choose someone to replace her as quickly as possible. However, they say it is tradition that the leader of the White Lotus Academy cannot become the matriarch. In other words, does she have someone to suggest as the new leader? They ask this, but make it clear that the recommended person must be more powerful than the deposed former matriarch. The elders themselves criticize her for using her position to maintain her own influence rather than for the good of the family. The woman thinks deeply about it and then says she has an idea. She recommends someone, but the name is not revealed. The scene cuts to Yan Lang training. The girl is about to face a fencing practice. Choi Arim is extremely fast and almost hits the girl, but Yan Lang manages to defend herself. Once again, she prepares to attack but retreats from Yan Lang. The girl realizes that crazy person's attacks were incredible. Frustrated by her power, she decides it is her turn to attack. But Arim continues to block her strikes with ease. She mentions that she has recently become much stronger than before. Maybe it's thanks to this sword or her master's training. The protagonist had instructed to avoid using magical power, relying only on physical skills in combat. Moreover, Arim cannot draw her sword from its sheath during the training. Yan Lang says she doesn't mind if her opponent draws her sword, but the protagonist does not believe this and makes it clear that he doesn't want to see his student with cuts. Ju Hyuk also questions why Makema is just watching, since last time she had disagreements with Yan Lang. Actually, Makema is here out of curiosity. In the last fight with Yan Lang, Makema was defeated and didn't pose a real threat to her. Now, seeing Yan Lang being pressured by Choi Arim is frustrating. How did this girl become so strong so quickly? Makema wants to confirm if she can truly defeat Yan Lang. Arim warns Ju Hyuk and Yan Lang that if she draws her sword, Yan Lang will surely lose one of her 7 lives. Being underestimated in this way makes Yan Lang furious. She rushes to attack Arim, angry at being called kitten. "Stop calling me kitten." Arim maintains her stance the entire time, so their attacks clash against each other. The impact of the attacks creates waves of energy throughout the room. Ju Hyuk does not feel pressured, but Makema struggles to maintain the same calm. The two girls in combat have surpassed her in many aspects. Even using her sword with force, Yan Lang could not overcome Arim. Using her agile legs, she almost hit Choi Arim's face, but couldn't land a direct blow. Yan Lang couldn't hit Arim directly using only physical strength. All her attacks were blocked or dodged by Arim. Many thoughts crossed Yan Lang's mind. She had seen Arim fight several times with Ju Hyuk, and her moves weren't as fast and strong. Before she could think more about it, Arim attacked again with a precise fencing technique. Yan Lang managed to dodge, but it wasn't enough. Even being close to the attack caused pain in her abdomen. Choi Ahrin even praises Yan Lang, saying she is good at dodging. Despite her confidence and her absolute strength, Yan Lang admits to herself that she can't continue like this, or she will be defeated. She decides to prepare to receive the next strike and put everything into a counterattack. Arim then attacks directly at Yan Lang's shoulder. Yan Lang blocks the attack with her hands, and finally manages to get close to Arim. If the sword had been unsheathed, you wouldn't have done that, kitten. Yan Lang probably broke a few of Arim's teeth with her attack. It was a direct hit that even left a mark on her chin. Choi Arim was definitively defeated in the training. It was the end of the duel, and Yan Lang was panting after giving it her all. Even so, Arim was not completely defeated by the blow. She stood up, determined not to give up. Ju Hyuk then ends the duel, making it clear that the training is over. He made it clear that both were injured and should not exceed their limits during training. Jo Hyuk seems proud to see how Arim has progressed. She made a contract with the constellation Ju Hyuk Mu in his past life and has been communicating a lot with Kiddo. Because of this, she has improved greatly. Now your other student, Yan Lang, appears more injured, and he is equally concerned about her. The girl plays tough in front of her master at all times, but the truth is, the situation was dangerous. She explains that if she had received the blow a bit further back, she wouldn't have been able to block it and would have been injured. I bet you, watching, understand the concept of torque applied here. Yan Lang admits to herself that the girl has become much stronger than before, and is sure it is related to the relic. This makes her think about her own family's relic, which is quite convenient, since we recently saw that her family is unsure about who will be the next leader to take the relic. The day comes to an end and night approaches. At some point, the protagonist is taken to the mysterious zone and meets the red-haired woman. She called him to reveal the exact location of the next appearance. She reveals that the appearance will be in Sejong City and will occur in exactly 3 weeks. The protagonist notes that last time she mentioned 3 months, so she was correct about the time frame. This indicates that 2 months have passed since he began training with the girls. He asks what he should do with the monsters that escape from the labyrinth while he is there. The woman, concerned, asks if he hasn't gathered the team as she instructed. Ju Hyuk reflects on this carefully. He has some people in mind, but isn't sure if they are suitable for the job. After reflecting, he says he has a team to help, but he doesn't seem very confident. They discuss strategies and the best way to destroy the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Ju-hyuk asks if they should send more people in advance. The woman clarifies that he should focus only on destroying the labyrinth's boss and nothing else. He disagrees with this and decides to use the ring to focus on destroying the labyrinth as quickly as possible. After discussing further, she takes a purple stone and gives it to the protagonist, explaining that it is a disposable teleportation crystal. If he imbues the crystal with mana, he will be teleported here. This leaves Ju-hyuk in doubt. Why to this location? Can't she just call him here whenever she wants? The red-haired woman confirms but explains that there are limitations to knowing what happens outside this location. She plans to keep all her focus on the labyrinth's movements, so it would be good if he had a way to escape. It's not clear why she is giving him this, but having an extra escape route is not bad. She snaps her fingers and says they will meet again in 3 weeks. The next day, we see the protagonist walking down the street, pondering what to do. He wonders if he should contact Adelia Ventric and ask her to send contractors to the location in advance. Additionally, he needs to get a day off for the disaster. He calls Professor Lilia to request the day off, but when she answers, he nearly goes deaf from the shouting. The woman says she is in trouble. After calming down, she explains that she was fired from the academy and that it is terrible. Despite the woman's drama, Ju-hyuk simply says he understands. The woman then asks why he is being so cold with her. Ju-hyuk explains that if Lilia was fired, it's because she deserved it, so it's fair. The woman does not believe what she is hearing and claims that, although she seems clumsy with him, she is an excellent instructor in her job. Lilia explains how seriously she takes her work, and indeed the protagonist cannot disagree. This makes him find her dismissal strange at this point in the academic year. The professor also finds it very strange and comments on the sudden change in the academy's director. This is the first time our legendary protagonist hears about it. What really catches his attention is that if the professor was fired, he won't be able to get days off easily now. Therefore, he decides to go to the director's office. The professor is moved, but insists that he doesn't need to do this for her. Ignoring her, he simply hangs up the phone, determined to go. As soon as he hangs up, Yanlang sends him messages asking about the professor's dismissal. This catches him by surprise. These things don't make sense. Why are people around him being punished without explanation? Not knowing what's going on, he decides to go to the academy director. When he arrives, he is surprised by the situation. The masked man bought the market. The man explains that he actually bought the market, but that everything is controlled by his constellation, to which he is devoted. So why did he expel Yanlang and Professor Lilia? Ju-hyuk asks. The man explains that it was an order from his constellation. It commanded him to identify any problems and expel those people from the school. He identified these women as problems for Ju-hyuk and expelled them. Furthermore, he also plans to expel someone named Choi Arim. Ju-hyuk agrees that she is a problem for him too. The protagonist says no and asks to have everyone brought back to the academy, explaining that he doesn't want these people to be punished because of him. It is surprising that Luminous accepts the request, given that everything will be reversed. Ju-hyuk then asks why the cat bought the academy. The man explains that it was another order from his constellation. Additionally, the protagonist refused to live in the money market. So Luminous decided to buy the academy where he lives to connect it to the market. Now he can have access to the place he always wanted to give as a gift to him. Basically, he connected one of the rooms of Valhalla Academy to the black market, allowing authorized people to access it. Despite how bizarre this may seem, the protagonist reflects on the matter and asks if the director can do anything in the school. Since the answer is yes, he would like to ask a favor of the director. Then we see that 3 weeks later in Jejiang City, things have heated up. Monsters have invaded the city and are destroying everything. Goblins are attacking people and destroying vehicles, while stone golems are even more terrifying. One of Valhalla Academy's students lives in this city and was there on vacation. I can't believe even monsters are committing crimes. Things are bad even in other worlds. Ju-hyuk saves a girl from a goblin attack and defeats the creature with a powerful punch. The woman is grateful to be saved, but he doesn't seem satisfied. The weight of the creatures is real. He feels that things here are scarier than in training. Despite the fear, he will face it and save as many people as he can. While deciding what to do, 2 crazy girls pass by him, competing to see who can cause more destruction. We return to an earlier moment, still at the academy. The new president has introduced himself to the girls. Makema, the most experienced, asks why such a drastic change in the country's most important academy was not reported. For him, the answer is simple. He simply did not want it to happen. The reason for revealing himself now is that the Black Cat expects to work with Makema in the future. The protagonist explains that he is there to suggest the creation of a new department. It is a special class where students will have the autonomy to engage in external activities, without the need to follow the traditional classroom instruction. The question is, do they want to be the first people in this special class? Yanling says it doesn't change anything for her, as she doesn't attend normal classes. Joo-hyuk acknowledges this and still wanted to invite her. As a request from her beloved master, the girl cannot refuse. Choyaram didn't think much about it and immediately accepted. Makema is the only one with a bit more critical sense. She wanted to understand things better before accepting. First, is the director, the Black Cat, the same owner of the black market? The answer is simple, yes. So why is he interested in buying the academy? It doesn't make sense for the owner of a clandestine market to be the president of such an important institution. How did he get the approvals? How did he manage to do all this? She has many doubts about this man. Additionally, she wonders how this man has so many important connections without a powerful family. Our protagonist gets straight to the point and asks if she will join the special department. The answer is obvious. She likes to think things through, but she also cannot refuse his request. She just needs to understand better what she is getting into. The director explains the conditions for forming this special department, which offers more freedom to this class. They will be exempt from normal classes for being more advanced. However, they will have to participate in tests and exams that require public exposure. Initially, our protagonist was not satisfied, but the man explained that this was necessary to ensure all the privileges he requested. There are a few more criteria, the most important being that the students must be strong enough to be recognized by other students and teachers. He explains that placing the strongest students in this special class and not having them attend classes would be a loss. Therefore, they are required to participate in some public activities that promote the academy's image to society. In the end, there were several conditions they must meet to get what he wants. After explaining all of them, Joo-hyuk asked if the girls had changed their minds, and none of them refused, of course. In this case, the special class of the protagonist girls is now formed. Back in the present, we see the special combat class and training at Valhalla. Joo-hyuk did not expect to find Si-hyuk here. He hadn't seen Si-hyuk at the academy for a while. The boy explains that he came to the city for the weekend because his family is from there. He was enjoying a nice weekend when suddenly chaos erupted. Si-hyuk also has questions. Why are the academy students in this city at this moment? The protagonist does not answer directly. He orders Choi Arim and Yen Lang to get ready, and they understand that it is to demonstrate practically why they are there. The two girls and he move towards the creatures while the other two observe. The monsters patiently wait for people to prepare for the fight. The only problem for the monsters is that this cannot be considered a real fight. When Joo-hyuk swings his sword, even the stone monsters seem to be made of butter. He easily eliminated all the monsters that were nearby. His students saw everything up close, and even the girls couldn't help but be scared by so much power. Si-hyuk already knew that this guy was strong, but it seems that every day it's getting more absurd. One of the Ventric family members was with him and came to the protagonist with information. He discovered an area 5 kilometers from here where the monsters are coming from. The protagonist questions the position of the Ventric family agents. They are evacuating the civilians from the area. Something that intrigues Joo-hyuk is that the Ventric constellation hasn't awakened since the last time. Joo-hyuk asks the man named Mojiri, and he says that the constellation lady remains silent. His concern is that it's been 3 months since then, and he doesn't know if something happened to her. At least he has this sword with him. He wanted to have a contract with his other disciple too. Joo-hyuk orders the Ventrics to stop playing dress-up with capes and show themselves while helping with the evacuation. This will help improve their reputation. The guy can't disagree with the wise advice of this guy who has authority over the head of the Ventric family. They decide on a plan and then go to the center of the calamity. The 2 strongest girls must defeat the monsters and save the citizens. So Yan must help with the escort with Si-hyuk. She didn't like being paired with this muscle-bound brain. These are the orders. They must go now. After some time, they arrived at the place where the entrance to the labyrinth should be. The guy confirms that this is the place, and that they must make a plan to eliminate the monsters from the entrance. If they work together, they can clear the way. Our protagonist admits that this would be the most sensible thing to do. However, it will take too long, and so he has a better idea. He will jump right from here and defeat everyone. Mojiri even tries to stop the MC from doing this crazy thing. As strong as these monsters are to the people of the time, our protagonist is simply the real monster to these monsters. The creatures have no chance to retaliate against his blows, as they are all fatal. He jumps into the air, and in less than a breath, he cuts through the air. The power of the attack sweeps away all the demons in front of him at once. Moriji can't keep his mouth shut when he sees this guy. There is no logic for a teenager to be stronger than a constellation. Our protagonist made a contract with a constellation for the first time. Luminous gave his abilities to him. It wasn't difficult for him to clear everything in front of him and reach the entrance to the labyrinth. Joo-hyuk also can't forget that he needs to wear this ring when entering and defeating the boss of the labyrinth. In that case, it's better to put it on now so he doesn't forget. And that's how he entered the labyrinth. Something so significant was happening on the other side of the world. And meanwhile, at the Ventric house in England, Adelia was comfortably in her office. Her heart was racing as she confirmed that Joo-hyuk's information about the calamity was true. Not even the South Korean government had noticed the situation in time. She no longer doubts Joo-hyuk's decisions. If he said he would face the calamity alone, she cannot disagree. However, she is worried. What if her constellation awakens and finds out something bad happened? To Adelia's surprise, her constellation finally awakened and made contact. The first thing it wanted to know was how much time had passed since it had fallen asleep. Amazing constellation? Adelia recounts that about 3 months have passed since that moment. The constellation reflects on this and then asks, "Where is my master?" It's always shocking for Adelia to hear that her master's master is Joo-hyuk. She informs that he is on the battlefield now, fighting against a mysterious calamity. Inside the labyrinth, the protagonist was fighting casually, so Barch asked what style of fencing he was using with that sword. His response is that he wasn't doing anything special, just attacking without thinking too much. But Barcha says that this is a style of combat that his former disciples used in the past. It's called wishing. For the protagonist, it's strange to think that his disciples even turn this into a fencing technique. More importantly, Joo-hyuk says that this dungeon is larger than he expected. He then uses his magic to locate himself in the area. It's a mana detection ability, and he hopes to find the dungeon's core with it. Normally, the core of the dungeon is in the same area as the boss, and as he expected, it seems to be in that direction. He mentions that it would be much faster if he did something like this. He channels energy into his sword and makes a cut in the ground. The structure begins to collapse, and as it completely cracks, he falls down to the lower level. As expected, this monster with cockroach antennae is the dungeon's boss and was on the lower level. The dungeon boss looks furious and prepares to attack. Unlike him, the protagonist remains calm and confident. His weapon, a spear, offers an advantage in long-range combat. He also notes that he needs to destroy the dungeon core, and to get there, he has to go through this monster. He opts for a counterattack rather than trying to win with a direct blow in a skill-based fight. The monster facing him decides to attack. With the spear aimed directly at his heart, the protagonist easily dodges and comments that the monster is making things too easy for him. It seems these words made the creature furious. It attempted a long-range attack with its spear but still couldn't hit him. At this moment, the protagonist was assessing the creature's attack abilities. Then, when the monster tries to attack him again with piercing strikes, Joo-hyuk decides to defend himself to test the strength of the humanoid monster. He defends all attacks, finding it annoying how the creature keeps its distance with its long weapon. The monster tried a huge variety of attacks, attempting to hit him from an even greater range, but nothing worked. The protagonist always evaded. The creature used its spear to throw stones from the ground at the protagonist, but Joo-hyuk continued to dodge or defend. The creature tried to get close and attack at close range, but even though it was powerful, its attack was blocked. Possibly, the monster was getting irritated with its enemy and threw him away. Joo-hyuk remained calm, analyzing his enemy without saying anything more. It even crossed Barch's mind to question whether Kim Hyun was feeling the pressure. The reason for this was behind him. It was to separate that guy from the stone, just in case he ended up doing something unintended. Determined to use the ability Luminous had given him, Joo-hyuk decided to attack for the first time. Upon realizing this, the monster became alert. Whatever the attack was, it would be prepared to defend. In less than a second, the protagonist surpassed the monster, which didn't even notice the attack. In fact, the boss was confident he had struck his spear. The reality was that the enemy was sliced with a slight delay. When the effect finished charging, the boss was cut into pieces and then defeated. Joo-hyuk calmly watched his opponent being eliminated. He was curious about what would happen next. His ring began to glow, and then absorbed the energy that had come from the dungeon boss's body. He deduced that the ring absorbed the name, as previously mentioned by the woman. Joo-hyuk asks Barch about what he mentioned earlier regarding being pressured by this adversary. Before continuing his goal, he notices that the boss's spear was left behind. He then picks it up and questions why it wasn't absorbed or disappeared like the rest. Not understanding what happened, he decides to take it with him. Then, we see a mysterious tree with a door. Possibly within this place, a man came to inform the dungeon master that the disaster had ended. The creature in the shadows asks how many days it took. The answer was surprising, only 2 hours. And so, the question arises about how long the last disaster lasted. The man informs that it was 5 days. This question was merely to highlight that this time was too fast. What happened? The dungeon master asks if the level of these people increased too much. It must be the fault of those who became constellations. Now, he wants to know if anyone stood out during the event. The subject replies that the dungeon appeared and disappeared so quickly that he didn't understand what happened. He still doesn't know. The dungeon master simply orders them to advance their plans a bit further. Spread the names. He also orders the use of a different method to spread the names and urges everyone to hurry. The mysterious creature in the shadows only thinks that it is eager for it. It is eager for the day when it will feed on the most powerful. Then, news appears about a person named Kim Joo-hyuk from the Valhalla Academy who ended the disaster after eradicating the monsters. This is seen by someone on a website. The person in question is quite stylish. This individual was reading the news and admiring the protagonist's achievements. The man's question was how he managed to handle all the monsters that had escaped while also eliminating the dungeon so quickly. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that this kid was perfect for enhancing the reputation of the Alchemist's Guild. This guy is Baekjang John, but it wasn't what I expected. John asks someone next to him if it wouldn't be great for their reputation to kill that kid. The masked person agrees completely with Jian, but advises them to be cautious in their actions. This kid is not the same as when they watched him during the academy entrance test. He is definitely at S level now. They decide that they need to do something about it and will gather the team for that. Then, we finally return to the Valhalla dormitory. Our protagonist seems to attract enemies like a magnet. I know he stands out a lot, but it's not normal for so many people to want to go after him. He came home exhausted after solving a major problem and facing another 200 enemies. Joo-hyuk reflects on how he absorbed all the mana stones and grew stronger, and yet he hasn't reached his limit. He's always winning his battles and his power is ahead of the enemies so far. However, he feels his magical capacity is relatively small. Dealing with that dungeon boss was more complicated than he expected. His body is exhausted. He even comments that it's much easier when he has a contract with a constellation. Using another person's magical power is very useful. His mind was boiling with thoughts about future problems, and because of this, he decided to use his disposable teleportation stone. The mysterious red-haired girl surprises him now in her dimension. She seems bored when alone, and gets quite excited when her visitor finally appears. Joo-hyuk explains that he managed to handle the situation and defeat the boss. This magic stone was meant for emergencies, but it's fine since he succeeded in his mission. But she became curious about the spear he brought. He explains that it was from the dungeon boss and wasn't absorbed with him or disappeared, so he decided to bring it. This is nothing but curious. The girl asks to see the ring. It's safe and there's no problem returning it to her. The girl takes the item and a pink smoke comes out of the ring. Then she returns it to the protagonist. She confirms that the name was absorbed correctly and says that the real game will begin now. Surely the dungeon master will take the next step. She believes that powerful names will appear now, so she will take a peek to check. But even before doing that, the girl mentions that it is likely to be the people from the Destruction Tower whom he defeated 300 years ago. Our legendary hero soon remembers certain people, feeling a bitter taste just thinking about meeting those bastards again. He actually says he got angry just thinking about it. The girl told him to cheer up, saying that before those names appear, they will meet again. So he should be glad. I think for him, meeting this girl is not something to be glad about. An interesting point is that Barche was the master of the Destruction Tower, but he doesn't remember the people who were there. Joo-hyuk says that on the first floor, there were only insignificant monsters. If Barche were to remember those people, they would be on the second floor or higher. Their conversation about this is not very important. The question that arises for our protagonist is, if the tower reappears, shouldn't Barche be summoned again as its master? This possibility leaves Barche stunned, but he soon says he was forced to be the tower's owner last time. The constellation said all this while stuttering. The reason was to avoid becoming a target for the protagonist again, and for him to think about killing her as a precaution. Although our protagonist didn't think it was a bad idea, he says he trusts Barche. But still, it's strange to him that Barche has no power if his name was taken. When he thinks about his disciples, they have some power. Now, this guy is a mess and doesn't even have memories. Additionally, the protagonist says that Barche was reborn just like him, not becoming a constellation like the people who lost their names. He continues to be puzzled by the script's puzzle. Because of this, he decides that it's better to keep focusing on training constantly to achieve the same strength as in his past life. So, another pleasant night passes. The next day after school, Seahawk was going to a workout while thinking about the fight he saw that day. No matter how he thinks about it, that guy is amazing. He knows Joo-hyuk was much stronger than everyone else, but deep down, he didn't want to admit it to himself. Now, he can't even deceive himself. And not only that, all those girls who were taught by him became much stronger and surpassed him. All right, he is determined. If he was trained by Joo-hyuk, he can also become stronger. When he opened the door, he found something he could not have seen. A girl fervently smelling someone's clothes. Yes, Yen Lang was sniffing a towel. Her face leaves no doubt that she was doing something that should be a girl's secret. 30 minutes ago, she was running intensely on the treadmill. After finishing her routine and being praised by her master, the protagonist gave her a towel he had used. He used the towel in the same way. The girl tries to beat Sundara but can't manage it. Aram also recognizes the progress of the kitten and points out that there's another girl here who was more sedentary. Help, this is madness. Makema says that this training is too heavy for a human, but our MC claims it's actually quite light. Nothing like a good tease to make the girl push herself harder. She also says that Juhyuk's training is better than that of a certain someone. They started arguing about something trivial, and our protagonist enjoys seeing these moments with his students. He ordered everyone to rest now, and Aram became curious about what Juhyuk was going to do next. He was going back to the dormitory to train magical abilities. In this case, Aram decided to do the same. They left and Mikema was going to follow the same path. But before leaving, she wanted to know if Yenlong wouldn't be going too. The girl said she wasn't tired yet and would do some more exercises. Notice, Mikema left and advised her rival not to overexert herself. So, Yenlong was left alone in the school gym. At this moment of solitude, the girl began to reflect on certain things about that hand. Don't rush, it's nothing wrong. She was thinking about how she feels she's getting stronger with Juhyuk's training. But that guy continues to be an exception to any rule. There shouldn't be anyone capable of defeating monsters like that. She's also very happy to see that he's getting stronger while training with them. He's incredible. Yenlong tries to remember why she became his disciple. Her goal was to surpass him, but now she's sure that he's so insane that it's impossible to achieve that. In fact, she admits she's already overwhelmed by the training, so she doesn't believe she can surpass him. So why does she continue being his disciple? Her heart races, and she remembers when he defended her and then solved all her problems. It's not so simple. It seems that everything in her life now revolves around him. Realizing this, her heart starts to thump. Could it be pheromones? As her heart races, she misses him and has an urge to do strange training sessions with Juhyuk. There's no avoiding it. She's thinking perverted things about him. There's no stopping those thoughts now. Maybe that helps. She looks at the towel he used. Is this something strange? It doesn't matter anymore. She picks up the towel to wash and return it to him. That idiot forgot it, so I can't avoid it. What's this smell? My heart is trembling and my body feels strange. Maybe no one will see this, right? So just a little. Please help me reach 3,000 likes to bring the complete work with all the chapters to you. Spicy things are coming. What the fuck? Yeonlang was caught with his nose in the wrong place. Juhyuk just wanted to find the protagonist and asked to be trained too. But now that she saw Yeonlang's weaknesses, she decided to eliminate the witnesses. With that punch, he must die or lose his memories. It was really a big gratuitous scam. The girl didn't expect to be caught in such an embarrassing moment. She actually cried with shame. Meanwhile, our protagonist was in his room training his mana control. He was very concentrated and was interrupted by the cell phone ringing. It was late, so he answered, curious if it was an emergency. Adelia found herself calling so late, but it's important. Mrs. Constellation is awake. That's great. He thanked Adelia for the good news and asked her to reserve her time. He was eager to see his students face to face. More important than that, we see the black cat terrified when he sees his master furious about something that happened. His constellation was about to lose its mind. Poor man. The reason for this started 10 minutes ago. He was working and monitoring things at the gym. His master asked him to check the cameras regularly for her. He saw no reason to do so, but he did not refuse. He accidentally saw the footage from the classroom and saw a body thrown out. He was terrified because there was a body at his school, but when he zoomed in, he saw that he was just unconscious. His master asked him to go back to the recording to find out what happened, and that was how they discovered that it was Yen Lang who attacked the student. She just destroyed him when he entered the room. The constellation saw on the cameras that the girl took advantage of Juhyuk's used towel and smelled it. Now she can't contain her jealousy. Her rage wasn't because it was strange, but because it wasn't her who had done it. See how she became enraged? The governor of the underworld is furious and swears she will destroy that girl. The masked cat tells himself that his constellation's outbursts of anger are becoming more frequent. He also recalls many times in the past when she became furious for no reason. But lately, things have been abnormal, and he is sure it is due to Juhyuk. So far, the cat does not understand why his constellation refers to the boy as her master. How can a teenager be the master of a constellation that has been alive for over 300 years? More important than pondering this is finding a way to calm his constellation as she is going insane. At that moment, Someone calls for him. Whether by coincidence or not, it is the protagonist. He enters the room and asks if he was speaking with Luminous just now. The cat, startled, replies that yes. More importantly, the protagonist says they will use the Black Cat's abilities to go to a faraway place. Ju-hyuk says they are going to the United Kingdom now, somewhere else. A meeting is shown in a rather luxurious mansion. People gather around the table and wear masks. The man who appears to be the leader asks if everything is planned. This is Baek Yang, the leader of the alchemists. One of his men says yes and reveals that there are about 200 sealing magic circles blocking intruders in Valhalla, and that about 100 of them are installed in the dormitory where Ju-hyuk lives. This seems to surprise Baek Yang, but in the end, he says it no longer matters, because they will be useless in a room with the constellation's abilities. The other men confirm and say that, with the immutable alchemist constellation, they are invincible. They say that once the leader nullifies all the magic circles, they will go directly to Ju-hyuk. They comment that they need to cast some spell to nullify the interference from Ju-hyuk's friends. The man comments that they cannot ignore the presence of Ju-hyuk's allies. It will be much more impactful if they manage to eliminate them as well. Believe it or not, these guys intend to eliminate everyone to gain more respect in the villain world. Eliminating the most famous prodigy within Valhalla will boost their reputation, and that is why they set up this assassination operation for Ju-hyuk and his subordinates. As he was saying these words, something surprised him. All his henchmen lost their heads. The masked group enters the place, saying they expected them to take this action. She questions who they are trying to kill. They respond that they should have eliminated these people a long time ago, that they took too long to do it. The man with the mask over his eyes says that they already planned to kill this group, but decided to move up the schedule. The subject becomes scared, questioning who they are. The girl says it should be obvious from the masks they are using, but if it isn't enough, she shows the tattoo on her neck, which is the mask of the one-horned god. The leader of the alchemists didn't expect this absurd sect to be after them. They say that until now he didn't matter, but that has changed. One of the masked people jumps from behind, trying to finish off the target, but he is surprised when he defends himself. With a shield around his body, he completely blocks the attack. The masked person says that this level of defense should not be enough to protect against his attack. Baek Yang doesn't know why they are trying to kill him. He expands his barrier and throws the masked man back. The man thrown back then uses his sword to break his body. Baek Yang says he will show them the power of someone who follows an S-rank constellation. He claims that his power is on a different level from others, saying this while putting a ring on his finger. This seems to activate his constellation power. The energy he emits now is truly astounding. The masked girl says she didn't know their constellation was S-rank. The man with blindfolded eyes confirms. The constellation this guy made a contract with is called the Absolutely Immutable Alchemist. Baek Yang is taken aback to hear this. They even know his constellation. The masked man tells Baek Yang that he shouldn't be surprised they know about his constellation. After all, he is quite famous. The relic he is currently using is an artifact from the Era of Destruction. The masked girl comments that being S-rank is no big deal and asks if that is why they were impressed. They explain that Baek Yang became famous for accidentally making a contract with an S-rank relic, which caused the whole world to turn its eyes to relics from the Era of Destruction. That is why other people's interest grew so much, and so did the price. The masked person laments that a person receives such a great blessing and uses it to create a gang of criminals. Baek Yang channels energy into his hand and then attacks, shouting that they are hypocrites. Magic circles appear around them and spears almost hit them. The girl had not noticed the magic circles in the place and asks if Baek Yang placed them. He activates his power again. A magic circle activates behind the girl and another spear almost hits her. She questions how many circles Baek Yang placed in this place. The leader of the alchemists thinks these people are monstrously strong. How do they manage to sense the attacks from the magic circles? Baek Yang has no doubt. He doesn't know what kind of power these people have or which constellation they have a contract with, but he thinks it's okay. Despite being cornered, Baek Yang thinks that the absolute defensive ability of his constellation cannot be defeated, so he doesn't need to worry about defense. He activates his magic again and attacks his enemies. To his surprise, his ability is not activated. The opponents remain there waiting for an attack that never comes. The girl then mocks, asking where the attacks he said would kill them are. Baek Yang is frozen in fear. What is happening? The blindfolded man reveals that he detected several magic circles when he arrived at the location. exactly 1/200, so they block them. Baekjang questions how they managed to neutralize so many magic circles without him noticing. The man dressed like Gojo comments that neutralizing is different from blocking. Tired of hearing their conversation, the girl channels her energy and delivers a strong attack. Baekjang manages to dodge, but the shockwaves from the attack hit him. His absolute defense was breached, and he was injured. Baekjang begins to question how this is possible. Then another attack is about to hit him. He dodges by a few millimeters, but his cheek is cut. These people were pressing, and his defense was easily breached. He then makes another attack, and these people also manage to block his attacks. He cannot inflict damage on them. The man using the sword says the opponent is also strong, that he is not just relying on his constellation. Baekjang is stunned to realize that these guys are even stronger than he is. If his defense does not guarantee his safety, now he cannot defeat them. All he can do now is find a way to escape. But before that, he asks the guys if they have already eliminated the entire Alchemist Guild, and if he surrenders and promises not to act as a villain anymore, can they let him go? The masked man says that it is not a problem. He acted as a villain, but that never bothered them. The problem is him trying to kill a target he shouldn't. Baekjang then wonders if the most dangerous villain guild in the world came to kill him because of Ju Hyuk. Realizing he has no way to argue for his release, he decides he will have to use that. He will activate his relic. It is the only way to survive. The amount of mana surprises even his hunters, who comment that it is abnormal. Baekjang summons his constellation and proposes a deal. The immutable alchemist responds to the call and accepts. He will exchange his vitality and lifespan for the full power of his constellation. It is as if the alchemist himself were manifesting personally now. At the same time, the masked subject says he hates to disturb an alchemist during their summoning, but he has a message from the sacred constellation Dugui. The message is, "Alchemist, this bastard tried to harm our benefactor, the god of war." Hearing these words makes one of the alchemist's eyes twitch in surprise. Then he questions his contractor. Is it true what they are saying? The subject, terrified, says no. He only tried to kill a person named Kim Ju Hyuk. It's unfair of him to ask this. The constellation says that it is unfair for him to be so stupid. The alchemist constellation interrupts its manifestation. Then it warns that the contract with Baekjang has been cancelled. He is completely lost with the situation. The masked subject says that now their constellation has declared it will kill him personally. Why do I say personal, lady? Look at that hair in the back. I'm sure it's a girl. Then we return to our protagonist. He has arrived at his destination. He went to England to speak with Adelia Ventric. The Black Cat said that what he is asking is impossible. There is no way all constellations can meet at the same time. Then the protagonist asks, to summarize briefly, if it is impossible for all constellations to meet simultaneously in the same place with him, except through sanctification. He agrees that yes, but this method does not solve everything, because each contractor has to reform the sanctification with their own constellation, and that requires a lot of magical power. Another way is when a contractor with a divine contract with the constellation sacrifices their own life force to manifest the constellation. If you recall, that's what happened recently. Juhia questions if he could simply touch both relics at the same time to speak with both constellations. Adelia tries to politely tell him that this is impossible when touching a relic and being taken to the imaginary realm where the constellation lives. He cannot go to two different worlds at the same time. There is no way to overlap the two constellation worlds. Another valuable piece of information is that the constellation possesses immense power, and when it grants a sacred contract with a person, it establishes itself in a sacred relic. It cannot move to another afterward. As the protagonist listens to all his arguments being refuted, Barsha speaks in his mind. He questions why Juhia should already know this. As it was mentioned in the classroom, it is obvious that he wasn't paying attention. And now the protagonist says that the next time he visits Barche, he will give him another beating for this sarcasm. If there is no other option, Juhia says he will do it differently. He will communicate with them, and they will exchange information. Both the Black Cat and Adelia say they have a problem. Since Juhia arrived, their constellations have not stopped talking, and they cannot interrupt them. Luminous is affectionately talking to her dear friend, saying that it has been a long time since they last met. Her rival says the same for her. The protagonist hoped this would have changed after a long time, but it seems they continue with the same attitude as when he was their master. And he said he really wished they were getting along now. He tells both of them, stop for a moment and listen. The Black Cat and Adelia are startled to see how their constellations obey blindly. Juhia says that the person who made them become constellations and lose their bodies is trying to act again. The last disaster was his work. Juhia says that something even greater than a disaster might happen soon. Because of this, until he regains his original power, he hopes to use their power a few times. Is that okay with them? Adelia's constellation says it will be a pleasure. The Black Cat's constellation says it is ready to give its all to help the master. He is very pleased to have the girl's approval to make a contract with them. Juhia thinks that now he just needs to find 3 more disciples. He needs to find them before the Lord of the Labyrinth acts again. Then, the protagonist orders the Black Cat to connect the Ventric Mansion with the Valhalla Academy through a passage. He will come here very often from now on. They came after a portal, and this will make things easier. He is leaving now. Juhia leaves Adelia and the Black Cat behind, suggesting that they should stay and get to know each other better. Adelia is curious and wants to ask something first. She questions if he owns the market. He confirms that he does, and due to certain circumstances, he is now also the owner and director of the Valhalla Academy. Adelia is curious about the reason for his involvement with the academy in this way. The cat suggests it is probably for the same reason the Ventric family serves Kim Juhia. It took few words for them to understand each other. We are taken to another location in the world, where it is already night. The masked sect gathers for a meeting with the constellation they follow. The crystals begin to shine, and then the constellation makes contact with them. They report that the enemies have been neutralized. The constellation says that, in that case, they should proceed to the next task. Here it is revealed that it is a woman. I think our protagonist only took female disciples, and this is one of them. Their mission now is to protect Juhia and order directly from the constellation. The masked man questions how exactly they will do this. How should they follow him? Should they present themselves to the protagonist? The constellation responds that they should just follow him discreetly. In this case, the masked girl questions how they will do this without being noticed. The constellation ponders this question and then tells them to reveal their identities when a certain word is said, which is not clear to us. I think we will only find out when the time comes. The next day, we return to the Valhalla Academy. Juhia has just arrived to train and find someone strange. In fact, it is the condition of this guy that is strange. Si-hyuk asks Juhyuk to make him his apprentice as well. This takes our protagonist by surprise. The guy repeats again, pleading to be his disciple as well. Juhyuk, surprised, says he does not want to. Being rejected so quickly leaves Si-hyuk speechless, and he comments out loud that the rumors must be true. This, of course, makes Juhyuk curious. The rumors were about Juhyuk accepting only female disciples to create his own harem of girls. The protagonist warns Si-hyuk that if he says that again, it's over for him. Additionally, Juhyuk says that these 2 girls follow him of their own free will. He has only one person he has made a disciple, and that is Yonglang. Unless he wants to die, never mention such nonsense about creating a harem again. Juhyuk also mentions that he is already taking care of 3 people. He doesn't have time to train another one. This is a good argument, and Si-hyuk agrees that it makes sense. However, the protagonist thinks it's a pity. He is really short on time lately, but a guy like this to help defeat monsters wouldn't be a bad idea. He then has an idea. Juhyuk tells Yonglang to pay attention, as she will be responsible for training him. Since both have a physical focus, they will have good synergy, and it will be convenient for them to train together. Now that everything is settled, Juhyuk will work out, while they should stay here and get to know each other better. Si-hyuk knows his face ended up that way without her having any reason to hit him. Now, what will happen to him with this girl if she has reasons to hit him during training? Yonglang is embarrassed and asks if he has anything to say. Well, Si-hyuk mentions that he found out from the cameras that she came back and stepped on his head several times after he passed out. He thinks it was because she felt embarrassed or something like that, and the reason is that he saw her drying herself when he arrived. The girl is relieved, meaning he doesn't know the towel wasn't hers. Even discovering that she committed a great injustice against the guy, she simply changes her mood and says he needs to be more careful. Now, she will show him his training routine. The protagonist is always pleased when his students get along with people. At this moment, Choi Arin goes up to the protagonist to ask something. She wants to know what he will do next week when the holidays start. Since they have become part of the special class and do not need to attend all the lessons or take exams, they have a lot of free time. She is trying to get closer to him. Juhyuk says he will increase the intensity of his training during the holidays. Aram says she will do the same. The protagonist questions if she doesn't have personal plans. Aside from the time they need to train together, she can do whatever she wants. He wanted to tell her to use her time and effort however she likes, but Choi Aram says with a smile that she wants to train and become strong like him. That's her wish. Alright, in that case, it's fine. Yoo So-yeon says she will come to train during the holidays as well. A week later, at the Hero Academy in the United States, the Academy president, called Beck, was staring at a sword with a strong energy. He had been observing the item for some time while thinking. He remembers that it was brought a few days ago. When he entered this room, he found his friend Logan, the destroyer, there. Logan made a surprise visit to tell that he dealt with those people who messed with his son. Logan exterminated the entire group of villains called the Shinja. He mentions that they were a group of weak people in the end, but something was very strange. When he got to the leader, the man was already in pieces. Beck questions if it was an internal fight or something like that. Logan doesn't really know what happened since he intended to get answers only from the leader. He also says there's another reason he dealt with those guys. He's still investigating the whereabouts of the group called Black Lion. This criminal organization was responsible for killing his father. He came here because he found this and couldn't ignore the artifact. Its name is the Sword of Light. Since he invaded that place, this sword has been whispering in his mind all the time. Since it's very annoying, he wants to store it in the Academy's vault. Beck is curious about what this thing says in his head. Logan reveals that the sword whispers for anyone watching this video to like it right now. Additionally, the sword whispers to be taken to its master. Since then, this object has been here. When Beck stored it in the vault with the other relics, all of them reacted violently, and he had to remove it. Now he ended up leaving it in his office, which made him curious about the state of the constellation within this relic. How does a constellation inside this item have a master? While thinking about this, the man was startled by a loud noise from behind him. He turned around quickly to see that his academy had just been destroyed, or at least many buildings had been damaged. While still in shock, a monster landed on his back, possibly breaking the entire building where he was. The demon-like creature just stared at him, and then Beck asked who he was and why he had attacked the school in such a manner. He doesn't seem human. Look at that disgusting tongue, Beck observed. Knowing that the invader had passed through the security unnoticed and then managed to destroy the Academy's buildings. Certainly, he was not a normal person. The demon happily said he should kill him without saying anything, but since he was very pleased to have regained his name and come back to life, he decided to speak. This talk about coming back to life and a recovered name made no sense to Beck. The demon said his real name is Hong Wai. Beck responded that this name is uncommon in this country, so he would introduce himself as well, since the demon probably didn't know who he was. Your name is Beck, the president of the Hero Academy, and at your peak as a hunter, you were known as Beck the Bomber. He said this while delivering a powerful blow to the demon's stomach. A strong green energy emanated through the creature's body. Beck hoped to defeat him with just one hit, but in truth, it had no effect on this creature. The demon, excited, said he also had a similar ability. While Beck thought this attack would be fatal for any human if it hit in that way, the demon then charged his attack and struck Beck in the chest in the same manner. His attack, upon contact with the body, released a sort of lava and burned the area, and then the building exploded with the man being thrown away. With this attack, Beck felt he was going to faint. Before he had the chance to lose consciousness, the creature moved in again and landed another powerful blow, throwing him down. Just receiving a kick like that is painful, so crashing to the ground like this should have killed Beck. However, the man was tough and still alive, but he wouldn't last long if it depended on the creature in front of him. Hong Wai mocked him, saying that the guy was quite resilient. The surrounding worms were not like him. They couldn't even withstand the impact of his arrival at this place. It was only then that the president noticed the academy staff scattered on the surrounding floor. The man was furious to see this and decided to become the Green Lantern now, channeling his strength and striking the ground with his power, sending a wave of energy toward Hong Wai, who did not move to defend himself. His attack hit the target directly. Beck said that even if he wasn't able to injure the monster, he would face him until the end. Before the smoke cleared, he charged his green energy once more and decided to attack the target again with his maximum power. After this, he hoped to have defeated the creature, but to his surprise, the monster appeared in front of him completely unharmed. Hong Wai simply said he would show how a real explosive attack is done. Striking Beck's arm, the skin bubbled and then exploded. The power of this blow was enough to defeat the man now. He fell on his back like a stone. Hong Wai was very pleased to have regained his body and to have found such a resilient target. Beck was still alive after receiving 3 of his attacks. He said that when he was a constellation, he had never met a contractor as tough as this. Beck was surprised to hear that this guy was a constellation, and Hong Wai confirmed it was true. He was the constellation known as the Tyrant of Destruction. The constellation Beck had a contract with reacted upon hearing this. The constellation of Destruction was surprised. This was just another thing on the list of things Beck didn't understand, but it made him sure that this damn guy was indeed a constellation that came to the human world. Hong Wai came from another world and was about to send Beck to another world as well. Before he could hit Beck with a fatal blow, someone called out to him, asking to join the fun. This left the demon completely surprised to see that this guy was in such a destroyed place. Beck was also lying down looking very surprised, and he also realized that this guy looked familiar. He soon remembered this kid was Kim Joo-hyuk from the Valhalla Academy. The demon, who didn't know him, asked who he was and if he wanted to die. Our protagonist said that was impossible, as he came here to defeat and not to be defeated. Joo-hyuk looked at the demon more closely and said he recognized this ugly face, those strange horns, pointed vampire-like teeth, and red skin. He was Hong-Wai, the loser of the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. Being called a loser made the guy furious. Hong-Wai questioned this kid's authority to speak to him like that. Alright, our protagonist said that a loser idiot like Hong-Wai will always be an idiot. He will remember that when he is defeated. The mana Joo-hyuk was emitting made the monster feel extremely familiar, but he decided not to dwell on it and to destroy this arrogant kid once and for all. With the sword, the protagonist easily dispersed Hong-Wai's attack. That was enough to make the creature remember. Hong-Wai said that this feeling was something he would never forget, and then asked if the kid was the hero. He had never imagined that someone could reincarnate. Joo-hyuk questioned what was so impressive about that, saying he also never imagined that the losers who had been defeated by him would be around as constellations. The red guy said he had long forgotten his name, and afterward everyone began calling him a constellation. But now it was different. He had regained his name and his body as well. He pointed out that it was different from the protagonist, who was much weaker now than when he was a hero. Compared to the past, he was now nothing. Joo-hyuk said that was obvious. He was still a high school student in the growth phase. This pleased the demon greatly. He channeled energy into his hand and said that, in that case, it was the perfect opportunity to get his revenge. The protagonist blocked the blow, but the sword began to burn with the chasm, and his gaze turned grim. Well, Hong-Wai exploded everything in front of him with his attack, but it wasn't enough to defeat his opponent. He approached at high speed to strike the target directly in the body, but as soon as he attacked, he realized he had missed again. How long is this guy going to keep dodging? Joo-hyuk remained quiet as he realized he had reached the limit of his body. This was very different from when he fought against the Ice Cream King in the realm of imagination, where the constellation resides. There, he experienced the full strength of his past life, even using this body. Now he realized that his physical capacity barely matched that of this loser, but Joo-hyuk didn't let the enemy perceive his insecurity. It wasn't hard. Hong-Wai just attacked and didn't like to think too much. As he was about to hit his target, Hong-Wai warned that this was his most powerful attack and that blocking was impossible. When everything exploded in front of him, he was sure he had hit the target. Baek was still lying on the ground like a stone, watching the fight. He said that the demon had only been playing with him until now. This attack was several times stronger than what he had received. The atmosphere of the fight changed when a confident voice declared that Hong-Wai should be less stubborn and accept the help of his disciples, and quickly attacked Hong-Wai. His right arm and horn fell. That was scary, thought Hong-Wai. The demon couldn't contain himself and screamed in pain and despair. Confused, he questioned how he had escaped the explosion. He shouldn't have been able to. The protagonist's answer was simple. He hadn't tried to escape. He had just cut through it. This is absurd. Hong-Wai didn't understand how this could make sense, but something was clear to him. That sword carried the power of someone else. And now, in his current state, defeating this damned hero was impossible. The demon then ran to escape. Hong-Wai told himself that his pride didn't matter when his life was at risk. It was better to flee today and take revenge tomorrow. Our legendary hero commented that the scene was pathetic. Hong-Wai had come here, killed everyone, and now fled when his life was at risk. That's why Hong-Wai is a loser, said our incredible protagonist. Furthermore, he also mentioned that it was quite nice to rid the world of this red demon once again. With the same attack as before, he cut quickly. Hong-Wai, who tried to flee, turned his back for just 2 seconds and felt his mind slowly fading. And for a moment, he felt the same fear as before. Joo-hyuk, as a true protagonist, turned his back on his enemy even before he was eliminated. After the body cooled, he went to Hong-Wai to do what he did with his last enemy, using his ring to absorb the demon's name and body. When he did this, not a drop of blood remained. This meant everything was absorbed. He did it quickly. Remembering that someone was watching, he turned to look, and there was Beck. The protagonist said he was busy dealing with the enemy and hadn't even noticed Beck was there. So he asked if the man was okay. Beck said he couldn't get up, but at least he was alive. Then he asked if he was Kim Joo-hyuk, the Valhalla student. The protagonist was surprised to be recognized. Baek then said that, in fact, he was quite famous. It would be strange if he didn't recognize him. Additionally, the man introduced himself as the director of the Hero Academy, and his name was Baek. I want to thank you very much for saving this place, Joo-hyuk then said. Actually, I must have arrived late, as everything here was destroyed. Anyway, the rescue team will arrive soon, so you should wait. As for me, I'll be leaving now, as I'm busy. The director was extremely surprised to realize that the kid had opened a dimensional portal. Only a few extremely powerful constellations around the world are capable of using something like that. So, once again, the man was left behind, not understanding who this kid was. Within a matter of seconds, Logan arrived at the scene, shouting, asking if he was okay. He had heard on the news that the school had been attacked and ran as fast as he could to the location. Along with him, ambulances arrived to attend to the injured. The director commented that there were now other priorities and that he would explain the details later. It may have been a few hours or even a day, as everyone involved was in the hospital. And of course, the director was no exception. He was also there. The man couldn't stop thinking about how the protagonist arrived at the scene so quickly, and of course how he defeated that monster so swiftly. Damn, this guy doesn't give me a moment's peace, he thought. After a while, Beck had explained everything he saw to Logan, and surely this left the hunter extremely suspicious. It didn't make sense for a constellation to manifest in this world, but being able to defeat Beck was proof that it could be true. However, it made the story even stranger when a kid managed to defeat this monster. Logan speculated that it was a low-level constellation and that it must have manifested through a contract, as it didn't make sense for a 17-year-old kid to defeat a powerful constellation. Since he even knew the age, Beck asked if he knew Ju Hyuk. Of course I do. It was this kid who saved my son in a competition back in Korea. He also became famous for capturing several villains. Logan continued, perplexed by the fact that, despite being famous and powerful, it didn't make sense for him to defeat a constellation. Beck said he had a suspicion. He felt a very familiar energy when the kid fought. It's likely that the kid had a contract with a powerful constellation. And even more incredible, he said that the kid was very used to using that power. Beck also commented that, if he wasn't mistaken, the energy he felt was the same as he felt in the black market. Even Logan had heard about this constellation. Its name was the Commander of the Underworld, known for creating portals in other space-time locations. Beck knew it was absurd for someone so young to have a contract with a constellation of that level, but he had no doubts about the energy he felt. All of this was very suspicious, so Logan wanted to talk to the boy. He asked where he was now. Beck then said he must be at the Valhalla Academy now. But how could he have come to the United States and returned to Korea so quickly? The answer to that left Logan extremely scared. As Beck said, it was through teleportation. He saw the boy open a portal and step into it. This must be a power from the black market constellation. Imagine how furious this guy must be with what he just heard. I can't even imagine the reason. The fact is that there are very few contractors in the world who are capable of teleporting, and this links Ju Hyuk with the organization he has been searching for years, and that's why he needs to talk to this boy right now. We are taken back to Valhalla Academy. The black cat was standing in his office when a portal opened, and out stepped our protagonist. This surprised him. He asked if this guy had been waiting for him. The cat's response was yes. He had received orders from his constellation to give full support to Ju Hyuk, so he had been observing the battle the whole time and was ready to intervene if he perceived danger to the protagonist. Knowing how he was observing made our protagonist curious, and the cat confirmed that's exactly what he did. He created a small alternative portal and had been watching through it. That's how it was done. The protagonist says, "This is frightening." The cat might have thought that the protagonist felt offended by this, so he explains that it is through this ability that they were able to detect the attacks of that constellation. Suspiciously, our protagonist agrees and says it's true, but at the same time, he remembers his last contact with the guide. It was when the girl said that next week another name would be sent, and this time, it would be one of those from the Tower of Destruction. He questioned how the girl knew the date, but didn't know the precise location details like last time, and this made the girl a bit uncomfortable. She explained that it was due to the Lord of the Labyrinth's surveillance. She commented that even though he hasn't discovered her existence lately, he is more cautious about information leaks. They talked a bit more that last time. She said it would be harder for them to meet next time. The reason for that would be the Lord of the Labyrinth's surveillance? Our protagonist questioned. She said, as always, he is very smart, and the answer is yes. She will have to stay hidden to raise fewer suspicions for a while. Now that he has the name, she will explain to him how to use the absorbed names for this ring. She commented that there are 2 ways to use the ring. The first is to have a name and your own power. The second is to use a skill of the name as you wish. The disadvantage of the first method is that you can only use part of the absorbed name's power, not the total power like the Lord of the Labyrinth can. The second method also has a disadvantage. You can use a skill that the target had, but you cannot enhance the skill. This means that the most you can do is use the skill with the same power the person had. If it is weaker than you, it won't be as powerful an attack. Now, how he will use the name's powers depends on him. This information wasn't satisfactory to our protagonist, leaving him thoughtful. He was thoughtful about it all week and now had a new name to test. He decided to use the ring and absorb the name of the demon he just absorbed. Those abilities were really bad. After completing the absorption, the energy stopped being emitted by the ring. The protagonist wonders if that was it. He isn't feeling anything different now. While thinking about this, the black cat called out to him, "Say what you want." The black cat questioned the technique he used to defeat Hongwei, the spatial cut. He confirmed that it was indeed that technique he used. If that is the case, the black cat asks the protagonist to show the technique. Zhuhia questions it. Since he has a contract with the same constellation, he can't use the technique. The black cat admits he is embarrassed to admit it, but isn't as skilled with that ability as he would like to be. Therefore, he asks the protagonist to teach or demonstrate how to do it. They then go to a more open place for the black cat to observe. They head to the mountains behind the academy. Zhuhia explained that the spatial cut is quite simple. Just follow these steps. First, gather magical power in your sword, twist your waist and release the skill. Zhuhia performs the spatial cut, and now the effect of the attack goes beyond the trees that were in front. The black cat says that's roughly how it works. The result was truly frightening, an unbelievable strike. However, the black cat couldn't help but think that, just like his constellation, he was very bad at explaining how to use the technique. Zhuhia described it the same way. It seems that his master really learned from this guy. Both are terrible at explaining. The protagonist questions if the black cat needs him to show it again, or if he has understood. Additionally, he looks around and notices something very strange. The mountain was cut by his attack. That wasn't supposed to happen. He had measured his energy so it wouldn't go beyond the trees. How could this have occurred? Moreover, this attack shouldn't have been that powerful. At that moment, he realizes that this might be the influence of the magical power he absorbed. Although he didn't feel any difference in his body, it seems that the difference is noticeable in the attacks. And of course, this leaves the protagonist extremely excited. He then says goodbye to the black cat and says he needs to leave now. But if necessary, he can show it again another time. Zhuhia is very excited to see the effects it has on him now. Additionally, he was a bit skeptical about the importance of this, but now he has no doubt that it is great to absorb more names. Those idiots from the Tower of Destruction will get what they deserve again. In another mysterious place, which you will never know where it is, a man was observing a map of the world. Possibly, these are the locations where the names were sent. What he just observed on the map made him quite anxious. While thinking, he is interrupted by another person who catches his attention. The person came to ask if he had finished the matters of the names that the master had requested. He answered that yes, he had distributed exactly as instructed, but there is a problem. As he was saying this, his friend noticed that he was gripping his weapon tightly. So, he questions why the man is so attached to that spear. This question was not something the man wanted to answer, which made him irritated. The spearman says that what is most important is what he was talking about before. The reason for always holding his spear is not important. He comments that the person also carries a weapon around. The red-haired guy simply says that carrying a weapon is different from wielding a weapon all the time. The red-haired man has a grudge against the spearman. He says that the Lord of the Labyrinth favors this man, because if it weren't for that, he would have killed him by now. Now, regarding the problem he reported, the red-haired man asks why one of the names disappeared. He even shouts, asking if the man really organized the names as the master requested. The names were sent exactly as ordered. In this case, some were expected to be defeated, but that would only happen when the order to attack was sent. This is an irregularity that needs to be reported to the master of the labyrinth, and the red-haired man is going to do that right now. The spearman should be the one to do it, but he doesn't want to leave and won't do it. All he does is stay there holding his spear. At the academy, the black cat was in his office, receiving an unexpected and sudden visit. Logan, the greatest American hero, was there to speak with a student and only needed the director's permission for that. The black cat is sure this is related to Juhyuk having defeated the constellation at the Hero Academy, but he can't say he knows, so he invites Logan to talk. At first, there is an uncomfortable silence, so Logan decides to get straight to the point. He wants to know if the black cat knows that the student Kim Juhyuk was at the Hero Academy recently and defeated a constellation. Yes, that's correct. The black cat is aware of that. That's great. Logan says he has two questions about this. First, How did that student know about the appearance of the constellation and still manage to defeat it? This answer isn't simple. The black cat doesn't know what to respond. Then, Logan moves on to the second point. How did the boy travel from one continent to another in an instant? For this question, he says he won't accept a vague answer. The black cat, since the academy director and hero felt the black market's energy in the protagonist's attacks, decides to reveal that yes, it's because Ju-hyuk has a contract with the ruler of the underworld, the same black market constellation he has a contract with. Although this is surprising, Logan confirms that they are not in a full contract, but only a partial one. So in that case, how is he able to use teleportation? The black cat seems to know the reason for Logan's suspicion. The man's suspicion is that Kim Ju-hyuk is related to the Blood Lion. Logan confirms that's great since he is aware of the details, which makes the conversation easier. The black cat explains that he knows the Blood Lions because he had to investigate everything about them in the past, and this is related to the black market. In this case, Logan reveals that he must be aware that this organization killed his father. In the past, he killed everyone he could find, yet he never got a lead on that individual. Over all these years, the only thing he managed to discover was that all members of the Blood Lions are contractors who can use spatial movement. The black cat reveals that he also discovered this and anticipates that Kim Ju-hyuk is not a member of the Blood Lions. It is true that the boy managed to use teleportation to travel from one country to another, but this happens because he has a constellation power that helps him. Then, Logan asks if the ruler of the underworld can also perform teleportation. The answer is yes, and that is how he creates another dimension where the market resides. Well, this answers many questions, but Logan says that these answers did not satisfy him. It is possible that the market is part of the Blood Lions and is covering up the boy. At this point, the black cat says that this is an exaggerated assumption from Logan. The market does not cooperate with villains. Logan insists that this is not just an assumption because it is obvious to everyone that there are few contractors in the world capable of using spatial movement. Therefore, it is natural to speculate that the ruler of the underworld is part of the Blood Lions. Furious, Logan slams his glass on the table and says it is also very strange that the market owner is supporting a mere high school student. To him, it seems like a favor exchange, and either this boy or the market is involved in it. These are the last words of the black cat, Kim Ju-hyuk, and he have a special relationship, and neither of them is involved with the Blood Lions. From this point on, the man is crossing boundaries that should not be crossed. Logan even questions what happens when these boundaries are crossed. The black cat politely says that he even explained his constellation's ability, which is confidential. From this point on, he no longer believes the man. Logan must leave and investigate, only returning with proof of what he is saying. Despite the black cat's politeness, the man becomes hostile again and asks what happens if he refuses. At this point, the black cat says that Logan will have to die, and his tone was cold and threatening. Logan, then smiling, asks if it is the black cat who will kill him and questions if he really thinks he is capable. Of course, the black cat says he cannot kill Logan, as he would never have the power to do so. But if Logan continues crossing boundaries, the constellation itself will kill him personally. These are the words of the constellation communicating through him. If Logan keeps provoking, it will kill him. Additionally, the constellation has a message for Logan's constellation. You better take good care of your contractors, you idiot. Logan was irritated to see this, but soon a notification window appeared beside him. The man's constellation was telling him to leave immediately without causing a commotion. Logan acknowledges that, from his constellation, the person could not be ignored, no matter how strong he is. Constellations are absolute. So, the man said he would leave it as it is for today and return another time. Next time, he would not come empty-handed. He would have proof for everything he said. When the man leaves the room, the black cat feels exhausted. Now, he needs to go to Adelia to report this. Meanwhile, let's go to another location, the student dormitory. The protagonist was using the new cultivation method he learned at the beginning of the story. He says he could not use this in his past life, and now realizes how effective this method is. The result is 30 times faster than his old cultivation method. The truth is that, at this point, his limiter is his body. His magic is far beyond the limit his body can withstand. Even though his training is entirely focused on increasing his physical power, it remains his limiter. In his past life, his physique was unparalleled. The combination of an almost perfect body and gigantic magical energy made him the great hero. While meditating, he wondered if Barch felt anything when he saw Hongwei again. His useless constellation says no, and asks if Chu-hyuk still doubts him. The protagonist replies that it's not a matter of trust, because nothing stops the Lord of the Labyrinth from brainwashing him again, and Barch becoming a villain once more. All Barch can say is that he still has no power and didn't feel anything strange. Moreover, he changes the subject and asks if Chu-hyuk did not feel the energy that was inside that building at the Hero Academy. That energy was very similar to Chu Hyuk's energy in the past. The protagonist confesses that he felt absolutely nothing, but if it is true, it could be a great clue. He plans to return to that location soon to investigate. We are taken to a location somewhere in the world. The exact place unknown. On this remote island, there is an even more remote building. In this place, dozens of people are gathered. I have no doubt that they are villains, when they say they gathered as soon as they received their names and are here as ordered. Another person comments that almost everyone is present, but some people did not come. Another person asks who these people are and how many did not attend. The fish-faced man says that the stupid guy did not come. The reason is that his stupidity made him disobey orders. Although they dislike him, they question if there should be anyone in modern times capable of defeating that individual. All they know is that this idiot probably underestimated his opponent and was defeated, and that any of the returns who died here will wander for another 300 years or so. The person says they were sent here on a mission to cause destruction, but they must wait for the signal to start. In this case, the fish-faced guy questions who the other person not present is. They answer that it is the guy named Wacha, the corpse collector. All the fish has to say is that he hopes he hasn't died while showing off like an idiot. If he has died, it will be a bad sign. Wacha did not come to the meeting but sent them a message. He said he would definitely cause a big stir in the global competition. Then we returned to Valhalla Academy. Our protagonist was doing his training, pushing himself to the limit when he noticed the place was very crowded. Even during the vacation, everyone was here training hard, except for his only official disciple, Yan Lang. The reason for this is that the girl had notified that she would visit her family in China and would be gone for a few days. He questions the reason, as she had cut ties with her family. The truth is, he was concerned for her well-being. After some time, he tells everyone to take a break now. He was worried because, since she was not here, he needed to guide the training of the others as well. Aram came to him and asked where Yan Lang went since she is not here for training. Ju Hyuk explains that she went to handle family business, and it is not a problem. For Choi Aram, that is not true. The girls said they agreed to train together, so she is missing the training. Well, Ju Hyuk remembers that Aram also misses training sometimes to handle family succession matters. So, if this is a complaint, she is not being fair. For now, Aram should guide the others in their training. When the girl goes to explain the situation and say that she is the new master to them, Ju Hyuk cannot help but be happy to see this scene. For him, it is always enjoyable to see disciples getting along. Ba Che comments that his master is unusually prouder than usual. Ju Hyuk says he is right. But still, it is disappointing that his former disciples are not able to reunite again. He wishes he could have a comfortable conversation once more. At this moment, Ba Che comments about something he saw many years ago. He reveals that there was a time in the past when the constellations gathered. This happened a long time ago, when suddenly a door appeared in his imaginary realm. Curious, he could not resist, and opened the door to see what was behind it. In that place, all the other constellations seemed to be gathered, and from their expressions, everyone was surprised by this fact. Ba Che says he left the place quickly because he was worried that someone would recognize him as the former master of the Tower of Destruction. As he was weak and powerless, if someone recognized him, they could easily kill him. He mentions that after 2 days, the door disappeared and never returned. This was something he had never heard of before, but knowing that this possibility had happened in the past left him quite excited. Then, we are taken to China, where Yan Lang's family lives. I was surprised to receive the girl's visit as it was unexpected. The girl says she is there for a reason. She wants to see the family relic if possible. S.E. Orion is temporarily under the family's control, and for her, it is not difficult to take Yan Lang to see the sacred family relic. It was quite simple. They soon went to the palace where the relic is kept. On the way, Yan Lang had a bad feeling while asking about what happened to her mother. Her aunt reveals that Seo Yeon Hua was expelled from the family due to her actions. Moreover, after the constellation canceled the contract with her, she could no longer be the clan leader. Yan Lang did not know that this had happened, only that her contract had been canceled because Ju Hyuk had exposed the truth to the constellation. Ryan says it was thanks to Ju Hyuk that everyone discovered how Yan had been suppressing the evolution of clan members who could take her place as leader. While thanking the protagonist for saving the clan's future, Yan Lang becomes embarrassed. She has a deep gratitude for Ju Hyuk, and it is nice to see others recognizing his worth. Ryan reveals that the position of clan leader remains vacant, and this is a big problem. Yan Lang questions whether her aunt would be able to fill this position, as she seems perfect for the role. Ryan explains that it is impossible for her to be both the leader of the White Lotus Academy and the head of the family at the same time. It is a tradition for the family to have one person for each role. She wanted to say more to her niece, but a strong explosion caught her attention. Yan Lang was also caught off guard. The place they were heading to was on fire. They ran as fast as they could because this was an attack on the clan. On the way, Yan Lang asked if her aunt knew the reason for the attack. Her aunt explains that their family is #1 in China, and with the expulsion of the clan leader, their morale collapsed. Because of this, several other families are rebelling against them. It was only a matter of time before a major attack occurred. When they arrived at the gate, they broke it open to find the enemies as quickly as possible. The sight of the place was horrifying as several people had already lost their lives. The two were paralyzed by the scene before them. Invaders, wielding weapons of all kinds, were covered in blood. For a power struggle, they were capable of committing even the greatest cruelties. Yan Lang wondered if these people deserved to leave alive. Before her aunt could say anything more, Yan Lang intervened. The men noticed their arrival and said that the person they needed to eliminate to take power was Ryan. With Yen gone, CO Ryan is the new head of the Snow Clan. They were there to take the place as the strongest clan and to avenge everything the former clan head did to them. Yan Lang was furious, but still asked the men if her mother had done anything cruel to their clan before. Ryan tells her that what they know is that Yen also suppressed other clans, but never killed anyone. Her niece was even angrier about the attack. Yan Lang says that she did not like the people of this family due to their past, but this was beyond tolerable limits. She attacks, striking the first person in her way. The man swings his sword through the air. Though irrational, he seems to be struck by the sword with his own fists. The girl blocks the attack and wins the power struggle, throwing the man onto another person and knocking out both at the same time. The bald man was impressed, as with just one attack she defeated two of his strongest. While he was thinking, Yan Lang moved behind him and delivered the strongest kick of her life. If the bald man had any hair left, he would be bald after that attack. With just one more blow, she defeated two more people. Her aunt had doubts whether she killed them with this blow. Additionally, she was much stronger than before. How monstrous must the training she did with Juhyak have been? To leave no doubt about how powerful the woman is, someone attacked stealthily. She did not even need to pay attention to the person. With just a hand movement, she defeated him. The woman was now much more interested in her niece's performance. The truth is, she was determined to make her niece the new head of the clan. Showing the scene further inside the palace, Yan Lang's sisters were also fighting against the invaders. In fact, the two were resisting as much as they could. All others had been defeated, and they were reaching their limit. They knew that the absence of a leader would make the family a target. No matter how terrible the situation was, they were determined to protect the clan with their lives, but they could not help but think it sucked to die this way. Their heroic moment was interrupted when Yan Lang reached them, plowing through all the people in her way with her fists. Besides her, Surian was relentless with her ice magic. The fight drew the attention of both the invaders and the victims. This brought hope that they might survive. The two strongest of the family came to help. Yan Lang made it clear that the priority at the moment was to destroy the invaders. The girls, happy, could not disagree with their sister's words. Additionally, the sister who seemed like a man was now calmer and began to attack as well. Her more beautiful sister also got excited to retaliate and drew her sword, sending more enemies to the other world. She was fighting with all her strength to defeat the invaders and, without realizing it, was also about to be sent to the other world. Yan Lang saved her sister and approached her again. This was a gesture to show that she had made peace with her past. The kitten even calls the girl little sister. These words warmed the girl's heart. Or perhaps it was the surrounding fire that did, but you should get the point. Obviously, the invaders felt intimidated by the presence of Ryan and this unknown girl. It was then that their leader approached and asked if they had the right to feel fear or hesitation. The man said that those who show fear are useless in this battle, and as punishment do not deserve to survive. He crushed the skull of his subordinate, and what happened next should not be shown. Notice from the girl's reactions. Ryan tells the girls that she recognizes that person. He is the leader of the Jiama family, named Zhai Huang. Now that he has been discovered, the man says it's useless to continue with this uncomfortable masquerade. He confirms that he is the head of the Jiama family and is there to become the #1 family in China. Yan Lang takes the lead in the discussion and argues that the man makes it seem like the crimes they are committing there are trivial. Ignoring the girl, the leader says he has a proposal. If the Snow family becomes their vassals, they will allow them to survive, but the condition is that all of them become his slaves. Yan Lang's condition is that if the man survives, he continues to talk nonsense afterwards. The bastard couldn't resolve everything with a good conversation, so he tries to resort to the second option. He decides to eliminate this girl first, and then do the same with Xiao Rian. Yan Lang reacts and attacks in the same way, but notices something surprising while striking the enemy. To her, it was as if this guy was moving in slow motion, given how slow his attacks seemed. In reality, her movements were too fast, and her perception even sharper. She was able to think all these things during the fight and still felt even happier for becoming Juhi's disciple. She struck the man so quickly that he wasn't even able to see what hit him. It is said that his heart exploded instantly from that blow, and he died before hitting the ground. The invaders saw their leader defeated with just one strike so easily, and that was enough to make all of them flee the battle. Yan Lang drove the enemies away but did not pursue them. She simply shouted that they wouldn't go unpunished either. She did this because the priority was to help the injured and survivors first, combining the girl's immense strength and intelligence. Her older sister says that Yan Lang is indeed the perfect choice to be the new leader of the family. She says that the two sisters will support Yan Lang because they think the same. Rian simply agrees with the girls; she thinks the same way. Now, the question is whether Yan Lang agrees with this. The girl was helping the wounded evacuate the burning place, and after everyone was evacuated, Ryan and Yan Lang went to the Constellation Temple. The girl asks if this shouldn't be inside a room. Ryan confirms that it is indeed a room inside the mansion, and that this is a barrier created to protect the family's relic. After explaining how this barrier is created and maintained, Ryan puts her hand in the snow and retrieves the box containing the sacred relic, showing it to Yan Lang. It is the first time the girl sees the relic, and to her it is simply an ordinary glove. But that's just a detail. The girl thinks that through this, she can become as strong and fast as Cho Aram. The truth is, Yan Lang was impressed by how her rival became stronger by making a pact with the Choi family's relic. She thinks that if she becomes even stronger, Ju Hyuk will pay even more attention to her and praise her more. Seeing the girl's reaction, Rian could not help but notice her intentions. She took the opportunity to ask her niece why she was interested in the sacred relic. Before asking the final question, Ryan praises and says that Yan Lang has become much stronger after starting to train with Ju Hyuk. If she became the head of the family and made a divine pact, she could become even more impressive. The direction of this conversation was obvious to us. This question caught the girl completely off guard. She had never thought about becoming the leader of the family she had despised for so long. She insists that what her aunt is saying is absurd. However, the woman is persuasive and makes it clear. If she wanted only to see, that has already been done. But if she is interested in making a pact, she comments that the divine pact of the relic can only be made with the leader of the family. Basically, a constellation can be linked to a relic. In a constellation, various pacts can also be made with hunters, but only one divine pact and connection to the hunter. The girl, clearly understanding that it is the power of the constellation, questions if it is too early to become the leader of the family since she is only 17 years old. The woman's intelligence is impressive. Ryan argues that the family is vulnerable because the leader's position is vacant and attacks like today's will happen again. She is a member of this family and cares deeply about it. Therefore, she wants Yan Lang as the leader. Moreover, she says that her older sisters also think the same way and have nominated Yan Lang as the leader. And not only that, Ryan says that she is willing to do the leader's work while Yan Lang is still young. As long as she is young, she can help carry this burden. Basically, all the responsibilities could be assigned, and she would gain the benefit of making a more powerful contract with the family's constellation. The girl contemplates the advantages and disadvantages of doing this, and then tells her aunt that she accepts the proposal. She will become the new head of the family and defend the family's honor. In that case, she says it is a pleasure to receive her as her leader, and now just needs to convince her to accept as well. The girl touches the relic with hesitation, as she needs to convince the constellation too. As soon as she touches the glove, she is transported to the dimension. Imagine where the incredible frozen constellation is. The Snow King, who was defeated and humiliated by his master, is staring at her. Will the girl be able to convince him to give her all his power? Well, that smile tells you what he thinks about it. Ryan was watching and saw the energy leaking from the relic. It took only seconds for her to manage to converse with the Constellation Lord and make a divine pact. The girl returned to her body and soon smiled at her as everything went well. Her aunt was proud of the girl. I think she sees her as the daughter she never had. After that, a few weeks later, we are taken back to the United States. The protagonist stayed silent, watching. He seemed irritated by this international competition between magical academies. A few days earlier, he had gone to the office of the mass director after being summoned by him. The black cat called the protagonist during his vacation and didn't explain why. Only when he arrived did the guy explain that he needed a favor from Joo-hyuk. The protagonist had no idea what this guy could possibly want from him. The black cat reminded Joo-hyuk that classes start in a week. This news made the protagonist dizzy since he doesn't like studying much. The director mentioned the international competition, which is happening next week too. He hinted that if Joo-hyuk was smart, he would have already figured out the reason for bringing it up. This competition is similar to the one that only involved the 3 best academies in the world, but now participants come from all academies worldwide. The Black Cat had recently become director and only found out about this tournament now. The rules state that 2nd and 3rd year students cannot participate. The Black Cat asked if the protagonist would like to compete. Joo-hyuk asked if the favor was for him to join the event on behalf of the academy. Truthfully, the protagonist had no interest in participating. Anyway, the Black Cat revealed that the event would be held at the Hero Academy in the United States. That place had been completely destroyed recently, and the protagonist saw it happen firsthand. But the Black Cat said they have unlimited funds and rebuilt everything in just a few days. The director tried to convince the protagonist to go to the competition with the excuse that it would be fun to visit the US, but Joo-hyuk didn't care about that. The director noticed this and was about to withdraw the invitation, but Joo-hyuk accepted. He said he had matters to settle there, so he did the director this favor. The reason he wants to go there is that Barchi told him he felt the same energy as Joo-hyuk coming from one of the buildings there, but hadn't mentioned it earlier. Now, he needs to go there to investigate. The Black Cat then asked which other student Joo-hyuk would like to take with him to the competition. He didn't need anyone, but the cat explained that each academy must send 2 representatives to compete. Joo-hyuk thought about his only official disciple, but Yanlang isn't a student at this academy and is busy with her own matters in her country. In that case, the best choice is Choyerim. She's also very capable and rivals Yanlang. When saying this, the protagonist remembered the red-haired witch's warning. One day, she suddenly summoned him, shouting that they were in trouble. Joo-hyuk asked what would have happened if he had been in the bathroom when she summoned him without warning. Besides, the girl had said they wouldn't see each other for a while. She insisted she had no choice. She had just discovered that the red demon whom he defeated last time didn't come to Earth alone. The Lord of the Labyrinth sent several other names to Earth as well. All the names from the 2nd floor of the ancient Tower of Destruction were sent here too. It really is a problem. The protagonist said that if it were in his past life, he could handle all of them. But now dealing with all of them at once is a big issue. The red-haired girl explained that they probably wouldn't attack all at once. Even though they were sent here, the Lord of the Labyrinth's orders must be different since attacking people indiscriminately wouldn't improve their names. She told Joo-hyuk to stay on full alert and be careful while he's out there. The protagonist replied that she wasn't the only one who should be careful. Her condition didn't seem good either. The guide should be careful too. The girl blushed slightly and said it had been many years since anyone worried about her. His warning said he would be careful too, and that he'd see her later. That was the last contact he had with the girl until the moment he's here in the United States. What are you looking at? Teach me fencing. No way. Chui Aaron blushed and said the academy representative told her that Joo-hyuk personally recommended her to go with him. So she's very grateful for that and will do her best to meet the expectations. Joo-hyuk couldn't tell her she was the 2nd choice. He just said he was counting on her. Next to them, we see some familiar, good-looking faces. This is Logan, whom Joo-hyuk saved in the last school tournament. The guy was nervous because he was anxious to know if the protagonist would be his opponent in the competition. Now he just found out that he will. He said with certainty that Joo-hyuk is the strongest candidate for the championship. Besides, they both have debts to settle with him. Melissa said she's grateful to Joo-hyuk for saving all of them earlier. Both of them know they don't stand a chance against him, and they want to use this competition as an opportunity to talk to him and thank him. They want to ask how he became so strong. The leader of the American Academy caught everyone's attention. He introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to welcome them to the international competition. His name is Becky, the president of the Hero Academy. He mentioned that they must be aware of the last attack that happened at the academy and might be worried. The culprit has already been punished and the academy has been rebuilt. Also, security has been tightened to the max to ensure everything goes smoothly. The director told them to stay calm as nothing would happen. Meanwhile, our protagonist watched deep in thought. He finally listened to the explanations about the competition, which will last 2 days and 1 night. The first task will be to complete a labyrinth in a set time. While he was giving all the explanations, someone was watching from the security room, Logan's father, who was determined to uncover the truth behind Joo-hyuk. While he was nervous watching the protagonist, someone called his name. A woman named Lania from the Contractors Association appeared. They were old acquaintances, so Logan asked what she was doing there. She explained that the academy requested her company company to handle security, and she works for that company. He should remember this because she insisted a lot that he should work in the private sector. Logan understood his friend's situation and said he was there because he was curious about a participant. It was bothering him. Then the woman asked if it was Logan's son, but he replied, the person he was interested in was Kim Joo-hyuk. But before he could say the name, an earthquake occurred, grabbing their attention. The woman, who worked in security, rushed to check what was going on. It only took a few seconds, but when they reached the window to see outside, they were shocked by the sight. Hundreds of monsters suddenly appeared, and the sky had turned reddish. These grotesque creatures, shining with malice, were hunting for their prey. As they watched, unsure of what was happening, the woman's radio crackled. She yelled at her subordinates, saying they should have warned her when danger was approaching. The agents were aware of the situation, but the problem was that the monsters hadn't approached. They just emerged from the ground. This was totally unexpected, outside the protocols they had planned for. She landed on the spot and signaled to Logan that she was going to defeat the zombies and protect the area. The girl was tough. She jumped from the building, facing the zombies, calling them to battle, determined to take them down. The zombies, on the other hand, were determined to lose. She delivered her fastest strikes, so fast that there was a delay in the attack. Several monsters were defeated with a single blow. She shouted to her men, telling them these monsters had very low defense and they shouldn't be afraid. However, even though their resistance was weak, there were a lot of them. This number wasn't normal. She wondered if a dungeon had opened near the area. Did you guys see a labyrinth opening nearby? No, ma'am. Nothing was found. That's impossible. She gritted her teeth, wondering what could explain this situation. I'd like to mention that her eyes are really beautiful. The girl thought that these monsters were coming from underground, so there might be some hidden catastrophe below. The academy was in danger. While she was fighting the monsters outside, she had no idea that dozens of zombies had also invaded inside. Despite the general panic, our protagonists remained calm, wondering who the new victims were, trying to die for the second time. An announcement informed that the competition was canceled and the students should evacuate. Beck shouted that everyone must evacuate and not try to fight the monsters, since that wasn't the students' role. This was a disaster. Before, he was defeated and the academy was destroyed. Now, for the second time, his work was being ruined. Were the gods trying to destroy his reputation? One of the security personnel approached the academy president and told him he should also flee. Beck should join the students and evacuate. However, he replied that he wouldn't do that. The reason was that Beck was frustrated. He rolled up his sleeves and said he would fight too. He wasn't going to let this happen again. He cracked his knuckles and became the Green Lantern. Then, he went to one of the zombies and delivered the most powerful punch he could, sending several flying. Joo-hyuk watched calmly as everything unfolded. The protagonists realized these monsters were quite familiar, and he finally remembered. Choi Arim didn't follow the evacuation orders and decided to fight. She placed her hand on her sword and sliced through all the monsters in front of her. I think that zombie just lost its head. Arim defeated several monsters, then paused to think. She had already taken down so many, but their numbers kept growing. She then asked the protagonist what he had to say about it. Joo-hyuk told her to save her strength, as there was no point in wasting energy fighting them. The reason was that their numbers were infinite, so the best option was to do this. He struck his sword against the ground, and a yellow light radiated in all directions. The monsters looked at it, confused, not understanding what was happening. Maybe those bastards didn't even know how to think. They started to melt. Maybe their brains were already liquefied. This sight of the protagonists caused the zombies in the area to start melting, and the reason for it was one of his disciples' abilities. He thought that idiot had an excellent skill for dealing with crowds. Meanwhile, the director was giving it his all to defeat the monsters around him, and before he realized it, the creatures were melting. He hadn't done it and didn't know what was happening. Looking around, he wondered who was responsible. Then, he saw the protagonist, and immediately deduced that it could only be that monster defeating so many others. Once again, the boy was saving his skin. The protagonist told his friend that this was just a temporary solution, so don't overdo it. It was to conserve energy. Aram was curious about what he would do in this situation. Joo-hyuk confidently said he was ready to take down the bastard responsible for this incident. Now, someone was watching the events unfold. This strange and despicable being used puppets to observe the battlefield. As the pieces of the game fell, he realized something was off. The masked monster saw his zombies being defeated in a way that shouldn't have happened. In fact, they had enough materials, but the zombies weren't respawning. He wondered if there was a powerful contractor there because with these numbers, even the strongest shouldn't be able to do this. Immediately, the monster got excited, thinking that if this guy were killed by his hands, his name would shine, and consequently, he would look great too. As this creature plotted, someone crashed through his ceiling, breaking everything. The protagonist entered, smashing through calmly. as if it was nothing unusual for him. The demon looked frightened, and even with its eyes you could see the fear. Why? Was this beautiful person coming for him? The protagonist landed like a comet. The masked demon didn't know who he was and stood there, mouth agape, only to take a punch straight to the chest, sending him flying several meters back. The creature didn't have time to think. It placed its hands on the ground and summoned as many zombies as it could. Ju-hyuk swung his sword while smiling with a slight motion. The zombies were wiped out. The monster, not understanding what was happening, couldn't believe what it was seeing. Then, the protagonist raised his sword in front of him, but didn't aim at the monster's face. Instead, he struck where the puppets were. As the monster stood terrified of the human before him, the protagonist smiled, saying it was great that he had dodged. "I'm glad, Wacha." The monster was terrified again upon hearing his name and wondered how he could know his true name. At that moment, he had an epiphany. The horrifying creature realized that this person, using that strike and presence, could only be the god of war. Ju-hyuk confirmed he was right in his guess. Then, with incredible speed, he struck the monster's face directly. The monster tried to block the sword but couldn't defend against the attack. His hand was turned to pieces. The creature wanted to say something, but it couldn't react. It had never expected to see the one who defeated it in its previous life. Ju-hyuk was smiling, clearly excited about the situation. He prepared his attack and then delivered it with a grin scarier than the demon's own. The attack struck the monster's shoulder, and soon after, the shoulder and arm were severed from the body. It was almost funny to see the demon squirming in fear, panting heavily. It didn't seem like the same being that had been hunting humans on the surface with puppets. Now cornered, the protagonist said he would keep attacking like this. If the demon wanted to be reduced to pieces, Ju-hyuk could make it happen, and it wouldn't take long for him to meet the same fate as the red demon. The masked creature asked if Hongwai's disappearance was because the god of war defeated him. The protagonist calmly replied that the demon was right once again, even calling him smart. These last words infuriated the creature, and it summoned one of its strongest monsters to attack. The size of the creature was intimidating, but Ju-hyuk remained as cold as an iceberg. The masked one explained they had come down to the planet just to follow orders, and killing the former god of war wasn't part of those orders, so this fight was unnecessary. Even so, he attacked the protagonist with his puppet, but Ju-hyuk simply dodged. Ju-hyuk activated his magic relic and asked if the demon really thought facing him was pointless. With a light swing, his sword turned green, glowing with a ghostly aura. The masked demon realized that Ju-hyuk could use multiple constellation powers at once. The effect of this last strike caused the demon's body to start melting, and the creature fell into the disgusting goo of his own zombie. The demon had no time to think. He looked at his melted monster and tried to understand what had just happened. Ju-hyuk smiled, countered, and said it was a terrible time to get distracted. The strike hit the creature's neck perfectly, severing the head from the body. Even separated from the body, the demon's head could still speak, boasting that the god of war wasn't as strong as before. If these words were meant to offend the protagonist, he didn't care. He simply replied that the monster was just as resilient as before. The puppet demon then said it didn't matter how many times he was defeated, his name would rise again. One day he would return, along with the first red demon that Ju-hyuk had killed. Ju-hyuk asked if the previous words, claiming the fight was pointless, were because the demon believed he would be reborn. Then, with his most malicious expression, the protagonist asked if the demon thought the red demon would return. That wouldn't happen, not for him or any of them, because now they were all trapped in that ring. Their weapons had been transformed into power for Ju-hyuk to use. The creature then realized that the protagonist had the ability to absorb the names of the villains that were attacking. Ju-hyuk explained it was just an imitation of the absorption technique the Lord of the Labyrinth used, but that didn't matter. What was important was that they wouldn't return to cause harm again. The head on the ground was consumed by terror, realizing this would be its eternal end. The protagonist began absorbing its energy, while the head screamed not to be absorbed. Unfortunately for the villain, the pleas of a monster are never heard. Within seconds, all the energy was completely drained into the ring. Ju-hyuk was pleased that another one of those bastards had met the fate they deserved. This battle took place in secret, but it was observed by two of the protagonist's servants, who could watch thanks to a relic he possessed. The black cat asked Adelia what she thought of the fight she had just witnessed. The girl, who had never seen Ju-hyuk in action before, realized just how incredible he was. So incredible that it made her feel a certain way. Seeing her reaction, the black cat asked what part she liked the most. The black cat was informal, and she told him he could call her by her first name. She asked if the black cat noticed how Ju-hyuk masterfully used the technique of their constellation. The ultimate ability of each constellation, the secret no one reveals. But since they were allies, they had shared it with each other. Adelia wanted to understand how he could use the ultimate technique of her constellation, when she, the owner of its relic, couldn't. She explained how the poison he had just used worked. It was the secret weapon of her constellation, which transformed magic power into poison and melted the opponent's body. The Black Cat was curious and asked what would happen if a normal-level contractor used this ability. She explained that it was necessary to directly touch the creature for it to start melting. Even she, who was above average and had a direct contract with the constellation, needed to touch the opponent's organs. Ju-hyuk was melting the monsters without even touching them. Adelia's point was that melting the monsters like that was an unimaginable level. It wasn't even supposed to be possible. They were even more in awe of the protagonist's powers. She remembered that he had made a temporary contract with her constellation, which granted him minimal power. Still, he could use far more than she, who had a stronger contract. After the shock passed, she admitted that, honestly, she was impressed with the protagonist. This was the first time she had seen him in action against other monsters, and now she had no doubt that he was incredible. After she said that, the constellation spoke to her, saying that it was obvious. The constellation explained that even though the poison was a unique power of hers, it had been a master who helped train that ability. In terms of application, Ju-hyuk was superior to her in her own skill. Adelia still couldn't believe that this boy had trained a constellation she had admired all her life. So, she simply agreed with her constellation statement. Adelia told the Black Cat that when the protagonist returned, she wanted to ask him a favor. She wanted to be trained by him as well. While the two were pleased, we returned to the United States. The invasion site was a disaster, with everything destroyed around it by the creatures that had been summoned. All the security team and officials could do was fight the monsters without ever identifying their source. The leader ordered them to search for any injured or hidden people. She remained curious about the cause and couldn't accept that there was simply no explanation. Using her brain power, she considered Logan's words and how the protagonist might be responsible for the disappearance of the zombies. At the moment she was fighting the creatures, using all her strength, she realized her energy was draining because the monsters had no end. Even though she was the most powerful, she wouldn't be able to defeat all the creatures forever. They kept multiplying. While she was thinking about what to do next to stop their appearance, she noticed that the protagonist had stepped in front of all the zombies, with one hand in his pocket. She didn't know if it was due to distraction or if he had simply appeared without her noticing. All she could do was scream in desperation for him to flee and not get killed, but that smile surprised her. That damn student struck the ground with his sword, and then a green energy spread across the area. The creatures started melting around them. That energy, that aura, she couldn't understand it. It simply disintegrated the monsters she hadn't even been able to defeat. It was absurd. She didn't hear it directly, but she was certain that it was Kim Ju-hyuk. The protagonist had resolved everything, but she couldn't stop thinking that the monsters attacked as soon as he arrived at the scene. She was deep in thought when Logan approached, calling for his friend and asking if she was okay. He also wanted to know if everything had been handled inside the academy. Logan assured her that all the students were safe, and that Beck had taken care of the rest. The girl then took the opportunity to ask about the student Logan was interested in. She asked if that person was Kim Ju-hyuk. He hadn't told her that yet, so he asked how she figured it out. To Logan's surprise, she explained that it was Ju-hyuk who had taken care of all the zombies. He went alone to the crowd of zombies, planted his sword in the ground, and they all melted. Logan became thoughtful, knowing that Ju-hyuk supposedly had a contract with the Lord of the Underworld, and that constellation didn't have any abilities like that. Before revealing any more information, he remembered that the Black Cat had told him not to disclose any confidential details about their constellation's abilities. Because of this, he didn't comment further to the girl, only asking if she knew where the protagonist was now. As expected, she had no idea. Logan felt disappointed, but not surprised. He had hoped to ask a few things, but since that wasn't possible now, he would wait for a better opportunity. The girl was surprised that Logan didn't insist on going after Ju-hyuk. Logan admitted that he was curious, but he had no intention of digging deeper. The girl insisted that it wasn't normal, and that they needed to understand his connection to the undead. Logan then got serious and warned Rania not to investigate this further. If she did, she would be killed. She knew Logan well enough to believe he wouldn't say such a thing unless he was certain. He said nothing more and left, even though she kept pressing to discuss it further. Meanwhile, in a dark place where monsters hide on a remote island, the names summoned by the Lord of the Labyrinth were gathered in a meeting. They announced that another one of them had been captured. The masked one had acted alone, but they hadn't expected him to be defeated. They speculated that his overconfidence due to his strength led to his downfall at the hands of mere humans. However, the fish-headed man said it didn't matter whether they liked those people or not. They had died too quickly, and that wasn't normal. Two other demons then suggested they all cause chaos together to ensure their safety. The scene cuts to the next day. Our pair of protagonists was walking through the city. Aram lamented that the tournament had been canceled due to the monster attack. It was a shame to have to leave after coming such a long way. Joo-hyuk didn't stay with her until the end, so she asked if there had been any problems after he left. Aram said no. After he left, she had managed to defeat all the monsters, and then suddenly they stopped appearing. She wondered if he was responsible for the monsters disappearing. He humbly said that. Yes, you could say that was the case. Without going into details, Joo-hyuk mentioned that the monsters were familiar to him, so he went after the one responsible, already knowing who it would be. The girl asked how they could be familiar to him. The protagonist didn't think much before speaking. How could he explain that he knew the one behind the monsters from a past life? He simply told her to forget about it. Then the girl asked where they were heading now. Normally, they'd take a bus to the airport. Joo-hyuk explained that it would take too long since the tournament was canceled, and everything would be crowded. He knew a much better way. All he had to do was head in that direction, and the magic would happen. As they strolled through the streets of the United States, he found a passage. This was confidential information. Only he had access to use that door, and when he opened it, the Black Cat's passage was functioning. Aram didn't recognize the place. She only noticed it was an old warehouse. The protagonist said the location didn't matter. He remembered the Black Cat's explanation. The market in Korea could be accessed from various places around the world. There were doors that led to a location, which then gave access to the black market. Back then, the protagonist had been amazed by the possibility of crossing great distances in just a few seconds. That day, the Black Cat explained that it would be a good alternative for him to enter through the warehouse and then head to the central tower of the market, where he could use a door to go to the United States. He had to use the door in the tower so that ordinary people wouldn't see students walking through the black market, which would be bad for their credibility. The Black Cat had even connected Valhalla Academy to the black market. They walked through the old abandoned warehouse until they reached the magical door, which indeed worked. The warehouse was just a cover to hide the door. Joo-hyuk then asked her to step inside and see for herself. That last door simply led to another dimension. I think I explained it poorly. This market exists in another dimension, and these doors connect the worlds in different places. It didn't take long for them to walk through the door and find themselves back at the academy. Joo-hyuk wanted to report what had happened to the academy director, so they parted ways there. Aaron blushed and complimented how hard Joo-hyuk had worked. We can see the girl's feelings, but our protagonist didn't pay much attention to them. He took out his ring and simply thought that his goal was getting closer to being fulfilled. He had obtained his third name, and he could feel that he had grown much stronger, which made him excited. When he reached the director's door, he opened it and found someone he hadn't expected to see there. He greeted the Black Cat first, but standing in front of him was Adelia Ventrick. He asked what the woman was doing there. She insisted that he call her by her first name and explained that she was there because she had a favor to ask. The protagonist, ever humble, told her to speak with her head held high, without needing to bow all the time. She became nervous and requested that he teach her as well. Joo-hyuk was puzzled and asked why she suddenly had that idea. She told him that both she and the Black Cat had been observing his feats, and since then, they had realized he was the most incredible person they knew. It sounded like a compliment, but Joo-hyuk was uncomfortable, knowing these two had been secretly watching him. That was creepy. He then shouted at the Black Cat, asking if that idea had been his, but then quickly questioned if it had been that damned constellation's idea. The Black Cat, terrified by the protagonist's scolding, soon received a notification in his system window, warning that the constellation would be furious if she found out about this, and might even kill him personally. It seemed the two were trying to keep their request a secret from their constellations. Adelia changed the subject, saying she was impressed by how he used the constellation's poison, and that she would love for him to teach her. Joo-hyuk scratched his head, remembering that the Black Cat had asked for the same thing before. Couldn't you both learn from Luminous and Balkwin, the rightful owners of those techniques? Joo-hyuk questioned what difference it would make for him to teach them instead of the constellations themselves. He remarked that they should have naturally learned these abilities since they had contracts with the constellations. The way to use the skills was identical. There was no difference. But he pointed out that the only difference was that he didn't rely on borrowed mana from the constellation to use the technique. He enhanced the abilities by adding his own mana when activating any technique. He commented that young people today only train to increase mana but not to control it, which causes a deficiency in that area. Even if he taught them how he did it, it would leave them exhausted. The two didn't understand how he could speak about young people without including himself as one. Adelia then insisted and asked him to teach her his technique, even though she didn't have the necessary mana capacity. Ju Hyuk said that he had been very busy lately and didn't even have time for his own students. However, since they were the contractors of his beloved disciples, he agreed to dedicate some time to the two of them. He said the most important thing was physical training, so they should head to the training room the next day. Also, he wanted to talk directly with the Black Cat after the session. The reason was that he had gone to the US, but didn't manage to investigate the building with the familiar energy, so he wanted to go back and have another chance to look into that place. As night fell, the scene shifted to America, specifically to the Contractors Association building. On the upper floors, Logan was reviewing Kim Ju Hyuk's file. He still couldn't figure out the mystery surrounding the boy, and nothing explained how he was so powerful and involved in various attacks in different parts of the world. Then, Logan remembered that the protagonist spoke as if he knew his constellation. He asked his constellation if it was familiar with the ruler of the underworld, since the ruler himself seemed to know him. The destroyer of all and penetrator of everything gave a simple response: yes. The constellation then warned Logan to be cautious of the fanatics of the Silent Moon. Logan wasn't surprised by the answer, but he didn't know who these fanatics were. He searched for information but found nothing useful, just as no one knew much about the protagonist either. It was amusing for Logan to think that every time he tried to investigate the protagonist, it felt like wandering in a labyrinth without finding any answers. While he was trying to figure something out, a sinister voice called out, asking if this place was the Contractors Association. "Guys, does he want a job?" A monstrous creature was standing outside the building, speaking to him through the glass. Despite its imposing appearance, Logan showed no fear and asked what it was and what it wanted. The monster complimented his courage, noting how he didn't flinch at its appearance. The creature gripped its club tightly and attacked, saying that this guy really was the #1 hunter. The attack shattered the building's glass, but Logan calmly defended. He was thrown back but landed smoothly on the ground. Despite the marks on his arm, he remained composed. His hand was trembling, revealing the strength of the attack. This creature could speak, which meant it had higher intelligence than expected for monsters. Logan realized he couldn't underestimate it, so he prepared to strike back. The bald, toothy monster laughed, saying it was funny that a human was actually trying to attack him. Logan, feeling underestimated, told the monster to honestly try to block his next attack. He struck directly at the monster's club, and Logan came out on top, sending the monster flying backward. Even after this exchange of blows, the monster laughed, saying Logan wasn't bad at all. Logan approached seriously and said to save the compliments for after the fight. He delivered another powerful attack that completely destroyed the floor of the building. The whole floor lit up from the impact, and it seemed like the building might collapse soon. Rania was in her office and heard the impact that shook the entire place. At first, she thought it might be an earthquake, but it came from the top floor where Logan's office was located. Back at the fight, Logan realized he had hit the creature as he felt the impact in his hand. The strike had been strong, but he couldn't see where the monster had ended up. In the next moment, the creature's attack was about to hit his ear. As expected of the #1 hero in the US, Logan blocked the attack, even though it was so close. He was thrown against the wall, and these attacks had left him pretty beaten up. He could barely stand. He thought that this creature wasn't ordinary. Maybe it was a reincarnated constellation or something even stronger. The bald monster mocked Logan, saying he didn't expect the #1 to be so weak. Sweating, Logan told him to shut up, saying he hadn't even used half of his power yet. Maybe that wasn't a lie, as Logan thought to himself that if he used all his power, the building would collapse. That couldn't happen. His only option was to touch the opponent's body directly and activate his maximum power, but he couldn't get close enough to touch him. While he was thinking, someone arrived. It was his friend Rania, along with other hunters. She had rushed over as soon as she felt the tremors. When she saw who was responsible for all the destruction, her jaw dropped. That bald, ugly creature was some kind of special class demon. On the other hand, the bald vampire seemed pleased to have more victims to toy with. He shouted that he would finish them all at once and charged to attack. Rania ordered the weaker hunters to stay back and not interfere. She clenched her fists and gathered her mana to counterattack. She launched the same super speed punches she had used before, but the bald demon dodged all of them with ease. Fear crept through Rania's body. She was sure she had targeted the exact path the demon was taking. She tried to land a direct punch on the bald monster, and her fist even touched its skin, but in an instant, the monster vanished. She felt like she had punched thin air. Confused, she didn't notice the monster above her, readying a fatal strike. The bald demon attacked with full force, but at the last moment, Logan stepped in, blocking the attack with his arm and saving his friend. She knew this attack would damage his arm, but Logan said it was nothing. He explained that this monster wasn't dodging their attacks. What they were hitting were mere illusions. The demon only revealed its true body when it was attacking. With a wicked grin, the monster thought to itself, "Is this human smart? He figured out my Jinjutsu ability." The demon quickly decided to hide in its illusions again for another attack, but was caught off guard. Logan stomped on its foot, preventing it from moving. He mocked the creature, asking why it wasn't moving now. Indeed, Logan's foot must have been heavy because the monster felt pain and couldn't escape. Now, with confidence in his eyes, Logan told it to defend against this next strike. He shouted that this would be his most powerful attack. The blow was about to land, but then suddenly stopped. His entire body froze. Another demon joined the bald one, saying that no matter how inferior the opponent, Bakuya had been careless again. This newcomer commented that if it hadn't been for his petrifying eye ability, his friend would have a hole in his stomach right now. The two demons chatted casually in front of the humans, not even caring about them. Logan and Rania stood their ground, wondering if this other demon had been hiding there the entire time. The purple-skinned, bald demon smiled and asked the humans which of them should die first. He paralyzed both of them and let his friend Bakuya choose who would be the first. Bakuya, savoring the moment, didn't even notice the presence of someone who split his shiny head into two perfect halves, Juhiak. The protagonist had personally come to teach these demons a lesson in swordsmanship. Logan and Rania were stunned by the sight. Juhiak had appeared once again at the impossible moment and saved their lives. He calmly finished off one of the opponents, while the other bald demon, standing behind him, was terrified. Did he know that guy? He then asked who he was. The bald demon's response was interrupted by Logan, who loudly asked if it really was Kim Ju-hyuk. They soon realized their bodies had been freed from paralysis. The protagonist didn't bother responding to Logan, only muttering that these guys had been a problem since back then. Ju-hyuk said that ever since that time, Haki always used the assassin's eye while Bakuya tried to club his opponents. That's why he killed Haki first, and then asked Bakuya if he remembered that time. The bald demon, terrified, couldn't understand what Ju-hyuk was talking about. He asked if the boy was crazy and how he knew their true names. Besides, it didn't make sense for him to claim he had killed them before. Logan interrupted, thanking Ju-hyuk for saving his life and introducing himself as Logan. Immediately, the protagonist remembered the Black Cat's words. Once, a guy named Logan had come to Korea looking for him. This left our legendary protagonist deep in thought, as he didn't think he had any business with this guy. The bald demon grew impatient, tired of waiting for two humans to finish their conversation, and decided to attack. Even with his enemies distracted, he managed to miss his strike with a club. In the midst of the battle, Logan asked the protagonist if he knew these guys from somewhere, based on what he had just said. Once again, the protagonist realized that he had said more than he should in front of others. Ju-hyuk knew he needed to strike that demon quickly, before it turned into an illusion again and escaped. The bald demon had fear in his eyes and started to run. Perhaps he had realized the true identity of the boy standing before him. Logan and Rania didn't understand why the demon, who had just dominated them alone, was now fleeing, and they wondered if they should chase him. The protagonist warned them that what they were seeing was only an illusion. The real body was running somewhere nearby. Ju-hyuk knew that if he used his disciple's relic, he could eliminate both the illusion and the real body at the same time. However, he hadn't renewed his temporary contract before coming, and besides, that ability would also slice the building in half. His attention was drawn to what was happening in front of Logan. His constellation was asking if that was the martial god. Our protagonist sighed and commented that now he understood why the energy he had felt was familiar. Ju-hyuk greeted Shung and said it had been a long time since they last met. He also asked to make a temporary contract with Shung and inquired if the contractor had the relic with him at that moment. Shung replied affirmatively, then ordered Logan to hand over the super sacred relic to the protagonist immediately. Logan couldn't disobey the orders of his constellation, as they are absolute. Rania, not knowing what was happening, warned them that the demon would escape while they were talking. The bald demon had already jumped out the window and was far from the building. Ju-hyuk shouted for Logan to hurry and hand over the relic. Once in his possession, he placed it on his fist and smiling said it was perfect. Meanwhile, the bald demon, who had been relieved to have escaped, didn't understand how his partner had been eliminated so easily. He didn't want to believe the reality that it was the martial god he had just encountered. His goal was to find the others and warn them that the man had been reincarnated. But right behind him was none other than Ju-hyuk. His ability made his punch so powerful that the energy struck the demon like a Kamehameha. The bald ogre fell to the ground, burned by the power of the attack. Only then did he realize that the martial king was behind him and responsible for the blow. The two left behind watched everything from the top of the building. Rania asked Logan if that was the secret attack of his constellation. He replied that it wasn't, but it carried the same power as his constellation. The fact that Juhiak could use such an ability with a temporary contract made just seconds before was unheard of. That attack was enough to defeat the creature, and the situation was resolved. Soon, authorities arrived at the scene to tend to the injured. Logan received first aid, as did Rania. The protagonist told Logan he was leaving, explaining that he didn't want to stay and attract media attention, so he asked him to keep his identity anonymous. Logan was curious and wanted to ask a few questions, but the protagonist wasn't interested. Juhiak wanted to finish everything and leave. However, he remembered that the Black Cat had mentioned that Logan was the #1 hunter in the association. Talking to him was inevitable, and he thought that if he could bring him over to his side, it would be beneficial. So in that case, he apologized and said he was tired at the moment. But when the time came, he would visit Logan at the association to answer his questions. Logan was surprised because the protagonist spoke to him informally, without the respect that the #1 hunter normally received from everyone. Juhiak then stated that he was giving him some of his time, only because Logan was Xiong's contractor, so he should be grateful for that. This statement didn't make sense to Logan, and he wanted to call Juhiak back, but his constellation insisted that he let him go. Xiong also told Logan that he should address that person with great respect. Logan had no choice but to comply with his constellation's demands. His friend Rania questioned Logan because the demons' bodies hadn't been found. Logan explained that they vanished like smoke after being defeated. Rania commented that this was a problem because they would need the security camera footage to present to the authorities. Rania also grew more curious about Juhiak and once again asked who that boy really was. Logan simply didn't know, but he hoped to find out soon. The protagonist left calmly, as if he had nothing to do with the incident. Sometime later, he was walking through a forest and called out to Barcham in his mind. He wanted to know if the power he had sensed in that building was the same as Seong. His mascot responded that it wasn't. This relieved Juhiak, who remarked that even though Seong had received his teachings, he wasn't one of his disciples. The protagonist wondered where Sasami might be now. Juhiak was suddenly approached by a masked person who knelt before him. Curious, Juhiak asked who he was. The masked figure introduced himself as a member of Ilgio and said it was an honor to meet the leader. Juhiak was confused and replied that the man must have mistaken him for someone else, as he wasn't the leader of anything. The figure responded that his constellation, named Tugwi, had instructed him to reveal himself if Juhiak mentioned a certain word. Juhiak, curious, asked if the word was that. Then the scene shifted to a time in the past when the constellation Tugwi gave these orders to the masked followers. They were curious about what the word would be. That night the constellation said, Sasami. At the same time, in the present, our protagonist said the name, Sasami, again. All the members of the organization appeared and bowed before him, saying it was a pleasure to meet the master. The protagonist then asked if they had the sacred relic with them. The man quickly handed it over to his new master. While holding the glove, Juhiak was able to transport himself to the imaginary world of the constellation. It was a dark and devastated place, with a sign at Red Mushroom. Juhiak was nervous about the situation, but soon calmed down and spoke to Sasami affectionately. The person sitting behind the throne couldn't hide their blush, even through the mask. Juhiak called Sasami again and asked her to reveal herself quickly. The constellation stood from the throne and knelt before Juhiak in a gesture of respect. Our protagonist was gentle and asked her to rise. Juhiak remarked that Sasami's mental realm was identical to their martial arts school from 300 years ago. The girl, who had been nervous, calmed down and replied that Mushroom wasn't just a martial arts school, it was their home. Juhiak should have known how much she loved that place. The protagonist remembered his life from 300 years ago. Back then, the world was in chaos. Everywhere was surrounded by battles. Humans, when not fighting each other, had to deal with the hundreds of monsters that roamed the earth. During that time, they devoted themselves to protecting people and eliminating the threat of demons and monsters. Juhiak and his disciples had been incredible long before he became the martial god. In that chaotic world, as powerful as they were, they never lacked rewards. So even in a world of war and misery, he had nothing to complain about. However, even though he had enough money to eat, things still happened that he couldn't ignore. 300 years ago, people were sold and traded as slaves. To him, that was as terrible as the demons ravaging the earth. That girl who was about to be sold with the slave trader's evil face, made it clear that he had no good intentions, yet with all his money, bought the child from her parents. It was terrible to see parents giving up their love for a bit of money. That day, when the protagonist witnessed Sasumi being sold, he couldn't hide his fury. The slave trader tried to defend himself, but the man's blades stood no chance against Juhyak's fist, fueled by his rage. Whenever he found slave traders, he made sure to eliminate them and free everyone. And don't misunderstand, he eliminated them literally. After seeing the man eliminated, the child's parents, afraid of losing their money, abandoned their daughter and fled. In that moment, Juhyak felt even more anger toward those people. However, his furious gaze softened when the defenseless child clung to him, hoping to survive. Thus, as he eliminated slave traders, he took in some children who had nowhere to go. At that time, he also gained a small problem. His plan was to work hard as a hunter while he was young, save money, and retire early. He also wanted to train his disciples to hunt down other slave traders and continue his work. The small problem was that he couldn't save enough money to retire because it was too expensive to take care of all these people. But he wasn't discouraged. He decided to create a martial arts school. They chose the school's name, and the suggestion from the shyest girl was Mushimum, which they all liked best. So, they founded a martial arts school with the goal of teaching the weak to defend themselves in this terrible world. Juhyuk knew he was very strong, but he had started his journey learning the wrong techniques and didn't have much talent, soon reaching his power limit. However, his disciples were different. With his guidance, they would be able to reach unimaginable talent and surpass their master. He decided to train them so that one day they wouldn't need his guidance or protection anymore. Besides, if they became powerful, Juhyuk could take a cut of their profits, which would be a perfect retirement plan. Unfortunately for him, just when his plans were about to come to fruition and they could expand their influence, that damn Tower of Destruction appeared. They understood that the protagonist was the strongest, but soon his disciples would surpass him. On that day, he died to destroy the tower. His students survived and became the strongest people in that world. However, the Lord of the Labyrinth, who was the planet Earth itself, stole the names of all of them and other incredible people. These people became the constellations that humans now idolize. This makes Sosami visibly nervous, but Juhyuk simply bids her farewell, telling her that he will invite her contractor to a gathering with the others, and they can all talk there. A few days later, at Heroes Academy, Juhyuk stands in front of Logan, surrounded by all of his contractors. Seeing so many high-profile contractors gathered around Juhyuk makes Logan feel extremely uneasy. Once everyone is settled, he begins the meeting by asking if they all know what he does. The question catches everyone off guard. Adelia answers, saying that he is the master of their constellations. Juhyuk confirms this, and then reveals that he has pieced together much of what happened after he died. To give them a rough understanding, Juhyuk explains everything about his disciples and the Tower of Destruction. Everyone in the room is shocked. Black Cat is the first to ask if it was really Juhyuk who took down the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago. Our boy confirms it. Adelia then asks if it's true that the Age of Destruction brought the tower, which led to the world's decline, because as far as they know, the tower collapsed only after unleashing countless monsters. Juhyuk is taken aback by this, and asks if their constellations had mentioned anything about it. However, according to Adelia, their constellations only speak to Juhyuk, and even Luminous hasn't revealed anything to them. Hearing both accounts, Juhyuk realizes that even his disciples don't remember what truly happened. However, he is confident that now that they've reunited with him, their memories will eventually return. The young lad continues, explaining that everyone who was famous before has now become a "this makes sense" to Black Cat, as it explains why they're all so strongly drawn to artifacts from the Age of Destruction. However, Juhyuk then reveals something more alarming. The one who created the Tower of Destruction appears to still be active, causing disasters and sending constellations. This suggests that the tower might be rebuilt again. This revelation shocks Logan, but Juhyuk adds that they still have about 4 to 5 years before that happens. With firm determination, he declares that as he continues gathering disciples and growing stronger by claiming names, he will eventually eliminate the tower once and for all. It's hard for Logan to believe at first, but he chooses to trust him, especially since his own constellation once revealed that Juhyuk was known as the martial arts god 300 years ago. Juhyuk also apparently saved that constellation and passed down the first authority, though he doesn't clearly remember those details. Hearing this, Logan stands up and respectfully requests Juhyuk to spare him if he truly is the martial arts god his constellation described. Juhyuk nods in agreement, and they all head to the gym. There, Logan suddenly challenges Ju Hyuk to a duel, which Adelia doesn't quite understand. Black Cat tries to make sense of it, suggesting that Logan might have found the situation too surreal, realizing that a high school student could actually be a legendary hero from 300 years ago, so he chose to confirm it through a direct one-on-one fight. With that, both of them charge up their magical power and launch themselves at each other, unleashing a massive, earth-shaking blow. As their fists collide, a massive wave of pressure ripples through the air, shaking the contractors watching from the sidelines. Even the director of Heroes Academy, Beck, feels the impact all the way from his office as it trembles slightly from the shockwave. Alarmed, he quickly pinpoints the sound as coming from the stadium and immediately grows nervous, suspecting it might be another attack. However, he suddenly remembers his earlier conversation with Logan. That morning, Logan had informed him about inviting guests to the academy and advised him not to panic if he heard loud noises. Recalling this, Beck regains his composure. He trusts Logan, yet the power behind that sound and aura still feels far beyond normal. Back in the gym, Ju Hyuk is visibly excited after the clash of fists. Logan, on the other hand, is trembling, realizing with shock that he's being pushed back by a high school student. At that moment, it dawns on him that the boy has survived battles with monsters by channeling his own raw power. Surprised, Logan finds himself being overwhelmed and instinctively begins to concentrate his mana into his elbow for a counter-strike. Ju Hyuk, however, blocks it with ease using an arm block. Though he absorbs the attack, even our boy is slightly overwhelmed by the force behind it. Ju Hyuk understands his advantage. He can wield an enormous amount of magical energy thanks to the constellations, but physical strength, which develops with the body, is something Ju Hyuk is still lacking. Still, Ju Hyuk grows even more excited knowing he's facing Logan, a constellation-level contractor. It's a rare opportunity, and it feels like the perfect challenge. As Logan charges toward him with all his mana concentrated into a final blow, the young boy decides it's time to end the fight. Just as Logan swings, Ju Hyuk sidesteps with precise timing and counters with a swift strike from his back, sending him flying across the gym. The attack appears deceptively light, but Logan feels its full force ripple through his entire body before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Sometime later, Logan regains consciousness in a panic, only to find himself resting on a couch. Confused, he looks around and notices Ju Hyuk and his contractor standing nearby. Ju Hyuk explains that Logan had fainted, so he carried him there for safety. Grateful, Logan thanks him. After a long pause, Logan, deep in thought, asks if Ju Hyuk is a reincarnated individual. Slightly surprised, he reminds him that he had already shared that detail before, though he understands it's hard for most people to believe. He then reveals that Logan's own constellation shares a similar personality. Now, having experienced his overwhelming power firsthand, Logan nods in agreement and decides to join him as a disciple in the mission to stop the Tower of Destruction. Ju Hyuk, thrilled by that, lights up with excitement. Meanwhile, the first cult member observing them finds the combination of powerful, high-ranking contractors forming a team to be both unexpected and fascinating. Ju Hyuk then surprises Logan by asking if he has seen anything at the Heroes Academy that resembles one of his disciples, perhaps a relic or artifact. The main reason Ju Hyuk had suggested meeting at the academy was because he sensed a familiar magical presence there. However, now that the area is saturated with powerful mana from their earlier clash, it's become much harder to pinpoint the exact source. Given the sheer number of relics stored at the academy, identifying the one he's looking for is nearly impossible, unless it chooses to reveal itself. Logan suddenly remembers a relic that once spoke, asking for its master. This memory leads him to Beck's office. There, Beck is visibly anxious and immediately questions Logan about the identity of his mysterious guest. Logan reveals that it was our boy, but when Beck presses further, Logan cuts him off, explaining that he can't disclose more information at the moment. Instead, he asks Beck about the radiant sword he had previously given him. Beck, already troubled by the sword, admits it has been giving him severe headaches. To demonstrate, he presses a hidden switch that opens a concealed compartment within the office. Inside lies the radiant sword, emanating an overwhelming amount of dark mana. The pressure is so intense that the surrounding area is visibly cracking, unable to withstand the energy it radiates. Seeing the damage, Beck begins to regret keeping the radiant sword in his office. The surrounding walls are beginning to crack, and it's clear the weapon can't be stored there any longer. Logan stares at the destruction in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the sword alone could be the cause. He questions why Beck didn't store it with the other relics, where magical suppression fields are in place to contain such artifacts. Beck reveals that he had planned to do just that, but something unexpected happened. When he attempted to place the sword in the sacred relic chamber, the guardians of the relics unleashed their magic power to block his entry. At the same time, the radiant sword began to violently fluctuate with magic magical energy, as if reacting to the guardians themselves. With no other option, Beck brought the sword back to his office. Even his secret compartment, layered with sealing enchantments, failed to contain the sword's sinister aura. Despite the storage room being wrapped in powerful magic-suppressing spells, the sword continued to crack the surrounding materials. This was the very reason Beck had intended to speak with Logan, though to his surprise, Logan came asking for the sword instead. When Logan asks if Beck heard the sword calling for its master, Beck denies hearing anything. But then, to Beck's shock, Logan extends his hand and effortlessly lifts the radiant sword. The moment Logan touches it, the sword's aura vanishes completely. The dark mana stops radiating. Stunned, Beck tries to ask Logan how he managed to do that, but Logan himself seems unsure. He sheathes the sword and says he will take it to the meeting place, leaving Beck confused about what sort of meeting he's referring to. Logan, with a calm pause, assures Beck that he'll soon understand everything, and because Logan has always kept his promises, Beck chooses to trust him once again. Logan returns to Joo-hyuk and hands him the radiant sword, but as our boy holds it in his hand, he immediately notices something strange. He feels no magic power coming from it at all. Logan explains that the sword's energy vanished the moment he picked it up, and it remained in the same dormant state even when he brought it to the academy. The young lad is slightly surprised by this, but Logan adds that he occasionally hears the sword calling out, seeking its master. Hearing that, he immediately understands what Logan is referring to. However, when he tries to enter the mental realm of the artifact, he fails. Confused by the rejection, he turns to Adelia for clarity. She confirms that such a reaction is not unusual. If the constellation linked to the relic refuses access, then no one, not even a contractor, can enter its mental domain. This information catches Joo-hyuk off guard. To investigate further, he asks Barsh if he senses any familiar magic from the sword. Barsh responds that the aura is faint, but the scent of familiarity is undeniable. Our boy then wonders if there's any alternative way to gain access. The Tower Master quickly recalls something he had mentioned before, the mysterious door that appeared in the realm of imagination. Joo-hyuk remembers it clearly, a massive door where all constellations once gathered. Barshi further reveals that it wasn't just one door, there were multiple. Each constellation had a door, possibly leading to a realm tied to their essence. According to the Tower Master's assumption, those doors might allow access to other constellations' realms. The idea makes sense to Joo-hyuk, but when he asked his other contractors about the doors, none of them seemed to know anything about them. Barshi speculates that, since the event was brief, there may be constellations who weren't even aware it happened. Joo-hyuk suddenly recalls someone who might know more. Holding on to that thought, he decides to end the day's discussion and suggests they return. Before leaving, he turns to the first cult member and asks for his name. The cult member reveals that he doesn't have one, and that Joo-hyuk is free to name him as he sees fit. After a moment of consideration, Joo-hyuk appoints him as the former protector. With that, he orders former protector to begin meeting the other contractors, as their constellations might also be interested in meeting each other. With the matter settled, the group leaves the academy behind. A few days later, Joo-hyuk meets the guide at a secluded house deep in the forest. As she tries to greet him, he gets straight to the point, declaring that he plans to absorb all the second-tier constellations once he finds them. He thanks her for the ring, acknowledging that it made him stronger. Then, shifting to the real reason for his visit, he asks if she knows anything about a door where constellations gather. The guide recalls something similar, an ancient space known as the Arena. She explains that shortly after the Labyrinth Master created the constellations, he also formed the Arena, a place one could enter through constellation doors. According to her, the Arena was designed as a battleground for constellations to fight among themselves. Over time, while the original names of the constellations were forgotten, new nicknames were earned through battle. These nicknames carried significance, each imbued with a fragment of their identity, granting additional power that the Arena itself amplified. However, the Arena didn't unfold the way the Labyrinth Master intended, and it was eventually sealed away. Joo-hyuk presses further, asking if there's any way to reopen it. The guide responds that the Arena could only be opened by a constellation acting on the command. This revelation stuns him, but she isn't finished. With a knowing look, the guide reveals why she called him. She has located the very constellation he seeks, along with all of the second-tier constellations. Joo-hyuk's eyes widened with excitement, and now he wants to know everything. Somewhere in a secret hidden meeting place of the constellations, the one known as the Key Keeper rages furiously at the others for their repeated failures. He accuses them of simply waiting to die, clinging to the futile hope of reclaiming their former names. With seething anger, he reminds them of the torment they endured, wandering for 300 years stripped of identity, reduced to mere fragments of existence. They had no physical bodies, only drifting consciousness. endlessly circling a single tree. For reasons still unknown, these wandering spirits were eventually transformed into fruits of that very tree, trapped in an endless cycle with no escape. The key keeper himself had narrowly avoided that fate. Though he too had wandered for centuries without form, he had finally regained a body. And now, after all that suffering, he couldn't understand why the others were so willing to fade again without resistance. His fury sharpens as he mentions the twin ghosts, the two constellations who died without accomplishing anything. Just a few days earlier, the green-horned constellation had delivered the grim news of their deaths. The announcement shocked the others, especially the fish, who always believed the twin ghosts were among the stronger ones. The green-horned one confirmed their deaths, but also warned of something even more concerning. He explained that all of them, those gathered in this very place, were constellations who once regained names and were sent to Earth. As long as they remained isolated and avoided unnecessary conflict, they could survive by passively absorbing ambient magical power. But gathering in large groups as they were doing now created a dangerous situation. In such close proximity, their individual magical reserves would begin to drain at an accelerated rate. Though they once knew power and identity, their current state was fragile, and unity, ironically, could lead them to destruction. So the Labyrinth Lord instructed everyone to gather on an island, where a large floating magic stone lay buried beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, the others realized the source of the immense power they had been sensing. However, one of the constellations questioned what could have been troublesome about it. The green constellation explained that the magic stone was rapidly depleting its magic due to the presence of so many constellations. For a magic stone to replenish, it needed to be infused with more power, but this was impossible in their current situation. Given that the Labyrinth Order's 2-month time frame was far too short, they planned to acquire new, large magic stones and place them beneath the island to maintain a steady flow of magic. But there was a catch. The task was entrusted to the twin ghosts. This revelation shocked the other constellations, and they inquired about the whereabouts of the twin ghosts. The green constellation revealed that they went to the Contractors Association, as a company collaborating with the association was in the spotlight for discovering a large magic stone. The plan was to destroy the association and steal the magic stone. Hearing this, the keykeeper was stunned. As he listened to the green constellation's suggestion to lay low and figure out where the other stone was, he felt a surge of frustration. He suddenly ran out, calling everyone fools, unable to contain his disbelief. The keykeeper enters a separate room, muttering to himself. He reflects on the twin ghosts, calling them weaklings who were killed while searching for the magic stone. He knows this means danger for them all. He knows that if he stays in the room any longer, he'll lose his power and eventually disappear. Though it feels like the right decision to leave, just as he's thinking it, a portal opens in front of him. To his shock, Ju-hyuk steps out and calmly asks if he is the keykeeper. Shocked beyond belief, the keykeeper panics and bolts, thinking that this person must be the one who defeated the twin ghosts. However, to his horror, Ju-hyuk reappears in a flash right in front of him, questioning why he is running. Terrified, the keykeeper begins pleading for mercy, claiming that he hasn't killed a single soul since becoming a constellation. As Ju-hyuk is about to strike him, he hesitates, realizing that the situation is far more dull than he expected. The keykeeper's existence as a constellation feels almost trivial to him. For this encounter, our boy didn't even want to wear the ring, as absorbing him seemed insignificant. Ju-hyuk then confirms, asking if the keykeeper has killed anyone before. The keykeeper admits that he hasn't, revealing that in the past he merely opened a door to the imagination realm and did nothing else as a constellation. Hearing this, Ju-hyuk assures him that he won't kill him, at least not until the door is opened again, specifically to the arena. However, the keykeeper is unable to open the door on his own. His magical power is too insignificant. To create and connect doors to the various imagination realms of constellations, he had once used an artifact to amplify his abilities. Ju-hyuk quickly realizes that even if he absorbs the keykeeper's power and uses his own abilities, it's impossible to reopen the door. As Ju-hyuk turns to leave, the constellation with his trembling voice asks if he is strong. Our boy confirms it, and the keykeeper then reveals that he can reopen the arena, but only if Ju-hyuk helps him retrieve the artifact that descended with him. Meanwhile, at the Chinese temple, Yen Long stretches in excitement looking at what's in front of her. The creepy group of skeletons charges toward Yen Long, but before they can reach her, she bolts forward and slams into them with overwhelming force. The surge of adrenaline electrifies her. She's genuinely thrilled to see how the power of the Sial constellation amplifies her magic. She's in disbelief, watching herself land critical hits and effortlessly take down monsters, just as Ju-hyuk had once told her she would. Thinking of him, she finds herself wishing he were there to witness her fight. A few moments ago, the young lady arrived at Valhalla Gym, announcing her entry. However, to her surprise, no one there seemed particularly excited to see her. She also noticed a few unfamiliar faces, which made her wonder if she had come at a bad time. Ju Hyuk, sensing her unease, reassured her that it was actually a great time for her to be there, and inquired about the reason for her visit. Yen Long mentioned vague family issues, but Ju Hyuk had already seen the news. He knew she had recently become the head of the Sial clan. This revelation clearly caught Yen Long off guard and left her slightly embarrassed, prompting her to explain that it was her aunt's request. Ju Hyuk was surprised nonetheless. He always believed she had no interest in leading the family. She quickly brushed it off, trying not to linger on the topic. But then her eyes landed on Ah-rin, standing in the background. Noticing Yen Long's stare, Ah-rin didn't hesitate to call her out, asking if she was staring because she wanted a fight. The remark sparked a thought in Yen Long. It's been a while since she last fought, and she hadn't yet tested her newly borrowed constellation powers. The idea of a fight suddenly didn't seem so bad. With a confident nod, Yen Long agreed to the fight, but Ju Hyuk stepped in, calmly intervening and stating that there wasn't enough time for a battle that day. He then noted something unusual. Yen Long, as the head of her family, should have been occupied with official duties. However, she explained that participating in external activities such as slaying monsters brought honor to her family. Besides, her aunt was already handling other responsibilities. With everything settled, Ju Hyuk shifted the conversation to the real reason for his visit. He needed their help to destroy the labyrinth. He asked Yen Long if she had tested her abilities after forming a contract with her constellation. She denied it, prompting Ju Hyuk to reveal their current strategy. They planned to move in pairs to handle the labyrinths. However, based on her current level, he believed she could manage one on her own. He already sensed a significant surge in her magical power, something that surprised even Yen Lang, who hadn't kept track of her own progress. Ju Hyuk explained that magical attacks proved far more effective against labyrinth monsters than physical ones, making her a strong candidate for the mission in China. He advised her to start using her constellation powers to become more familiar with them. He also informed her that she would find a labyrinth stone within the area, and possibly a relic hidden inside it. She was to extract the relic and bring it back to them. Yen Lang agreed, though a trace of jealousy lingered beneath her composed demeanor. The thought of Ju Hyuk teaming up with one of the other girls while she was away didn't sit well with her. Back in the present, Yen Long is wreaking havoc on the monsters using her newly awakened constellation abilities. With a single punch, she tears through their ranks. Consumed by rage, she decides to crush every last one of them right then and there. Meanwhile, in the USA, Ju Hyuk arrives in a desolate land alongside Se-hyuk and Logan. Logan takes the lead in navigating, but despite their efforts, they can't seem to locate their intended destination. The young man, however, knows that if they had any information about the place, he wouldn't have needed to rely on his luminous ability to find it. Logan reveals that only a handful of people within the Institute are aware of the site's existence, which is why the details are so poorly documented. According to him, the public believes that only a single large magic stone was ever discovered there, making the entire location highly classified. Ju Hyuk feels a twinge of guilt, knowing the Institute is giving up the stone after investing so much effort into finding it. But Logan assures him it's not a big loss, as artificial storage units can now easily replace its use. Grateful, Ju Hyuk silently thanks Logan, then recalls the Keykeeper's words about an artifact that fell with him when he descended. When our boy asked, the Keykeeper revealed that the relic had been scattered throughout the labyrinths. He added that the artifacts reeked of strong magic, and their lingering scent would help guide him to them. Just as our boy was about to leave, the Keykeeper stopped him and mentioned one more thing. He needed Ju Hyuk to retrieve the large magic stone as well. Ju Hyuk was already aware of the stone's existence, but the request puzzled him. He asked why the Keykeeper wanted it. With a solemn tone, the Keykeeper explained that an immense amount of mana was required to open the ancient door, and the magic stone would provide exactly that. Despite his knowledge and power, the Keykeeper admitted that he was afraid. Sensing his fear, he gave him a reassuring nod, and with quiet determination, promised to bring back not just one, but 2 magic stones. Back in the present, Ju Hyuk regrets making the promise to the Keykeeper, as acquiring even a single large magic stone seems like an incredibly difficult task. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Logan announces that they've finally arrived at the location. As Ju Hyuk snaps back to focus, he's startled to see a massive golem, a towering monster standing directly in front of them. The golem is massive, and both Logan and Se-hyuk can hardly believe their eyes. They wonder how in the world such a creature could exist, and why it's here. As they process this, the golem suddenly slams its fist toward them. Both Logan and Se-hyuk dodge by jumping back, but Logan is left in shock as he watches the enormous crater left by the punch. The sheer power of the attack is terrifying. The golem loads up for another strike and swings its massive fist again. Logan braces himself, preparing for a counterattack. Shouting at the monster, he intercepts its fist with his own. The two fists collide with explosive force, and to Ju-hyuk's surprise, Logan's punch not only shatters the golem's arm, but sends the creature crashing to the ground. Se-hyuk watches in awe, amazed by Logan's power. He realizes that they're with the #1 contractor, someone who can shatter a golem with a single punch, and can't believe he's here with them. Even more unbelievable to Se-hyuk is that someone as strong as Logan follows Ju-hyuk with such respect. Despite the shock, Se-hyuk feels a sense of pride to be with both of them, ready to witness the power of these living legends firsthand. However, despite the golem's defeat, Logan senses something isn't quite right. The monster, despite being thrown to the ground, doesn't appear fully destroyed. It remains in relatively good shape. Ju-hyuk, considering the golem's enormous size, theorizes that the impact might not have reached its core, which could explain why the creature is still intact. Saying this, Ju-hyuk jumps onto the fallen golem and drives his sword into its body. However, to his shock, even his powerful sword fails to pierce the creature's tough exterior. As he processes this, the golem suddenly awakens, rising to its feet with an overwhelming surge of power. It gathers its strength and unleashes a powerful punch at him. The fist lands with immense force, and while our boy manages to block the attack, he's sent skidding back by the crushing pressure. Ju-hyuk realizes in that moment that the golem has likely absorbed the large magic stone. This revelation shocks both him and Logan. Our lad then asks if he placed an anti-magic spell to block the stone's presence. Logan confirms this, but Ju-hyuk, still processing the situation, reveals that it should be impossible to block the presence of the stone using any kind of magic. Logan, although not sensing any magic himself, listens intently. Ju-hyuk explains that the magic spell blocks human senses, preventing them from detecting the stone's presence. However, it's different for creatures born from magic, and the golem, being such a creature, is able to detect even the faintest trace of magical energy. The golem must have sensed the residual magic and channeled it to the magic stone. Ju-hyuk surmises that the lack of other monsters suggests the golem may have killed them all to absorb their energy. Despite the golem's immense power, Ju-hyuk is surprised that simply absorbing residual magic from the stone has made it this strong. This leads him to believe that the stone itself must be incredibly powerful. He now realizes that he should have brought his disciples with him if he had known the situation would escalate like this. Thinking about it, Ju-hyuk turns to Logan and asks him to hand over the artifact, eager to demonstrate the true power of one punch. In a labyrinth in England, the Black Cat and Adelia are working together as a team to clear the monsters. Adelia seems exhausted from all the fighting, as her family usually handled such tasks, leaving her unaccustomed to the toll it takes. The Black Cat, acknowledging her fatigue, admits that he's also sweating. It's been a long time since he's fought monsters himself. Feeling the heat, he removes his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face beneath it. Adelia, stunned by his appearance, can't help but marvel at how attractive he is. Thank God it's nothing like the nightmarish dream's face reveal. Black Cat notices Adelia's flustered expression, but feels confused by how shocked she seems. Thinking he might have made her uncomfortable, he quickly apologizes. However, Adelia assures him that it's fine. Curious, she cautiously asks if what he just did is even allowed. Black Cat nods, explaining that since they're not in the black market, there's no issue, and besides, they're alumni in a way, so he believes it's acceptable between them. This only flusters Adelia further. When Ju-hyuk had asked her to accompany Black Cat into the labyrinth, it hadn't really excited her, but this moment seems to be making up for it. Hesitantly, she asks, almost suggestively, whether Black Cat will be showing his face more often from now on. He confirms he will. Suddenly, Moron, Adelia's constellation, and Luminous Black Cat both call them out for flirting and sternly remind them to focus on the mission. Embarrassed, the two quickly snap back to clearing the labyrinth. Meanwhile, back in the USA, Ju-hyuk and his team are locked in a fierce battle with a colossal golem. As they dodge its thunderous attacks, he channels his constellation's power into his fist. He tells Logan to watch closely. The golem swings a massive punch at him, but our boy counters with a strike so powerful that it doesn't just obliterate the golem, it erases the entire mountain behind it. The sheer force of the blow stuns everyone. Even Ju-hyuk himself is impressed. It's been a while since he's thrown a punch that devastating, and he silently acknowledges the immense power of Logan's constellation. Logan watches everything unfold with shock, finally beginning to grasp the true potential of the destruction skill. As Joo-hyuk returns the bracelet to him, Logan remains deep in thought, wondering about the sheer force behind that one punch. After a moment, he asks Joo-hyuk if he would be free after this mission to train him in that very technique. Our boy, wearing a confident smile, agrees on one condition: they must secure one more large magic stone. Logan quickly suggests that a company affiliated with the association possesses one, and they could potentially use it. Hearing this, the young boy lights up with excitement, declaring that he'll return if things go smoothly. However, Logan hesitates slightly before revealing that in order to take the stone, they'd need to replace it with an artificial storage system. Joo-hyuk, unfazed, immediately orders his team to dig into the pit the golem had been working on earlier, suspecting the real magic stone might still be buried there. A few days later, at a secluded site, Joo-hyuk arrives with a massive artificial floating magic stone, stunning the keykeeper with its presence. But that's not all. Instead of just bringing the required 2, the young lad surprises him by bringing 3 just in case. 2 were sourced from Logan, and the 3rd was obtained from the constellation Sosumi, used by the first cult's contractors to receive their orders. As if that weren't enough, Joo-hyuk also hands over several powerful artifacts, leaving the keykeeper in utter disbelief. According to him, the collected items are more than sufficient to activate the arena, though in truth, the so-called arena is little more than an enormous cave. He then reveals that he will begin summoning the entrance door soon, noting that even a single stone would have been enough for that task. Joo-hyuk, however, is well aware that the keykeeper requested extra magic stones not out of necessity, but to curry favor with the other constellations on the island. This realization shakes the keykeeper to his core. Calmly but firmly, our lad reveals that he plans to use those very stones against the constellations they were meant to appease. With that declaration, he puts pressure on the keykeeper to begin the summoning without delay. Joo-hyuk then commands the former protector to guard the keykeeper closely and prepare everything necessary for his upcoming contract with Sosumi. Additionally, he warns the former contractor to eliminate the keykeeper if he tries anything deceitful. Meanwhile, in the constellation assembly hall, chaos begins to brew. The fish constellation lashes out in frustration, furious that nothing is being accomplished. He warns that if they continue to remain idle, they will all meet their end here, meaningless and forgotten. The lack of communication from the Maze Lord only deepens the unease, leading many to fear that the deaths of the other constellations may have been in vain. The room erupts into shouting and protests. The gathered constellations begin demanding that they take action, that they storm out and kill everyone in their way. But just then, their voices are abruptly silenced. Joo-hyuk's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. He has been standing there for 10 minutes, silently watching them yap. A manic smile spreads across his face as he declares his intention to be the one to plunge them into disappearance, rather than let them wait for a natural death. The fish constellation fails to recognize Joo-hyuk, while the vampire comments that he hadn't sensed any magical power earlier, explaining why none of them noticed his presence. However, the vampire grows furious, enraged by his bold and arrogant entrance, and issues a warning. Our boy, unfazed, doubles down on his stance. He states that they were all too busy spouting nonsense, while he had been concealing himself right there among them. As he speaks, he casually swings his sword, issuing a chilling warning that they'll understand everything once he beats the living daylights out of them. His overwhelming presence and sheer arrogance leave the constellations in shock. Then, in a sudden fluid motion, Joo-hyuk spins in a full 360-degree arc with his blade. The green constellation shouts for everyone to duck, but it's already too late. With that single devastating swing, the majority of the constellations lose their heads instantly. Only a handful, namely the vampire, green, and the fish constellation, manage to evade the attack. It's in that horrifying moment that Green finally realizes the truth that Joo-hyuk is the martial arts god. But just as quickly as he struck, Joo-hyuk vanishes. He's nowhere to be seen. Confusion spreads among the survivors. They know he must be using some form of advanced concealment spell, and that he's still somewhere inside the building watching. Suddenly, a swift slash tears through the air, decapitating another group of constellations. The survivors finally grasp the horrifying truth that Joo-hyuk has been toying with them from the start. Panicking, the green constellation activates his abilities, summoning a barrier around the building to prevent Joo-hyuk from escaping. However, the vampire expresses concern, realizing that by sealing the area, they may have trapped themselves inside with the martial arts god. Green acknowledges the risk, but argues that their fallen comrades died far too easily. He admits they will likely die here too, but dismisses it with grim acceptance. They will eventually respawn. Still, he warns that if they fall now, they won't be able to carry out the Labyrinth Lord's plan. As Green speaks, our boy suddenly appears and swings his sword at him. Reacting quickly, Green blocks the attack with his bare hand. In that moment, he makes a crucial realization. Ju-hyuk isn't using concealment magic, but is actually invisible. The barrier, now active, will trap him within the building. He alerts the others, noting that Ju-hyuk's power seems diminished in this new body. The fish constellation also notices the change, speculating that Ju-hyuk may have undergone reincarnation. The vampire agrees, pointing out that since their heads are still attached, the martial arts god's strength must be weaker than before. As they assess the situation, Ju-hyuk silently reappears, this time behind the vampire, and slashes his face, but the attack lands on a blood clone. The real vampire had used the clone to lure Ju-hyuk out. Now that Ju-hyuk is fully revealed, all the constellations launch a combined assault, unleashing a devastating barrage aimed at obliterating the ground beneath him. However, despite their overwhelming attack, he is nowhere to be seen when the dust clears. Without warning, he reappears behind Green, gripping one of his antlers. Mocking him, Ju-hyuk remarks that even with all their intellect, they must now realize they're destined to fall. With cold assurance, he promises Green a painless death, then plunges his sword straight through him. The force of the stab releases a blinding, powerful beam, slicing through the air and shaking the building's foundations. The remaining constellations stare in disbelief. Moments ago, Ju-hyuk seemed weaker, yet now he effortlessly executed one of their strongest. Sensing their confusion, he responds, confirming their suspicions. However, if he were still in his original form, he claims, this would have been over in a single swing. Determined to end the battle once and for all, our boy takes out 2 floating magic stones that stun every constellation present. He explains that while these stones were once used long ago, their use has since been forgotten. But if fully charged, and the core inside takes a direct hit, they explode with catastrophic force. The fish constellation suddenly realizes Ju-hyuk's plan. He's preparing to wipe them all out at once. With a chilling farewell, Ju-hyuk slams the stones into the ground. Upon impact, they detonate in a colossal explosion, releasing a massive beam of destruction that engulfs everything. Somewhere deep within the ancient tree trunk, the guide nervously sneaks toward the wheel of reincarnation. As she spots it, memories of her previous conversation with Ju-hyuk resurface. In a secluded house, she had informed our hero about the constellations, especially the keykeeper gathering on the island. Though she wasn't entirely certain, she believed the location was accurate. Upon hearing this, Ju-hyuk immediately prepared to leave, but the guide stopped him, asking to borrow the absorbed names. Without hesitation, he handed her the ring, explaining that he had already used most of the names as soon as they were absorbed, though there might still be some left. Curious, he asked why she wanted them. The guide absorbed the lingering names from the ring, revealing her intent to use them to obscure the Labyrinth Lord's vision, allowing Ju-hyuk to massacre the constellations undetected. Back in the present, the guide approaches the wheel of reincarnation and exhales a cloud of black smoke over it. With this act, she becomes confident that they've successfully masked the names from the Lord's surveillance, at least for a while. As she contemplates the next steps, the Spear King suddenly appears, catching her off guard and holding her at spear point. She tries to calm him, assuring him that nothing has truly changed. The Spear King calls her out for appearing in a restricted area and declares that he will take her to the Labyrinth Lord to explain herself. This puts the guide in a difficult position, as confronting the Lord now would likely result in her actions being restricted. In an attempt to slip out of the situation, she asks the Spear King to forget her visit, claiming she is merely a nameless constellation who wandered in by accident. However, the Spear King sees through her act and firmly orders her to follow him, stating that it is his duty to guard the place. The guide expresses admiration for his loyalty, but this strikes a nerve. In response, he slams his spear to the ground, warning her not to make assumptions about him. He reveals that guarding the area has been nothing more than an obligation ever since he was bestowed the title 300 years ago, without any memory of who he truly is. He admits that he lacks the strength to refuse the duty, and that is the only reason he continues to fulfill it. Brushing off the emotional weight of his confession, he again urges her to follow him. This moment gives the guide an opening. She claims to possess a unique talent and deduces that the Spear King is confused about his own identity. She offers to introduce him to someone who might know the truth about who he really is. The Spear King falls into deep thought at this offer. A few hours later, on the island, Ju-hyuk and his contractors are surprised to see the arena door summoned by the keykeeper. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary door, but the keykeeper explains that it leads to another door, which in turn opens the arena. It is merely a passage. According to him, there is no way to connect directly to the arena. This revelation frustrates everyone, but the keykeeper defends himself by revealing that the arena space created by the Labyrinth Lord still exists. However, its location is now up, in the realm where the Labyrinth Lord resides. When all the constellations were there, in the imagination realm, they could access the door directly. But now, after descending, they require a connection to the Great Hall. The keykeeper claims that with the floating stone sand and his artifacts in hand, he now possesses enough power to open the passage door. Doing so will also open the corresponding door in the constellation realm. Upon hearing this, Ju-hyuk urges him to proceed quickly, but before the keykeeper can act, he issues a warning. There are many monsters inside. Before he can finish, our boy already understands that the constellation wants an escort. Ju-hyuk agrees, which brings a rare smile to his face. As the constellation prepares to begin, he instructs his contractors to inform the constellations not to open the door if they see one on their end. With that, the keykeeper inserts his key and unlocks the passage. Looking inside, Ju-hyuk realizes that the interior is dark and eerie. He suggests the keykeeper stay close if he doesn't want to die. With that, the two charge into the unknown. Inside, they are immediately confronted by monsters, but Ju-hyuk effortlessly slashes through them. The keykeeper, on the other hand, appears visibly nervous. Our boy urges him to keep up if he doesn't want to die. With that, he pushes forward, cutting down monsters left and right, as the constellation follows closely behind. Eventually, they arrive at the Great Hall door. Just as they are about to enter, a massive wolf-like monster leaps in front of it. The creature is enormous and enraged, unlike anything Ju-hyuk has ever encountered before. According to the keykeeper, the beast might be mutated, a result of time and space twisting within the passage. Our boy, having not prepared any of his disciples' abilities for this journey, believing it would be too excessive, decides to rely solely on his sword. As the monster swings at him, he jumps back and counters with a swift strike. His blade slices through the monster's arm, but to his surprise, the limb regenerates almost instantly. Reacting quickly, the young boy charges dark energy into his sword and strikes again, this time slicing the monster's arm into multiple precise pieces. The creature roars in agony, seizing the moment he leaps into the air and delivers a powerful slash, cleaving the monster in half. The keykeeper is left stunned. Ju-hyuk has just defeated a powerful mutated beast with shocking ease. Our boy snaps the keykeeper out of his thoughts and orders him to open the door. Obeying, the constellation inserts his key and unlocks the passage. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk's disciples also see it appear before them. After Ju-hyuk returned from the passage, the world plunged into chaos. While his disciples understood the door's purpose, the other constellations were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Great Hall. Martial God himself was unable to access the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Even when he managed to step into it, the door vanished the moment he entered. His disciples could walk freely into the Great Hall, but he was denied entry. He consulted the keykeeper, who explained that the Great Hall was rejecting Ju-hyuk, possibly due to the will of the Labyrinth Lord. Ju-hyuk realized that, because of this, he could no longer gather his disciples in one place, nor see who resided within the Radiant Sword's realm. Originally, he planned to enter the Great Hall and find the door that led to the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Now, blocked from entry, he comes up with an alternative. If he cannot enter, his disciples can. He decides to send them to search for the Radiant Sword constellation on his behalf. With that, all of his disciple constellations enter the Great Hall. However, as soon as they step inside, Moron and Luminous begin arguing, Luminous having arrived late. As they yap, Sosimi steps in and reminds them to follow their master's orders. Hearing this, both acknowledge their mission and shift their focus to tearing through every other constellation present. A few days earlier, Ju-hyuk gathered his disciples' contractors to organize a meeting between their constellations. He inquires about Sosimi, and Moron confirms that Sosimi had arrived in her imagination realm. However, Moron is visibly shocked at how Sosimi found her door so easily. According to Sosimi, she canceled her presence from the Great Hall and was able to locate Moron's realm by recognizing her senior's familiar scent. She also mentioned that she used other members' trails to search for their divine artifacts, but was only able to find Moron's. That scent had guided her there. Now that both disciples were confirmed to be in one realm, Ju-hyuk turned to Adelia and asked for the asked Moron if she was rejecting his entry, but she denied it, stating that it felt as though someone else was preventing her from summoning him. Moron then turned to Sosimi, asking if she knew the scents of the other members. Sosimi admitted that she tried to track the remaining divine artifacts, but failed to locate them. As a result, she had no idea where the others were. Upon hearing this, Ju-hyuk asked whether she checked the Radiant Sword's realm, but Sosumi replied that she didn't, as she couldn't even sense the sword's mana. Ju-hyuk then revealed his plan to try accessing the sword's imaginary realm through the Great Hall. Sosumi, however, was confused. She recalled how many doors there were in the hall and questioned how our boy planned to identify the correct one. Ju-hyuk, wearing a maniacal smile, ordered them to kill all the constellations in the hall. After that, they would enter through the remaining door. Returning to the present, Ju-hyuk's disciples prepare to confront the other constellations. However, Sosumi suggests that before any fighting begins, they should first remind everyone of their master. To do this, she summons the teaching school that he once ran. The sudden appearance of the Mushinmun school fills the space with a wave of nostalgia. Disciples recognize it and grow silent and emotional. Sosumi then reveals that she has a list of constellations they will target first. Ever since becoming a constellation herself, she had taken note of all those who spoke ill of Ju-hyuk. The others agree with her plan, determined to begin their assault with those on that list. Meanwhile, a group of constellations notices the school building, and with mocking laughter, recalls that the martial god has been dead for 300 years. One of them questions who could have built such a place now. Just as he finishes speaking, Moron appears and slams his face into the ground, crushing him instantly. The rest of the constellation stare in stunned silence, realizing that these women are students of the Mushinmun school. Luminous quickly corrects them, declaring themselves disciples of the master. Without hesitation, she fires a beam that pierces through the heads of multiple constellations. Witnessing Luminous attack, Moron joins the battle. She stabs her sword into the ground, channeling her energy through it. Luminous becomes slightly concerned, suspecting that such an attack might harm even allies, but Moron assures her it won't. As the blade sinks into the ground, many constellations begin to melt away. Luminous is surprised by the precision of the poison. It targets individuals without affecting bystanders. However, to their shock, the constellations begin regenerating. Realizing that brute force won't be enough, the trio decides to break them down mentally instead. Among the constellations present is a member of the Choi family. Upon seeing the trio, he immediately recognizes them as Ju-hyuk's disciples. The Osun family constellation also approaches the Choi family constellation, acknowledging that it has been a long time since they last met. The Osun constellation, known as the Fist King, refers to the Choi constellation by his old nickname, Dao Wang. Though they greet each other with familiarity, Dao Wang still finds the name somewhat embarrassing. The Fist King then gestures toward the trio of Ju-hyuk's disciples fighting in the distance and asks about them. Dao Wang explains who they are. When asked about Mushinmun, the Fist King immediately recognizes it as the sect tied to the martial god. Dao Wang points out that the martial god he just remembered is the master of the three fighting now. This revelation stuns the Fist King. He recalls hearing stories of the martial god, how he faced countless disasters alone, carving his name into history. Though he had read of the martial god's disciples and their overwhelming strength, this is the first time he sees them in person. Dao Wang adds that the martial god once taught him sword techniques, which later became the foundation of his own style. Using that, he traveled across the world and eventually met the Fist King. Dao Wang also recalls being surprised when he found that the Fist King had already established his own martial hall, training warriors and teaching them bare-handed defense. However, the Fist King finds those memories bittersweet. He recalls how all of it failed when the Tower of Destruction appeared, unleashing a wave of monsters. In the end, their forces ran out of strength and died, which he still sees as a failure, one that betrayed the very essence of martial arts, to protect people. Dao Wang agrees with him, saying that is why he still dedicates himself to training, to learning, and perfecting the ultimate sword technique. The Fist King shares the same resolve, though right now his attention is completely drawn to the trio of disciples, cutting down constellations left and right with unshakable ferocity. The Fist King wants to fight them, but before Dao Wang can stop him, he has already leapt toward the trio. Landing beside them, he challenges them to a duel, leaving the disciples momentarily confused. Sosumi, however, quickly recognizes him as the Fist King, the guardian constellation of the Osun family, a title that earned them a place among the 5 great families. Luminous, still puzzled, questions why he would approach only to die. The Fist King confidently declares that, as disciples of the martial god, they are among the few strong opponents he's encountered since becoming a constellation. This statement doesn't sit well with Sosumi, who grows visibly angry. To her, the word strong belongs to their master alone. Her reaction only fuels the Fist King's excitement, as he assumes they are preparing to fight him. Luminous decides to slice him down instantly, but Moron steps forward, insisting on handling the fight herself. Since he knows about their master, she wants to demonstrate some of the martial god's techniques. so he remembers them well. As she prepares for battle, her body becomes engulfed in a powerful magical aura, and the Fist King mirrors her, activating his own energy in return. Luminous watches, knowing full well that Moron could easily eliminate him with long-range poison, but instead chooses to engage directly out of respect. Sosimi, however, feels a twinge of concern. The weight class between Moron and the Fist King is vastly different, and she quietly worries about the outcome. However, Luminous assures her that Moron can handle it. With that, Moron stomps the ground and throws a punch at the Fist King. He becomes excited, recognizing the move as the crushing fist. Still, he notes that due to Moron's small frame, the strike might lack impact, so he decides to take it head-on. As the punch lands, he initially feels nothing, but within a second, the force surges through him, sending him flying. Shocked, he realizes that Moron has transformed the crushing fist into an inch punch, amplifying the power using an unfamiliar footwork technique. The shift in form and sudden release of force leaves him stunned but exhilarated. Despite the hit, the Fist King rebounds quickly and counters with his own ranged fist technique, unleashing a massive shockwave. Sosimi watches the attack with awe, but Luminous observes calmly, knowing that the Fist King's style always leaves an opening for a counter-strike. Just as expected, Moron appears behind him mid-air and delivers a powerful kick to the back of his neck, slamming him into the ground. Luminous, having anticipated it, simply isn't impressed. With the duel finished, the trio resumes their task of sweeping through the constellations. Meanwhile, Barch secretly peeks from behind a door, silently watching them as they move forward. As the Tower Master stalks from the shadows, Ju Hyuk demands an update on his disciples. Barch nervously denies having checked on them yet. Our boy shouts at him to do it, but the Tower Master is paralyzed with fear. The disciples are already wreaking havoc in the Great Hall, and if they notice him, especially as the former head of the Tower of Destruction, they might tear him apart. Now powerless, the Tower Master is terrified of being beaten mercilessly. Lost in anxious thoughts, he hears our boy press him again to take a look. Hesitant and trembling, Barch slowly cracks open the door. All he sees are explosions. He reports to Ju Hyuk that it seems the disciples have already defeated most of the constellations. Barch can't help but feel that the master disciples have grown even more powerful than before. While he continues to sneak a peek, Luminous spots him. Sosimi also recognizes him as the Tower Master. Moron, however, recalls Ju Hyuk's words from the past, not to touch Barch if they ever found him, but she grows uneasy, unsure if Luminous remembers that order. The Tower Master, now fully exposed, hesitates and awkwardly pretends not to know Luminous. But she clearly remembers him, standing above them long ago, watching from the Tower of Destruction. Though she states her desire to deal with him, she restrains herself out of respect for Ju Hyuk's instructions. With that, she delivers a swift kick that sends Barch flying back into his room. Before slamming the door, she warns him that she'll remember exactly where he hides, and if he dares to step out again, he'll be mangled on the spot. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk stands on the island, trying to contact Barch, but receives no response. Soon, Black Cat arrives through a portal, accompanied by Aaron and Yanlang, both confused about why they've been summoned to the island. Yanlang quickly notices the broken buildings and a massive crater, pointing out that it looks like a war just broke out. Ju Hyuk brushes it off and gets straight to the point. He plans to teach them the next step in their training. He adds that Black Cat has been summoned for a different reason altogether. He begins by addressing Aaron and Yanlang, acknowledging that both have contracts with constellations and have been progressing well in their training. Now he wants them to set a standard for their power. To demonstrate what he means, he borrows Aaron's sword, channels lightning into it, and releases a powerful slash toward a distant mountain. The strike is so intense that it splits the mountain in half. Ju Hyuk says that this is the standard he wants Aaron to reach. He returns the sword to her and tells her to figure out on her own how much mana to use and how to control it. Then, he asks Yanlang for her divine artifact and puts it on. He takes the girl to the crater, channels mana into his fist, and punches the ground with force. Instantly, massive walls of ice shards rise up, engulfing what remains of the structure. Yanlang is left speechless, completely stunned by what she just witnessed. Ju Hyuk then explains that with enough training, she can reach that same level. After all, it's her constellation's power. With that, he shifts his attention to Black Cat. Meanwhile, back in the Great Hall, Sosimi discovers the priest's imaginary space. Luminous and Moron are both surprised by the environment around them. Everything in that realm appears in shades of red and black. Moron catches a familiar scent in the air, but can't quite place it. As they explore the place, they find a small opening in the wall and decide to pass through it. Inside the narrow corridor, they spot a man in red clothing sitting alone. They recognize him and call him their junior brother, but they still don't understand the nature of that imaginary realm. The man stands up and asks how they managed to enter, since they are all constellations. Moron replies that they came from the Great Hall. The man realizes they mean the arena, but says he's not in the mood for a fight. He confesses that he fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but when he heard about Ju-hyuk's reincarnation, he was thrilled, until he realized their master had been missing for 300 years. He tried to find their master with the help of those who took his divine artifact, but instead of helping, they became drunk with power. Upon hearing this, Moron comments that with all that power, he should have stayed put instead of handing out contracts. The man reveals that someone once appeared who could withstand his power, but that person left him trapped in a basement. He's talking about Logan, who abandoned him there, causing him to rot in silence and fall deeper into despair. Excited, Moron removes her mask and reveals that they're there because their very master ordered them to find him. She adds that the ancient relic is already in the master's possession. Shocked, the man drops to his knees and begins smashing his head on the ground in reverence. The trio watches, unsure of how to react, clearly disturbed by his behavior. Moron then explains that this is exactly why their master calls him Freak. After a few more smashes, Freak stands up and says he feels refreshed. He promises to prepare himself to meet the master. With that, the group says their goodbyes. At the Contractors Association, Logan is stunned to see a floating magic stone that Ju-hyuk brought back. The stone is twice the size of the one he had received before. Our boy assures him that the stone is his and starts explaining how he found it. Back on the island, while exploring the mana flow, Ju-hyuk realized there could be a massive magic stone buried underground and summoned Black Cat. The constellations living on that island radiated absurd amounts of mana, and the fact that they survived without any external mana source suggested that there was a powerful energy hidden there. Ju-hyuk suspected a mana stone was supplying energy to all of them. Eventually, they located the stone and ordered Black Cat to remove the mask covering it. That's how he found the stone and safely delivered it to Logan. Returning to the present, after handing over the stone, Black Cat reads a message from a constellation and informs the martial god that one of his disciples, the Radiant Sword constellation, has been found. Ju-hyuk gets excited, already knowing who it is, but tells Black Cat not to reveal the name just yet, as he wants to confirm it himself. Before they leave, our hero invites Logan to visit Valhalla anytime he wants to learn the one-punch technique. Then, they teleport to Valhalla, arriving straight into Black Cat's office through a portal, only to be stunned by the presence of a mysterious, powerful figure already waiting for them, sword in hand.